Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After a long and exhausting explanation, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally managed to disperse the crowd. He returned to the Hokage's office with a face darker than coal. At first, he had been overwhelmed with joy. His wife had come back to life. And then, right in front of him, she ran off with someone else. As if that weren't enough, his past crimes were exposed publicly, causing his reputation in Konoha to collapse overnight. Why, what grudge do you hold against me? Why would you do this to me? After decades together, could all of that truly mean nothing? The image of Naruto, that brat standing beside his beautiful wife speaking of marriage, burned into his mind like poison. Unbearable. He clenched his fists. He was old. If not for his son and the family still tied to him, he might have killed Naruto on the spot. Even though 437 hadn't acted, he himself would never let Naruto go. Then a thought surfaced. Wasn't Jiraiya investigating the Akatsuki? And hadn't Itachi reported that their target was the tailed beasts? If that was the case, then he could simply hand over the 9 tails. As long as Naruto died, the Akatsuki never truly cared about the tailed beasts anyway. Despite their power, they were riddled with weaknesses. Any cage-level shinobi could suppress one. That was how tailed beasts had always been captured. To Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 9 tails was expendable. Better yet, it could serve as a perfect excuse to ignite a war. The village had been peaceful for too long. With nothing to do, people would eventually turn inward and tear him apart. A war would solve that. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Without hesitation, Hiruzen activated a special space-time ninjutsu and sent a message to Itachi Uchiha. Despite Itachi's defection, the third Hokage had always maintained contact with him. That was why Itachi later returned after Hiruzen's death, to show that he was still alive. Their dealings had only ever been with the third Hokage. With anyone else, especially Danzo, there was no trust. Itachi feared that Old Dog would target Sasuke, but none of that mattered now. The story had already veered completely off course. Disgraced and cornered, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer had the luxury of restraint. He needed a war, otherwise a nationwide petition could strip him of the Hokage title entirely. High above the Hokage monument, Lafan watched everything unfold with amusement. Somehow popcorn had appeared. He sipped his drink leisurely while observing the chaos below, occasionally glancing at his own absurdly inflated attributes and muttering, "Creator, stop already. You're a creator god, not a destroyer god. How many lives do you plan to erase?" His stats were increasing by millions every second, and millions of attributes meant billions of lives, hundreds of billions erased in moments. That wasn't human. Countless innocent lives vanished without warning, reinforcing Lafan's growing belief in the fragility and insignificance of life. Why was life so cheap? He wondered if one day he too might be erased just as casually. At this point, Lafan's passive perception already covered the entire solar system. If he actively focused, he could observe a vast region of the Milky Way itself. His speed exceeded light by more than 10,000 times. Time and rules bent effortlessly beneath him, yet the stronger he became, the more bored he felt. Fortunately, the Naruto world itself was shaped by narrative logic. Even invincible beings were still bound by the influence of stories and memories. That meant he could finally fulfill an old dream. He could take control of the Naruto world and reshape it into whatever he wanted. And it was easy. Lafan already possessed every power this world could offer. Destroying or creating worlds was trivial. What was difficult was invading another world and rewriting the rights and identities of its people. But he wasn't alone. He had the endless chat group. As long as his attributes continued to grow, he could modify and rearrange any world at will. For example, he had already implanted future memories into Naruto and Biwako, memories where they truly became husband and wife. They grew old together. In Naruto's small apartment, they cleaned side by side, cooked together, and lived peacefully, radiating quiet happiness. Back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen stared unblinking at the crystal. If Naruto dared to act out of line, he would immediately arrange accommodations for him. Fortunately, in Naruto's implanted memories, he married Biwako at 16. For the sake of Boruto and Himawari, they wouldn't cross that line. After all, in those memories, they were already a married couple. Lafan finished an entire can of magic beer in one gulp. He glanced at the endless chat group, observing everyone's activity. Sasuke was unusually active in Dong Wanqiang's world and seemed to be enjoying himself. Dong Wanqiang had fully embraced the role of Qin Shi Huang, leading Daxia to dominate the world once more. He had already begun invading Japan. Kill them all. Meanwhile, Sasuke calmly enjoyed beef while Orochimaru, Grey Wolf, and Slow Sheep engaged in an animated discussion. Originally from entirely different systems, the sheep and wolf had barely interacted in earlier versions. But with Orochimaru acting as a bridge, the three quickly bonded, exchanging ideas on inventions, biology, physics, chemistry, and cutting-edge technology. Orochimaru, a giant in biological research, was fascinated. How unpleasant. As for Ryugu Saiyan and Momoga's territories, Lafan couldn't be bothered to look. Those two were old foxes. Cunning, powerful, and dangerous. If they ever entered the Naruto world, even Kaguya Otsutsuki wouldn't stand a chance. They might not rule the world, but they could certainly destroy it. Within the seven-colored chaos, the creator continued to erase entire dimensions. With every act of destruction, its power surged to terrifying heights. What had once been a speed of 30 million light-years per second had now expanded to 10 billion light-years per second. Even within the vastness of seven-colored chaos, moving billions of light-years in a single second was absurd beyond reason. Many newly formed universes were not even 10 billion light-years across. Through endless destruction, the creator gradually understood what chaos truly was and how to construct it. Chaos at its core was simple. Each cell sacrificed itself to form its own independent chaos. That was all. At present, the creator's body was still insufficient. A single cell could only support the creation of a galaxy. And even the smallest independent dimension was hundreds of times larger than the Milky Way. To bridge that gap, its strength would need to increase several hundredfold. That meant reaching a speed of at least 100 billion light-years per second, 100 billion light-years in a single second. That number alone defied comprehension. At that point, no one could even say whether this was speed anymore or simply power manifesting as motion. If such a being descended upon the world where the human king resided now, that entire dimension would collapse instantly. The power difference was absolute. Of course, as the group owner of the Endless Chat group, the human king had his own ways of growing stronger. But even so, creating something from nothing was impossible. What once seemed like explosive growth now felt painfully slow. Even surviving another 100,000 years would not provide as much data as destroying a single dimension. Sensing its master's relentless growth, the Endless Chatting dress complained quietly, "Master, with such power, why do you still do such boring things?" Lafan smiled faintly. "Boring, not at all. Look at that old bastard. He's already secretly contacting the Akatsuki. In 3 days, they'll arrive and go after the Nine Tails. Baiwako will sacrifice herself to protect Naruto. Naruto will fall into darkness and destroy this world for me. Isn't that the most efficient way to extract the world's essence?" "That's true," the system admitted, "but you don't need to handle such trivial matters personally. Leave it to your subordinates. You should test yourself against the heavenly sovereigns or the chaos rulers." At the mention of chaos rulers, Lafan immediately shook his head. "Forget it. Go play by yourself, I'm perfectly fine. Why would I provoke someone on my level? I might not even win." The Endless Chatting dress fell silent, feeling helpless. Its master was capable of cleaving heaven itself with a single strike, yet he refused to acknowledge his own standing. After all, heaven itself surpassed chaos rulers, gathering countless systems and organizations from all realms. But the system was merely a tool. It had no authority to argue. Seeing the silence, Lafan thought to himself, "Madness, why provoke equals when life is comfortable?" The law of the jungle was simple. Pick the easy prey, grow steadily. Let Genesis develop slowly and stir trouble elsewhere. I'll focus on growth. Still, creation at this level was terrifying. It surpassed what numbers could describe. Bored, Lafan stretched. Nothing interesting to watch. "I'll go grab some Ikaraku ramen and calm down. And Calamus doesn't sound bad either." Lafan appeared instantly at Ikaraku ramen. The entire shop froze. How could someone grow up looking like that? Why did such a person exist in this world? Tuchai stared at him, face flushed. What would you like to eat, sir?" Lafan shook his head slightly. As the ruler of blood, his charm fluctuated with his life value. The numbers were already so large that he couldn't be bothered to look. Fortunately, he maintained self-restraint. Otherwise, his appearance alone would kill anyone below the level of world ruler on sight. The truly powerful were unseen and indescribable. In this vast world, anyone who spoke Lafan's name could be located instantly. But he didn't care. There were millions of people with that name. So he restricted it. He also restricted the passive killing effect. Now even an ant could look at him safely. Signature ramen. Tuchai cursed inwardly. That voice, that face. How was he ever supposed to get married now? From the moment I saw you, my heart had no room for anyone else. Fan ignored the reaction. He finished his ramen, planning to visit a hot spring afterward, maybe wander Juan's street for a few nights. If he got tired, he'd just rest at someone's place. Mei Terumi. Kuretsuchi, anyone. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Boonie Bears world, Dong Wanqiang led the Huxia army to the Japanese coast, stopping 100 kilometers offshore. Japanese warships gathered in force. American fleets followed. The surrounding waters were sealed. Aircraft carriers stood ready. If Huxia dared to fire first, large-scale bombardment would follow. The Grizzly Bear Nation chose silence. They couldn't understand how their so-called most reliable ally had gone mad. Navies from around the world sent urgent warnings. They were prepared to repeat history the moment Huxia made a move. Dong Wanqiang listened calmly. He wasn't afraid. He had endured humiliation for decades, signing treaties, lying low, preparing. Laser weapons from games, Patriot systems, unidentified technologies, he even possessed Gundams, all for this moment. We are a nation that never forgets, Dong Wanqiang declared coldly. We remember the war a century ago. Today I have only one goal: slaughter Japan until they surrender. Dressed in black imperial robes, he stood like Qin Shi Huang reborn. Your Majesty, an aide asked hesitantly, what if they refuse to surrender? Dong Wanqiang's gaze was indifferent. Then exterminate the entire clan. I have fought countless wars. Clan extermination is nothing new. Hearing Dong Wanqiang's terrifying words, all the officers present were stunned. Annihilation of an entire clan over a single disagreement. Although the Japanese devils were hateful, they didn't wipe out our entire race. Isn't this too cruel? What if countries around the world saw this report and united as a whole? At this moment, a short, bald man with a beard said weakly, Your Majesty, we don't need to be so ruthless, do we? Looking at the man before him, Dong Wanqiang shook his head. Bald Qiang, this isn't called ruthless extermination, it's called eliminating the root of the problem. Since they won't surrender to us, and we've already caused bloodshed, are we just waiting for them to take revenge later? Bald Qiang knew exactly how powerful Dong Wanqiang was. He was a true god. Could any human really defeat such a divine being? Fortunately, these deities were our ancestors, otherwise who could have withstood them? But as long as your Majesty is here, there shouldn't be any need for revenge. Hearing Bald Qiang's words, Dong Wanqiang shook his head. There are too many people stronger than me, but they don't live in this world. Okay, that's settled then. This is no joke. If we start a war, we'll kill you, otherwise we won't start one. Listening to Dong Wanqiang's words, they saluted for several days. Although such a clan extermination was cruel, when they thought of the massacres in history, they felt it was not too much. After all, if the Japanese devils hadn't been short-handed in the past, perhaps the Huxia people would have been wiped out. We're not worried about genocide being too cruel. We're just worried that other countries, seeing such a horrific scene, will unite, or even that other countries will use nuclear weapons. Even if your Majesty is powerful, you still can't withstand a global nuclear war. Even if your Majesty survives, what about us? But now they've put those issues behind them. For so many years, they've been dreaming of defeating those damn Japanese devils. Now that we finally have the chance, how can we face our ancestors, our country, and our people if we don't fight back fiercely? Following Dong Wanqiang's order, all fleets were ready and launched their attacks. Meanwhile, rocket launch pads and Dongfeng Express missiles emerged across the Huxia mainland, heading towards various military camps in Japan. 100 kilometers away, the Japanese Navy watched as the warships opposite them on the radar continued their attack despite their warnings. This left the Japanese officer in disbelief. What could possibly embolden the incredibly cowardly Huxia to dare to attack our great Japanese empire? Could the legend be true, and that the first emperor is still alive? Daxia has the help of immortals. At this point, the Japanese army could no longer care about anything else and entered a state of combat readiness. And they immediately notified the United States, the Falcon Nation, the Surrendered Nations, and the Aphrodisiac Nation. Subsequently, notifications were issued that aircraft carriers from major powers were deployed, and warships from these powers began to enter the coastal cities of Daxia. However, the moment they stepped into Huxia territory, missiles appeared on the sea, and their targets were precisely aimed at their warships and aircraft carriers. This is a powerful ocean-guarding missile system, which Dong Wanqiang obtained in his 13th year. It is a powerful defense system. Once deployed, it can defend a sea area within a radius of 3,000 kilometers and automatically attack foreign warships equipped with weapons. This is definitely cutting-edge technology. I have to say, the sign-in system is amazing. If Dong Wanqiang could sign in for hundreds of years, that would be incredible. It seems like they might even be able to build a quantum Gundam. Those missiles were quickly detected, by the US carrier battle group and intercepted directly using its overwhelming defense system. However, the knockoff aircraft carrier of the God Oil country could not defend against this terrifying missile, which hit all of the God Oil country's warships and aircraft carriers in an instant. Terrifying explosions rang out, and the aircraft carrier battle group of the Divine Oil Kingdom was instantly turned into a sea of fire. The inferno was bad enough, but this oil-producing country turned out to be a real swindler, carrying 5 nuclear bombs on its aircraft carrier. It seems they had planned this all along to trick Daxia. As it turned out, the bombing occurred outside the sea area, and the enormous explosive power of the 5 nuclear bombs directly affected the warships of neighboring countries. However, as expected of the United States, they had already conducted nuclear explosion shockwave tests, so their aircraft carriers were not significantly affected, but the Falcon Nation and the surrendered nations were unlucky. Although they were probably very wealthy, they weren't rich enough to do what the Beacon Nation did, spending the cost of scrapping an aircraft carrier to conduct anti-bombing experiments. As a result, their carrier battle groups were wiped out one by one. As the 5 nuclear bombs exploded, enormous objects emerged and Dong Wanqiang frowned. "Damn the Divine Oil Kingdom, how could they be so heartless? They'll leave the front lines to you, I'll go deal with the rear." As he spoke, Dong Wanqiang's figure disappeared. This was the teleportation skill he had acquired in his 20th year of signing in. In an instant, they arrived at the border of Daxia's sea area. Seeing the warships that had been blasted away and the tragic scene, he frowned. He had initially thought that even if the major powers were irrational, they wouldn't resort to nuclear weapons, but now it seemed he had underestimated their actions. He observed carefully and discovered that the US aircraft carrier also had several nuclear bombs, and they were hydrogen bombs. Do these guys want to exterminate Daxia? Since that's the case, I won't hold back. At this moment, Dong Wanqiang made a ruthless decision. In his 40th year of signing in, he obtained a super-powerful device called the Electromagnetic Wave Control Machine, Zhao Deed. This is a product of a highly advanced civilization. It can control any machine with electrical circuits that is within the magnetic field of the same planet. The only downside is that this thing can't cross planets or be controlled by magnetic fields. But this thing is extremely powerful because it's enough to turn a planet, a place of great renown, back to the primitive era. Now he has a bold idea: to exterminate the Beacon Nation, the Oily Nation, the Falcon Nation, and the Surrendered Nation. Then we'll make the neighboring Grizzly Bear Kingdom surrender and the whole world surrender. Once we destroy these overlords, who in this world will dare to resist? We'll just wipe them out. Who can endure days without electricity? Who can endure days without information? No one would agree to let people who have enjoyed the conveniences of the industrial age return to a primitive society. As Dong Wanqiang activated the Black Technology Circuit Control, the Beacon Country, the Oil Country, the Falcon Country, and the Surrendered Country immediately detonated all their own weapons on the spot. Of course, South Korea and Japan were also targeted. However, such a large-scale explosion could lead to global warming, but Dong Wanqiang remained unperturbed. Who is he? He's a man who surpasses even Kaguya Otsutsuki. Warming. I could create dozens of ice ages and freeze the entire ocean in half without any problem. As for the radiation issue, this is not a problem either. Radiation is a form of energy, and the powerful Dong Wanqiang gained a strong energy absorption ability in his 60th year of signing in. He can absorb any kind of energy as long as it's energy, but he can't absorb energy that's too intense. For example, the energy of attacks gathered by others, such as a tailed beast ball, the kind that explodes upon contact. But radiation energy isn't something he can absorb very easily. As the weapons of all the major powers exploded, the sky over the entire Earth turned red, and mushroom clouds tens of thousands of meters high appeared in various regions. After all, the enemy's bomb sites would definitely have more than one bomb, as establishing a storage point itself requires extremely high maintenance and construction costs. Therefore, it's not uncommon for several, or even dozens, of them to explode together, creating mushroom clouds tens of thousands of meters high. The Huxia troops in the Japanese region watched as their warships exploded on the spot, and as fiery red lights continuously emerged from the sky in the distance. They killed people too. Could it have been the ruthless Qin Shi Huang who did it? No, shouldn't it have been done by our emperor? No wonder history calls him a tyrant. He truly was a tyrant. To outsiders, he was no longer just a tyrant, he was a devil. Such a devil, now unified again, Daxia truly doesn't know if things will turn out well or badly. However, the warships did not retreat and continued to advance because all of Dongying's military forces had exploded, leaving only some weapons that did not use electrical circuits, such as M4A1 and Barrett rifles, but these weak weapons were no match for the powerful tank armor. This is already a crushing victory for Daxia. Sifi Dong Wanqiang didn't actually intend to find someone to use this move. His original intention was to conquer the world with his inability to do so, but unfortunately, the Divine Oil Kingdom didn't uphold martial ethics. Then it's no wonder they have no choice but to blame themselves. By this time, the Divine Oil Kingdom had already become a living hell. After all, it was a country with such an arrogant population density, and the Divine Oil Kingdom was also an extremely greedy country. For them, the only way to protect themselves is to continuously stockpile powerful nuclear weapons, so they secretly continued to manufacture it, and the domestic stockpile had reached the level of the Soviet Union. This explosion directly caused the collapse of the entire Divine Oil country. That mushroom cloud tens of thousands of meters high, that enormous radiation layer thousands of kilometers long, military bases were flattened, and everything was vaporized by the powerful flames. Of the more than 1 billion people, less than 10 million can survive. The United States is all right, since the wealthy there have long been prepared for the end of the world and have already prepared the Ark project in their own homes. So even with such a massive explosion, tens of millions of people could still survive. The surrendered countries and the Falcon nation were unlucky. After all, their territories were already small, and this bombing wiped them all out. It wasn't just their own deaths that affected their neighboring countries. Industrialized nations are crying for their parents, surrendering like traitors. What have I ever done to you? The massive explosion left industrialized nations helpless, resulting in the needless sacrifice of 50% of their population, nuclear contamination of 50% of their territory, and radiation contamination of another 30% of their population. The entire world was bathed in red light, and all communication devices worldwide were forced to shut down. The powerful explosion directly altered the Earth's magnetic field, which would take tens of seconds to recover. Dong Wanqiang silently watched all of this as if it had nothing to do with him. Although he was cowardly, he was also ruthless. Otherwise, how could someone spend 60 years living a secluded life in a remote mountain forest? Because he is ruthless and carefree, Dong Wanqiang is actually more selfish than anyone else. He is capable of doing anything to get what he wants. Of course, because he is very selfish, he wants this world to become Daxia's world, so if other countries do not surrender, he does not mind massacring them. Let this world consist only of Daxia, and only of the one nation of Daxia. In any case, with such a vast territory and population, Daxia is perfectly capable of being self-sufficient. With all the technological gadgets he's acquired over the past 60-plus years of humiliating daily check-ins, even the poorest primitive tribe could take off. Not to mention Daxia, which will be led towards a cosmic civilization and the exploration of the mysteries of the universe. How interesting this is. Of course, the main reason is that the check-in system on Earth is too weak. The check-in system is location-dependent. It's not that you can check in anywhere. The place he had previously cowardly signed into was the burial site of the Sage of Six Paths corpse, the most prosperous place in the entire ninja world. If he didn't still need to breathe, he would want to run to the moon and sign in right now. That would be the ultimate way to feel utterly satisfied. But that doesn't matter anymore. Now all we need to do is let Daxia unify the world. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and global temperatures rose by about 5 degrees Celsius, a result of the devastating impact of the nuclear explosion. Meanwhile, the Grizzly Nation is also urgently contacting Daxia to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, on the Japanese battlefield, the Huxia army successfully landed, with its terrifying tanks sweeping across the land. The officers of the Eastern Camp charged forward fearlessly, shouting slogans like, "For the Emperor." It has to be said that the policies have been brainwashed. However, the people here don't think that way. In these years of low-desire society and despair, the younger generation has long wanted to escape this country. Now that they see an opportunity, how could they possibly let it slip by? A large group of people were chanting things like "Reach the Emperor." It has to be said that Japanese culture itself is problematic. Just look at how much its own people dislike it. The Huxia army was stunned as they watched the cheering young people in front of them. What's going on? Aren't the people of Japan patriotic? Don't they worship the Emperor? This is different from the information we had. Shouldn't they have taken up arms and fought us? What about their samurai spirit? In fact, Daxia is unaware that this is the scourge of capital. With capital controlling the vast majority of social resources, more and more outstanding young people have no chance to succeed. In addition, Japan's own system, which is based on lifelong employment and prioritizes seniority over talent, means that if you want to become a formal worker, you have to work for 3 to 5 years first. As for promotions, even for regular employees, it wasn't the reviewers who promoted you. There are many more injustices, which led to the emergence of a low-desire society throughout Japan. It means not buying a house, not buying a car, not saving money, and spending very little on food and drink. Most of the money was spent on entertainment, such as the booming maid cafes and host clubs. For example, games and comics are very popular. How desperate must one be to spend the majority of their newfound wealth on entertainment? Even when it comes to food and drink, these young people are frugal, yet they're willing to spend a lot of money to have fun with high school girls. After all, a survey in Japan showed that 70% of high school girls had had S**X. What a hopeless society this is, now seeing its own society shattered. Young people saw hope for the future and naturally they were happy. However, a large number of people were unhappy, but it didn't matter. The army was coming and anyone who resisted would be mercilessly killed. Because their emperor was Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, the one who was decisive in killing, faced with an emperor who would exterminate an entire clan at the slightest disagreement, they were reluctant but had no choice but to act. Because their emperor was right, they refused to surrender and stayed to avenge them. All those who resisted were ruthlessly eliminated. Because all of Japan's weapons had disappeared, and tanks and armored vehicles were rampant, all those willing to surrender gathered automatically under orders. Feeling the intense heat in the air and seeing the red glow filling the sky, no one would be foolish enough not to know what was happening. A nuclear war had probably already broken out outside. The fact that Daxia dares to launch such a large-scale invasion of Japan, and that the Japanese army has not resisted, indicates that this war was initiated by Daxia. As a Japanese person, you may not recognize the flag of the United States, but you will definitely recognize the flag of Daxia. After all, their history classes focus on Daxia, but the greatest desire of the great Japanese empire has always been for Daxia. But they didn't realize that constantly brainwashing the people in this way was also creating illusions about Daxia among them. With Daxia's rapid development and numerous opportunities emerging in recent years, they are even more eager. As a result, the number of people using the profile picture naturally increased. After all, no one wants to be wiped out by such a terrifying army. Large forces continued to emerge, and all those who resisted were wiped out. Even the emperor and all high-ranking officials did not have the chance to surrender. These are the words of Qin Shi Huang. There has only been one emperor in Huxia history. How dare a mere ant call himself emperor? So they didn't even have a chance to surrender. They were all killed instantly. At this moment, Dong Wangqiang was also extremely busy. The temperature was rising all over the world, and a large amount of radiation energy was emerging. He needed to find a solution. The scene returns to the ninja world where 3 days have passed. Lafan has sent Mei Terumi and Kuretsuchi to heaven. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization had already mobilized and arrived in front of Konoha. As for the third Hokage, he simply went outside to relax. Currently, there are no cage-level shinobi in Konoha. Kakashi and Guy have not yet reached that level. Everything will be ready in 3 years. With their preemptive invasion, the Akatsuki are now unstoppable, and no one can stand in their way. This time, the Akatsuki's objective was simple and clear: to plunder the nine-tailed fox. Their idea was to destroy Konoha while they were at it. Kakashi and Deiko also ended their battle in 3 days. They no longer had the strength to stop the Akatsuki's invasion. Lafan watched all this with amusement. Would Naruto unleash his full potential? And Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're too naive. When the Akatsuki's main force arrived, Danzo wasn't there and you weren't there either. Even if they came back, they would have taken you away again. Who in the vast village of Konoha could stop the Akatsuki? Asterisk. No one could stop it. Lafan was very curious. Would Naruto unleash his full power after the destruction of Konoha, then become the destroyer of the world? By the way, if Biwako dies again, Naruto will definitely break down. Based on the memories I set for them, their love for each other has reached its maximum. If Naruto gets into trouble, Biwako won't stand idly by. Then since the Biwako Akatsuki organization doesn't need them, they'll be killed directly. Great, let's keep the story going. Lying in the air, looking down at Lafan, who had everything under control, he eagerly awaited how the story would unfold. At this moment, Pain arrived, along with all the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Because the third Hokage already knew about their situation, they had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, if the 5 great nations unite, they will be in great danger. Moreover, the third Hokage's departure has left ye in an unprecedented power vacuum. This is the best time to hack in. However, to prevent any trickery from the other side, all members of the Akatsuki organization participated this time. How strong is the Akatsuki organization when all members are still alive? It's a powerful organization that can prove to be able to directly confront, and even easily defeat, the 5 Kage. Unless the 5 Kage gather together, and unless ninjutsu is used to suppress them, it is really unlikely that they can be defeated. There is another problem. Nagato is very resilient now, unlike Nagato a few years from now. Their combat strength is no weaker than it was 3 years later. As the members of the 6 Paths of Pain threw the animal path into Konoha, he then summoned it with a backhand. All 6 Paths of Pain have entered and completed. Of course, the animal realm here doesn't include girls. As the Akatsuki invaded, Konoha's alarm network detected it instantly, and the entire village emitted a tremendous alarm. Then one by one, the ANBU ninjas rushed out. As the animal path summoned one beast general after another, it began its frenzied destruction of Konoha. The ninjas were fighting fiercely, and Naruto, who was enjoying the afternoon at Lake Biwa, was also startled by the huge explosion. The next second, a man with Sharingan appeared in front of Naruto. "Run, don't get caught or you'll die." As he spoke, the Sharingan-eyed man disappeared. Naruto stared at the man, momentarily stunned. Could he be Sasuke's older brother? Watching Itachi Uchiha disappear before their eyes, Biwako asked seriously, who was the other party? Naruto knew that his wife died the moment he was born, so she didn't know many things afterward. He is Sasuke's older brother, Itachi Uchiha, and the executioner who wiped out the Uchiha clan. Listening to the celebrity's words, Biwako asked with some concern, "Is that so? Is his information reliable?" "Reliable." Sasuke said Itachi was a machine without emotions. Everything he did was for Konoha. Naruto recalled what Sasuke had said, but he wouldn't run away. Because he wanted to protect the home he had finally found, he wanted to protect himself and Lake Biwa. Naruto had already mastered the power of the 9 tails. That's right, under Sasuke's powerful Sharingan, Naruto had seen the 9 tails 787 many times, and he had even moved the 9 tails. If he encounters danger, the 9-tailed fox is willing to come to his rescue. However, Sasuke had previously stated that the 9 tails power should never be used, unless absolutely necessary. But now that he himself is in danger, and his wife is in danger, how could he possibly stand idly by? As for his other helpless older sisters, Naruto had already forgotten about them. Biwako also knew about this. It's not Naruto's fault. Blame Sasuke, that be ****D. He was messing around with his Naruto. Furthermore, Naruto didn't want Hiruzen Sarutobi. His previous idea was to not get married and instead help these helpless older sisters. Of course, it can't be said that Naruto was without fault, but those women are really pitiful. After all, their men are cheating on them all. They're unwilling to work overtime even after going home, which makes them dissatisfied every day. This issue is also outside the scope of this discussion. After all, Biwako and Naruto both have memories and know about these things, and they fell in love after knowing about these things. However, they were now terrified because this unexpected situation was something they had never experienced before. Naruto also knew that he shouldn't have come out to acknowledge Biwako that day. If he hadn't, none of this would have happened. But he really couldn't resist. He really wanted to be with Biwako, to look at her, to hear her speak, and to eat the food she cooked. Biwako was the same. She wanted everything about Naruto, so they recklessly recognized each other. So the problem arose because Hiruzen Sarutobi disregarded martial ethics and summoned the Akatsuki. And he simply ran away, saying that any problems he encountered would be solved through war. This time, Konoha has been invaded. When Hiruzen Sarutobi returns, the first thing he must do is appease Konoha, and the second thing is to launch a war of revenge. Using hatred to quell the loss of public support during this period is clearly not the first time that Hiruzen Sarutobi, an old politician, has used war to escape Konoha's discontent. As the animal path summoned, terrifying and enormous summoned beasts appeared, causing a massive explosion throughout Konoha, centered around the Konoha gates. All the houses were trampled to pieces by the enormous summoned beast, and the civilians who had no chance to escape were crushed to death. The sight of such a horrific scene filled the surrounding crowd with even greater terror. The people ran out desperately, and at that moment the ninjas and ANBU all gathered around. Even Naruto and Biwako arrived. Although they disliked the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, they loved Konoha. Konoha is their home. How can we tolerate the enemy trampling on our homeland like this? Upon arriving at the scene, seeing the complete chaos and the corpses everywhere, Naruto, who was witnessing such a scene for the first time, could hardly bear it. No. This can't be true. How could this happen? They are all innocent. Seeing Naruto's inability to accept what was happening before him, Biwako hugged him, saying, "This is reality, this is the adult world, it's still too early for you." Feeling the warm embrace of Lake Biwa, reflecting on the scene before me, and listening to Lake Biwa's words, "Is this the adult world? Why must the world keep hurting each other like this?" He couldn't understand, but he knew he couldn't continue down this path of stagnation, because it was he who had said he was coming. Now he's the one who's become a burden. How can a man let his woman protect him, and a woman weaker than himself? Naruto, suppressing his discomfort, spoke to the nine-tailed fox within his mind. "Nine-tailed fox, I need your help. These people are killing everywhere. I want to protect Konoha." Protecting Konoha, what a boring reason. "But since you're willing to hand over complete control of your body to me, I'm happy to help you with this small favor." Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto completely relaxed. In an instant, Naruto's entire body turned golden. It was Kurama Chakra mode. No, this is an even more powerful mode than the Nine-Tails Chakra mode in the original work. This is the legendary True Nine-Tails mode. In an instant, a massive amount of chakra erupted from Naruto's heart, and this terrifying chakra release naturally alerted the Akatsuki members. At this moment, sensing Naruto's outburst, Biwako also sensed the coldness emanating from him. "You're not Naruto. You're not, stupid woman. That brat is too weak to control my full power, so I'll reluctantly come out to help. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. After all, he's one of my few friends, King." As Kurama spoke, it pushed aside Biwa Lake, and then 9 giant hands emerged from the golden light, each hand releasing a tailed beast ball. Kurama enjoyed this state because Naruto, as the vessel, was undoubtedly the strongest. Even Kurama's true form could never unleash such terrifying power. This is the power of the Asura bloodline. In version 5.4, a guy with the Asura bloodline sealed the 9-tailed fox with just his hands together. Kurama remembers this vividly. Now that he has obtained the powerful body of the Asura bloodline, this group of Akatsuki members are no match for him. The 9-tails tailed beast ball easily destroyed one summoned beast after another. However, the damage came at the cost of destroying many houses in the village, but fortunately the ninjas had already moved the other villagers away. Otherwise, this attack would indirectly kill hundreds or even thousands of villagers, but all of that is no longer important. At the moment when the 9-tails erupted, Pain, along with the other members of Akatsuki, came over. Of course, Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu and Hidden did not come over, because they are responsible for clearing out the surrounding leaf minions. As for Itachi Uchiha, he's off somewhere slacking off, while Kisame is currently battling Guy. With Akatsuki's invasion, only 5 minutes had passed, yet Konoha had already suffered tens of thousands of casualties. Fortunately, Naruto stepped forward, otherwise with such relentless destruction, Konoha would have suffered countless casualties. At this moment, Lafan calmly observed all of this. It wasn't that he was cruel, he was simply heartless. He didn't feel much about watching other people die and everything. If he could, he would also like to restore his humanity and save the weak, but as his attributes grew stronger, he felt that these people were becoming weaker and weaker. In his eyes, these people were like cells. He needed to constantly monitor his own power, fearing that even a slight fluctuation in his strength would cause these weak beings to vanish into thin air. As his understanding of the world deepened, he became increasingly bored, but he couldn't find any other fun activities, so he could only find enjoyment in the feeling of being a director. For example, changing the plot like this, having all the Akatsuki members join in to launch the 25th Konoha collapse plan. This time the target is Naruto. Lafan doesn't think Naruto will die. The moment Sasuke left, Naruto had already obtained Sasuke's Indra bloodline. This was given to him by Lafan, allowing him to possess the bloodlines of both Indra and Asura. With the fusion of 2 great bloodlines, Naruto has become the most precious chosen one in this world, and there is no being capable of killing him. But how can Naruto escape such a fatal rejection? In Lafan's opinion, many people in Konoha would probably have to sacrifice themselves, including Biwako. Now the 9-tails is in control of its most perfect body, and it is experiencing a power output several times greater than its original 9-tails state. Although the 9-tails possesses unlimited chakra, there is a limit to its chakra output. However, the current 9-tails cannot sense any limit to its chakra output. If the other half of Yin Jiuwei were to be found, Yinwei felt that his output would be even more explosive. 9 endless golden claws like sharp blades kept slamming in, and several Six Paths puppets were unable to defend themselves and were blasted away. This forced Pain to use Shinra Tensei to blast away his 9 claws. They knew that the tailed beasts were formed by their tails, and the more tails they had, the stronger they were. But they never imagined that the 9 tails would be so powerful and so troublesome. At this moment, Pain cursed inwardly, "Damn Uchiha Madara, where did he go? Now that I need you, you're not here." But he had no choice but to continue his attack, determined not to let the 9 tails do as it pleased. Of course, they had just noticed the woman holding the 9 tails. That woman must be the 9 tails Jinchuriki's beloved. Perhaps the only way to obtain this 9-tailed fox is through such an insidious method. After all, this 9 tails is far stronger than imagined. Normally, the 9 tails with 4 tails already has cage-level strength. Now the 9 tails with its 9 tails, plus Naruto's perfect body with the combined bloodline of Ashura and Indra. If it weren't for the fact that chakra recovery wasn't too slow, the 9 tails could unleash terrifying power surpassing that of the 10 tails. It's a pity he didn't possess the 10 tails energy. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to wipe out these few Akatsuki members with a mere flick of his wrist? This is clearly going to be a protracted battle, because knowing the power of the 9 tails, Nagato outside Konoha also revoked control of his other bodies. He specifically controls Pain. Only by maximizing Pain's power can he fight this monster, the 9 tails. At this point, there's a foreshadowing element within the Akatsuki organization. Itachi Uchiha, perhaps he was the foreshadowing that would change everything. But that doesn't matter now because Nagato isn't dying, he's a vibrant Nagato. How powerful was Pain when he went all out? So powerful that even he himself was afraid. Pain suddenly unleashed a cage-level speed, instantly charging towards Kurama, the 9 tails, then raised his hand and roared, "Shinra Tensei, this is the power of rules. Even the 9 tails with its immense strength cannot be immune to them." In an instant, the 9 tails was blasted away at the speed of a cannonball, flying a full kilometer away. Pain shouted, gesturing to the idle members of Akatsuki, "Control this woman." As he spoke, Pain suddenly flew out and Kurama sensed Pain's terrifying power. 490, these eyes. Are they the old man's eyes? I never imagined someone would awaken these eyes, but they're far weaker than the old man. How could I possibly lose? Kurama disdainfully scrambled to its feet from the rubble, and seeing Pain charging towards it, it unleashed another terrifying burst of power. The two clashed again, but Pain's Shinra Tensei was just as unsportsmanlike as ever, and Kurama was blasted away once more. Damn it, this rule is so annoying. The 5-second time limit is too troublesome. Every time I'm blasted a kilometer away, I can't even get close to him. What is he thinking? What's the point of this kind of consumption for me? Is he plotting something? Kurama couldn't understand why the opponent would use such a meaningless fighting style, since Kurama's regenerative abilities meant that this level of attack couldn't harm him at all. Yes, Shinra Tensei is indeed very overpowered, but its attack power isn't actually that strong. It just knocks people away. For a power-up like Kurama, the 9 tails, it can't kill him at all. Forget the 9 tails, even Guy could withstand several hits without dying. As the 9 tails and Pain were hammered further and further away, the battle situation in Konoha has changed again, because Naruto, with his absolute power, is no longer there. At the same time, Konoha simply couldn't handle facing so many cage-level powerhouses. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha was still slacking off, searching for the information he needed on the top of the Hokage building. As for the Anbu members who were blocking his way, they were all taken down. As the pinnacle of Genjutsu in the Naruto world, no one who isn't at the cage level can withstand a single glance from him. He was that confident and powerful. This time he came to the Hokage office to look up confidential documents, wanting to see Sasuke's views on Konoha and to see what trump cards the current Hokage has in mind. You have to understand, Akatsuki isn't someone to be trifled with. With Konoha currently lacking top-tier fighters, why would the third Hokage trust Akatsuki so easily? They captured Kurama and ran away. Who knows, Akatsuki might even try to destroy Konoha. If that's really the case and Konoha is destroyed, wouldn't he be worried? Or did he deliberately want Konoha to be destroyed? That doesn't make sense. A Hokage couldn't possibly do something so ridiculous and foolish. Without Konoha and the support of the vast number of ninjas, his reign as Hokage has come to an end. Meanwhile, outside, Akatsuki members continued their destruction and killing, but Itachi Uchiha ignored it. I don't want to pay attention to it. Deidara was extremely happy at this moment. To be honest, he had never been happier than he was today. Looking at the once bustling Konoha, now riddled with craters from his art, could there be anything more blissful? A group of ninjas were chasing him from below, but they couldn't catch him because they couldn't fly. Deidara was as cheerful as the wind. Today, he was the coolest guy in the entire Akatsuki organization. The sound of explosions filled the Konoha residents hiding in the safe house with dread. They didn't know why Konoha was invaded. They didn't understand why this was happening. Isn't Konoha the strongest ninja village? Isn't Konoha the safest place in the world? Why are we being attacked like this now? And where did the Hokage go? Why wasn't he there at this crucial moment? No one could understand it. Biwako was also feeling a chill run down her spine, because in front of her was Hidden, who claimed to be the most fanatical follower of the evil god. He actually wanted to sacrifice his own life to the evil god. This monster was strange. I clearly killed him using ninjutsu. Far from dying, he threw a scythe and grazed his own arm. Watching Hidden revive after suffering fatal injuries, Biwako frowned, thinking of a ninjutsu that could blast him to smithereens. But the next second, Hidden laughed maniacally, drew a strange magic circle on the ground, and then said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, such a beautiful and powerful woman, offered to my favorite evil god, he will be overjoyed." Not only did he say that, he suddenly picked up a sickle and slammed it into his own heart. The next second, Biwako was completely stunned. She felt the flow of time, she felt her heart's blood gushing out, and she knew she was going to die. Why? Why did this happen? I promised Naruto I'd spend a happy life with him, have children together and grow old together. She couldn't understand any of it and finally closed her eyes and died. Witnessing the death of their important target, the officer who had just dealt with 5 ANBU members pounced at him, slapping him in the face. "You be ****D who told you to kill her. Didn't the boss say to capture her alive? Haha, the corpse is the same. The goal is just to break the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as the effect is achieved, that's enough. Besides, this corpse is quite beautiful. It can be made into a specimen, you know." Hidden smiled as he spoke of terrifying things. At this moment, Kazukazu also sighed. He knew his partner well. In his opinion, nothing was more important than dedicating himself to the Grim Reaper. By this time, Scorpion had also dealt with dozens of ANBU members and slowly arrived, looking at the corpses on the ground. Not bad corpses, they can serve as my new puppets. What can Kakayasu say when he sees 1 or 2 abnormal members? At that moment, Kisame unleashed his ultimate attack. In an instant, an area within a radius of 100 meters was completely surrounded by water, forming a giant water sphere. Seeing this, Deidara in the air was somewhat displeased. "Damn Kakuzu, daring to steal the limelight from my art. But I didn't expect Kakuzu to be so powerful, and that thick-browed guy with his whole body burning with red chakra is also so strong. If I were to face such monsters, I'd probably be instantly killed." By this time, Kai had already opened the 6th gate. He hadn't expected the enemy before him to be so formidable. Should he open the 7th gate? But after opening the 7th gate, he can only deal with the person in front of him, and then it's time to fight. Nine-Tails, blasted away once again, frowned. Because of Naruto, he had been keeping an eye on Biwa Lake's chakra, and just now Biwa Lake's chakra disappeared. Now he finally understood why the other party had kicked him out. Damn it, this guy is planning to kill Naruto's most beloved person. Should I let Naruto turn evil and then die to seize power? Kurama realized this, but it was too late. Naruto sensed it. Biwako's chakra had disappeared. In that instant, Naruto's soul was on the verge of collapse. Indra and Ashura's chakra instantly flowed over to the Nine-Tails chakra, and 2 streams of chakra, one red and one blue, surged forth like demons. All of Nine-Tails' chakra vanished, and Naruto underwent a dramatic transformation. He collapsed to his knees, staring at the sky, utterly devastated. No. It's not real. The Nine-Tails chakra was instantly and completely devoured by the 2 streams of chakra, and the 5 tails was also roaring in despair, but no amount of roaring was of any use. The 2 streams of chakra continued to absorb and collide with him, and the man's eyes kept changing. The Sharingan, Rinnegan, Mangekyou Rinnegan, they are constantly evolving. The Nine-Tails slowly disappeared completely. Naruto's blonde hair slowly turned silver, and 2 horns slowly grew on his head. His eyes were filled with bloody tears. The person he loved most had died just like that. Although they had only known each other for 4 days, the memories LaFan gave them were memories spanning decades, and the 2 of them became the most important people in each other's lives. That was a situation where no one could afford to lose anyone else, and the complete disappearance of the Nine-Tails chakra was felt. Pain was also stunned for a moment. "Damn it, the Nine-Tails is gone. What happened?" LaFan stroked his chin. "Interesting. He actually forced the 2 bloodlines within him to merge due to extreme anger and awakened the complete Otsutsuki bloodline. At the moment of awakening the complete Otsutsuki bloodline were the tailed beasts, which were originally the targets of Otsutsuki, instantly completely devoured by the newly risen bloodline. Now that we have a dark Naruto, and those who deserve to die are dead, I wonder what Naruto will choose. LeFan spoke of terrifying things without any humanity. Gong, endless black energy surged from Naruto's body. This was no other power but the purest and darkest power of Susanoo. As the gigantic, pitch-black armored figure, hundreds of meters tall, slowly appeared, its entire body engulfed in jet-black flames. This is Amaterasu flame, and behind the enormous Amaterasu flame hangs a bright moon. This is the powerful rule of Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu is her armor, Tsukuyomi is her weapon. Every strike and every move is an extreme physical and mental attack. The enormous jet-black warrior in flame armor raised his hand, and the massive, terrifying crescent-shaped blade radiated endless nothingness. In the next instant, the terrifying Tsukuyomi weapon fell. Seeing this, Pain dared not be careless and immediately activated Shinra Tensei at its maximum power. The sudden appearance of this monster filled him with fear and dread. He knew he absolutely could not hold back in the face of such a monster. The terrifying Shinra Tensei erupted instantly. This is the Shinra Tensei at its maximum power, even more ferocious than the one that destroyed Konoha 3 years later, because this time Pain is using his full strength to save his own life. Such a terrifying energy fluctuation naturally blasted the black flames dozens of kilometers away. But the moon-shaped weapon was not deflected at all, because it was a Tsukuyomi weapon, which was an illusory existence. While Shinra Tensei can deflect all physical damage, 657, it cannot deflect mental damage. The terrifying moon wheel blade slashed down, and the immense Tsukuyomi's powerful mental devouring ability instantly shattered Pain's tranquility. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, Nagato with his red hair roared incessantly, "PG." The pain brought blood to his eyes and tears, and the veins on his body were throbbing. Zero Nan, who was standing next to him, felt extremely distressed by the extreme pain, but the next second, Zero Nan found herself being forcibly taken away. Tears streamed down her face, tears of worry for Nagato, but looking at the heartless LeFan before her, she didn't know what to do. The moment she saw LeFan, she knew he was no match for her. This is a monster among monsters. No one can defeat such a monster, but she is really worried about Nagato. Why would someone so stunningly beautiful and invincible pull me over here? Does he want me? If so, could I beg him to save Nagato? Konan is no longer that naive little angel. She has been through so much over the years. Therefore, she also has a lot to think about. At this moment, the massive explosion in Konoha directly affected LeFan's area, but the powerful explosion stopped abruptly before reaching LeFan's area. There was no one on the Hokage statue, so everyone around Konoha was destroyed by the massive Shinra Tensei. The entire village suffered heavy casualties. Almost everyone except the ninjas died. At this moment, a weakened Kakashi crawled out of the ruins with his belt still attached. He was completely dumbfounded by the sight before him. Why, what place is this? I can't understand why this is happening. Where is my Konoha? Where is my once prosperous Konoha? Looking at the enormous crater stretching for tens of kilometers in front of me. Looking at Konoha, which had been razed to the ground, and at the numerous corpses and bloodstains on the surrounding buildings. Kakashi is on the verge of collapse. Deiko was stunned. Was this really what he wanted? No, that's not what he wanted. He just wanted to create a perfect world that belonged to Lin. This kind of war is not what he wanted. He knew that everything here was done by Nagato, because only the Rinnegan could cause such destruction. Only Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, so why? Why did Nagato commit such massive carnage? After enduring 3 days of beatings from Kakashi, Deiko regained a sliver of humanity, so he couldn't understand such a thing. Deidara, coughing up blood, crawled out of the rubble. Looking at the massive crater stretching for tens of kilometers, he roared excitedly, "This is art, absolute art." Of course, the other Akatsuki members aren't having an easy time either, except for Itachi Uchiha, who is in the Hokage building right below the Hokage statue. Because of LeFan's presence, God Zero's magic affects this area, so he wasn't seriously injured, but seeing the completely destroyed Konoha, Itachi Uchiha was stunned. Was this the outcome he wanted? Seeing such a terrifying scene, he immediately grabbed his bucket and ran away, because before the explosion, he could clearly see a gigantic black fire giant, hundreds of meters tall, appear. The leader used this move to avoid being instantly killed by the black fire giant, but such an attack couldn't even kill himself, let alone the black fire giant. Who knows what that black fire giant is? If he sets his sights on you, you won't even know how you died. Why stay and court death instead of running away? As for running away with Hidden, you're crazy. That culprit killed that woman, which is why the black flame giant appeared. Would I be crazy enough to follow Hidden? Scorpion also ran away early on, since both of them were pursuing immortality and wouldn't die for something like this. They didn't even bother with the bodies in Biwa Lake, they simply picked up their buckets and ran away. At the same time, Kai coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and became frightened. He originally wanted to open the 7 gates, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, looking at the corpses of civilians around him, he flew into a rage, who destroyed the entire Hidden Leaf village. Kisame also fled. The Akatsuki members aren't as united as they used to be. Upon witnessing that invincible black fire giant, everyone knew that staying would only mean certain death. Sure enough, a tremendous roar erupted. Biwa Lake. The black fire giant appeared unharmed, strode with an arrogant air, wielding the Tsukuyomi crescent blade, leaving countless black flames in its wake, the black flames continuously burning the giant. Upon hearing that heaven-defying roar, Zaironan lost all interest in looking at Lafan and instead turned to stare at the terrifying giant that was 100 meters tall. Why would such a monster be born? What kind of being could defeat it? Is it only the legendary 10 Tails? Seeing that Zaironan was still paying attention to other things despite crying, Lafan ignored her and gave her a sudden hug. The 10 Tails is just a casualty here. This is the final form of the Otsutsuki Amaterasu Tsukuyomi, which possesses extreme physical and mental attacks. Only those of the same level as this monster can resist it, the Rin Jogan. Feeling Lafan's hand, Zaironan came to her senses. Please save Nagato. If you save Nagato, everything is yours. Hearing Zaironan's words, Lafan shook his head. It's like you said that if I don't save you, you're not mine anymore. Are you looking down on me? Hearing Lafan's words, Zaironan was stunned for a moment. Then you can only have my body but not my heart. I'll kill myself to prove you wrong. It's all right, I'm quite good at reviving others. Okay, stop joking around. This is the necessary rhythm of the world. From the moment you entered Hiruzen Sarutobai's world, this world had already ended. This world is over. Lafan smiled as he recounted a terrifying event. Hearing Lafan's words, Zaironan was stunned. The world is going to end. No, how could that be? Lafan smiled and said, because no one can stop this Amaterasu Tsukuyomi, not even the Sage of 6 Paths. You can't. Why should I stop you? Okay, stop crying, go to heaven. Lafan looked at the beautiful woman in his arms without crying, then raised his hand and threw her into heaven. This world has taken in all those who deserve to be taken in. Let's see what Naruto does next. Once he devours the remaining tailed beasts, destroying the world will be a piece of cake. Don't worry, I'll buy you time and won't let the Sage of 6 Paths cause trouble. Lafan raised his hand and pressed the coffin lid of the Sage of 6 Paths firmly down. In the pure land of ultimate bliss, the 6 Paths sages sensed the immense calamity that had befallen the human world. A monster appeared and began to wreak havoc. He wanted to go out and suppress the monster. He wanted to leave the pure land of bliss through his own coffin, but this time he failed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't jump out of the coffin. It felt as if something was suppressing him. It was a power that was countless times stronger than himself. Faced with this power, I felt so small and insignificant. Why would the other party do this? Why doesn't such a powerful being save this world? Could he have created this monster? Lafan ignored the Sage of 6 Paths' thoughts. In his view, all of this was the world's own choice, and Naruto's own choice. I only gave Naruto a little bit of help, and that little bit of help was insignificant. Everything requires the impetus of this world. If Akatsuki hadn't killed Biwako, Naruto wouldn't have turned evil and wouldn't have awakened the darkest aspect of the Otsutsuki bloodline, Amaterasu Tsukuyomi. Once he awakens the darkest form of the Otsutsuki clan, Amaterasu Tsukuyomi, and devours the 9-tailed beasts, no one in this world can stop him. This is the most overpowered ability of the Otsutsuki clan, the ultimate physical attack and the ultimate mental attack. No physical or mental damage can harm this terrifying Amaterasu Tsukuyomi. Of course, Amaterasu Tsukuyomi is not invincible, it also has weaknesses. Its Rinnegan ability grants it ultimate spatial and purification capabilities. Using the power of space to counter Amaterasu Tsukuyomi, however, such eyes might be awakened by Boruto in the future, but it is unlikely that anyone else will. As Naruto relentlessly unleashed his Tsukuyomi attacks, countless black sword energies flew out, instantly paralyzing and shattering the souls of all those struck. This is the simplest and most direct form of killing. The lives killed will not experience any pain or sensation. This euthanasia can be considered Naruto's final act of mercy. As countless black sword energies of Tsukuyomi surged forth, Kakashi, carrying the belt, and Guy kept jumping and leaping. Kakashi said vehemently, "Damn it, why has it turned out like this? What has happened to this world?" Daiko felt Kakashi's tight embrace and said seriously, "Put me down, you and Kai can still escape, there's no need to take me with you." Unexpectedly, Kakashi said bluntly, "Don't even think about it. I've already lost you once, how could I lose you a second time? This time I will protect you. You be *****D. Don't think that just because you have my body you can have my heart. My heart will always belong to Lin. Ahem, you two, stop with your lover-dovey talk. Is there any way to bring Naruto back to normal after he turns evil? If this continues, all life in this world will be killed." Hearing Kai's complaints, Kakashi sighed and said, "I don't even know how he turned to the dark side. How am I supposed to solve this? It's nothing, it's just that his beloved Biwako-sama was killed by the Akatsuki, and then he suddenly turned to the dark side." But Kakashi, how could you not notice something as important as the Konoha invasion? Women really can corrupt people. Hearing Kai's serious retort, Kakashi could only helplessly retort, Yes, so now you're heavily injured and I, a degenerate, have to drag you away." Daiko pouted as she watched the two men's sarcastic remarks. "Wait a minute, aren't you Konoha ninjas? Shouldn't you be saving Konoha right now?" Hearing Daiko's words, Kai was on the verge of collapse, saying, "Save, are there any survivors in Konoha?" Listening to Kai's words, Daiko looked around at the ruins, with countless streams of blood gushing out from beneath them. Perhaps those were corpses. The three fell silent, except for Kakashi, who continued to run away desperately. Because he needed to take this information out to the major powers, so that they could work together to deal with such a monster. This is no longer a monster that can be defeated by individual strength. The monster's entire body is covered in merciless Amaterasu black flames that are constantly devouring the earth. The areas he passes through will be mercilessly burned by Amaterasu, and Amaterasu is an inextinguishable flame that burns everything. Even the earth was burning with flames. Who knows what the world will become if things continue like this? Therefore, he must escape, inform the major powers about this place, and then wait for Kai to recover his fighting strength so that the world's power can be gathered to defeat such a monster. Of course, many people also fled from Konoha. These were all elite jonin with formidable strength. Faced with such an invincible monster, and with the vast majority of civilians already dead, they would not stay behind to make unanimous rescues and sacrifices. A large number of elite jonin fled with their buckets, and all the members of the Akatsuki organization also ran away. Only Hidden stood there, staring blankly at the terrifying black-armored giant that was hundreds of meters tall. He seemed to see his Jashin-sama in his eyes. He screamed maniacally, "Ah, Lord Evil God, do you sense my fanatical general? Come, take the life of your most beloved follower. Kill, destroy, kill everything in the world, destroy the entire world, ha ha ha." Hidden, as if possessed, waved his arms and legs incessantly, spouting wild and nonsensical words. Seeing this scene, Itachi Uchiha did not leave. He needed more information about this monster. Based on current observations, this monster's entire body is composed of powerful Amaterasu flames. He also wields the invincible Tsukuyomi blade, each slash unleashing a black blade aura hundreds of meters wide, with an attack range of approximately 30 kilometers. This is simply a monster among monsters. His entire body is covered in armor made of Amaterasu flames, which ordinary people cannot penetrate. Unless he absorbs the opponent's Amaterasu flames, and then allows the strongest ninja in the ninja world to instantly break through the armor and kill Naruto inside. This is the only viable path. As for waiting for Naruto to starve to death, Itachi Uchiha directly rejected this offer because of his powerful Mangekyou Sharingan. He saw this enormous monster constantly devouring souls, growing stronger through endless slaughter. Moreover, such killing can replenish his own energy. Eating is just for replenishing energy. Naruto, who now has almost inexhaustible energy, doesn't need to eat at all. They won't starve to death. Uchiha Itachi was watching, waiting for the method this monster would use to kill Hidden. He wants to see if this monster has any other special abilities, even though his current abilities are already invincible. Even his own Susanoo Totsuka blade is no match for the opponent's sword. The Black Fire Giant strode forward step by step, and Hidden, looking at the terrifying Black Fire Giant before him, felt no fear whatsoever, and he continued to laugh wildly and shout, "Evil God, you have finally arrived. Come, purify this world. Let this world become the legendary Pure Land of Death, ha ha ha." The corrupted Naruto ignored Hidden's rage. He simply raised his foot and stomped down in an instant. In a split second, Hidden was dead. Although he was immortal, Amaterasu's flames could burn anything, and anything burned by Amaterasu would disappear. Naruto, in his rampage, did not stop, continuing to walk inland, the entire Hidden Leaf village slowly being swallowed by the endless Amaterasu flames. Everything happened so suddenly that Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was dozens of kilometers away from Konoha, was completely dumbfounded because he had just heard the massive 680 explosion in Konoha. Then an extremely terrifying monster appeared in Konoha, a terrifying black fire giant hundreds of meters tall. How could such a being exist? Hiruzen Sarutobi would never have imagined that his momentary greed would lead to the destruction of his son, grandson, family, village, and everything else. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in any of this, because the enormous black fire giant was walking towards them. At that moment, Kakashi also pounced, while the Akatsuki members ran directly towards the sea. Because they were afraid of the terrifying flames, they chose to flee. As for Itachi Uchiha, he chose to follow Kakashi because he wanted to get rid of the giant black fire giant. Currently, only he can deal with this black fire giant because he can control the flames of the challenge. If a space ninja can buy him time to cancel the Amaterasu flames and then deliver a fatal blow to kill Naruto, this crisis can be resolved. Of course, given the current situation, it is practically impossible to get close to this nearly invincible black fire giant. Therefore, we need to be prepared for a lot of sacrifices. This is unavoidable. Only by defeating this monster can the crisis of world destruction be averted. Watching the corrupted Naruto leave, and the Sage of Six Paths suppressed by others, Lafan knew that this world was over. What's left is just Naruto's one-sided slaughter, which isn't very interesting. Should I go and have some fun in the Dragon Raja world? I'll go home first and see the King of Men and all the new pretty faces. Lafan vanished from this world in the blink of an eye. In the instant he disappeared from this world. The world's destiny rules began to operate automatically once again, and Itachi Uchiha seemed to have received a signal that the world was trying to save itself. In that instant, he knew the way to fight such a monster, to become the Jinchuriki of the One Tails to the Eight Tails. If you gather all 8 tails together and become the new 10-tailed Jinchuriki, you can then fight against this monster. Itachi Uchiha realized there was a better way. He knew he needed the help of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi, otherwise he alone would not be able to persuade the major powers to kill the Jinchuriki and give him the tailed beasts. Lafan didn't know that the so-called world was actually made up of individual lives, each trying to protect itself. However, under his leadership, the world automatically chose to remain silent. However, once Lafan stops paying attention to the ninja world, the world will begin to save itself. This is what is known as the world's possibility. It was actually the world's last chance to save itself, and thankfully, Lafan didn't see the end. If Lafan had watched until the end, Naruto would definitely have been the winner. However, with Lafan gone, everything has become uncertain. Although the celebrity's win rate is still high, it's not as high as it used to be. 91% win rate. Currently, the win rate is only 73%. Everything depends on the player's skill. Uchiha Itachi knew that this was a race against time, so he skillfully sprinted forward. In the blink of an eye, he stood in front of Kakashi, using Genjutsu to pull the 3 of them into a Genjutsu space, and quickly tell the other party the whole story. A second later, the people in the outside world came to their senses. This is the power of illusion. What is 1 second outside could be tens of seconds, or even days inside. Of course, only illusions of the level of Tsukuyomi can make 1 second equal to several days. Ordinary illusions can make 1 second equal to 1 hour at most. However, an hour is more than enough for 3 people to tell their stories. The 3 of them understood the whole story and naturally chose to help Uchiha Itachi, since Kakashi still trusted his junior, even if he wiped out his own family. Then Itachi carried Guy on his back, and Kakashi carried the belt, and their speed increased again under Itachi's sharing and crow probing. They quickly located the 3rd Hokage's position. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage was desperately rushing towards Konoha, wanting to see his homeland. He fantasized that it was all an illusion, but looking at the Uchiha Yu and Kakashi duo rushing towards them, seeing their tattered clothes and bruises, they were a different story. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared in disbelief, "No, that can't be real." At that moment, Itachi Uchiha suddenly activated his Genjutsu, and Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly entered Itachi's Genjutsu field. The entire incident unfolded right before Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. He watched all of this unfold and he felt incredibly guilty. He couldn't understand why Naruto, after turning evil, would possess such power. He didn't understand why Akira wanted to harm Lake Biwa, since Hiruzen Sarutobi had clearly stated in his letter that Lake Biwa should not be harmed. He didn't understand why Pain wanted to destroy Konoha. There were just too many things he couldn't understand. He knew this was reality. He knew he couldn't trust the enemy. but he couldn't believe the enemy would be foolish enough to do something so pointless. He knew then that there was only one way to prevent the world from being destroyed, to help Itachi Uchiha gather the 8-tailed beasts and become the new 10-tails Jinchuriki to fight against Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi still has one thing on his mind, his son Asuma. A few days ago he arranged for Asuma to leave home. After all, Asuma is a simpleton. If he saw Akatsuki invading, he would definitely be the first to rush in and die. He had no choice but to do this to prevent his son from dying. He also needs to gather Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo and others for help. We must never allow this world to be destroyed. Although they all have their own selfish desires and greed, when it comes to the survival of the world, they know how to choose. If they don't even have this choice, they don't deserve such a high position or such power. However, Itachi Uchiha didn't have time to accompany Hiruzen Sarutobi to gather his comrades. He was currently leading Kakashi and the others straight towards the Land of Wind. He needs a Jinchuriki, and the Land of Wind is the weakest country. If they don't understand, he'll have no choice but to plunder them by force, so they split into 2 groups. Of course, Guy was assigned to Hiruzen Sarutobi because Tsunade was the best doctor. Only Tsunade can heal Guy in the fastest way. Tsunade is currently in Tansaku Street not far away and can be found quickly. Racing against time without Guy as a burden, Itachi's speed soared and he didn't wait for Kakashi. Instead, Itachi planned to take the initiative. He was quite confident in his own strength. Apart from Pain and the masked Madara Uchiha, only Jiraiya could go toe-to-toe with him. No one else could match him. This isn't to praise Jiraiya, but rather to say that Jiraiya was truly strong. Once Sage Mode is activated and Hama is summoned, only Pain in this world can kill him. As for the 4th Reikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage 25, without absolute rules there is no way to fight Jiraiya. For example, in close combat, Jiraiya could easily kill the 4th Reikage with a single Sage Mode or Genjutsu. As for the 3rd Tsuchikage, Jiraiya used a Sage Art, Toad Flame Bullet, which Jiraiya had to use Dust Release to counter in the past. As we all know, Dust Release consumes an enormous amount of chakra, and with the assistance of 2 Sage Toads, Jiraiya was basically a perpetual motion machine. The Toad Flame Bullet technique is an S-rank power. This is practically bullying a child. Only the 6 rules of Pain's 6 offenses could completely overwhelm Jiraiya, who possessed more than just information. If both sides knew the information, Pain was not strong, and Jiraiya could easily defeat him. For example, Itachi Uchiha in the later stages easily defeated Nagato. Itachi Uchiha was a man on par with Jiraiya. In a world where the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha didn't exist, they were the most powerful and elite beings in that world. Unfortunately, the 2 powerful individuals were too strong, so they were killed off by the script. There's nothing that can be done about it, it's just too powerful. But the world has changed now and murder mystery games no longer exist. Once such a powerful person makes up their mind, who in this world can stop them? At this time Pain was still alive, recovering from the painful injuries inflicted by Tsukuyomi. Of course, he didn't get through it on his own, rather some unseen force helped him. This power is the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, although he was completely suppressed by Lafan. However, the Rinnegan has another special ability, namely interconnectivity, which is why the Otsutsuki clan was able to find Earth later. The Sage of 6 Paths used this interconnectivity to help Nagato and told him what to do, help Itachi Uchiha become the 10-tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, this world will be destroyed. Although Nagato hated this world, he didn't want to destroy it. Itachi Uchiha was also a member of the Akatsuki organization, and he was the only person besides Madara Uchiha to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and use the infinite Tsukuyomi. This aligned with their ultimate goal, so he agreed. Fortunately, Naruto didn't run towards them, otherwise Nagato would have been killed. In just a short time since Lafan left, so many unknowns have appeared in this world. It has to be said that the world is truly an interesting place. Even if someone as invincible as Lafan had anticipated the solution would change once he left. This is the will to survive that comes from the world. Even ants struggle to live, let alone the will of a world that has existed for countless years. They will do everything in their power as long as there is a glimmer of hope. As for Lafan at this moment, he was already embracing the King of Men. So, have you recruited any new players lately? The King of Men looked at Lafan and retorted, "Can't you see the group chat? I can't be bothered to check. After all, it's under your management, and it's been so many days already. I just had 2, see for yourself." Upon hearing this, Lafan looked at the data appearing in his mind. Misaka Mikoto from the certain magical index world, Saber from the Holy Grail world. Hee hee honey, how did you know I like real stuff? How could I not know? You like anyone who's good-looking and has a personality. Hearing the king of men's complaints, Fan also laughed awkwardly. Ahem, wrong, there are settings that I need to know in my mind. The king of men recalled the people who had been sent over the past few days, and they all seemed to have their own unique personalities, as if they were people from the Naruto world. Returning to the Naruto world, Itachi Uchiha had already arrived in the Land of Wind. With his exaggerated speed, he arrived in the Land of Wind in just over an hour. His powerful body flicker technique combined with genjutsu allowed him to easily infiltrate the sand village, and then he quickly embedded himself inside the Kazekage building. At this moment, Kazekage was writing a manuscript. Because Orochimaru was no longer a menace, he was still alive and well. However, he is just a weakling, the kind of weakling who can't even beat Orochimaru. You should know that Orochimaru was a weakling who was instantly killed by Itachi. Before the fourth Kazekage could even react, he was already in the genjutsu space. Itachi Uchiha revealed all of Konoha's information to the fourth Kazekage. As he looked at him, your choice. The fourth Kazekage was stunned as he stared at Itachi Uchiha before him. What level of power was this? He had fallen under genjutsu with just a glance. As the strongest bug in the ninja world, genjutsu is naturally the most awesome thing. As the ceiling of genjutsu in the Naruto world, it combines the most awesome bug with the highest ceiling. There are really too few people who can fight against it. Unless it's someone like Jiraiya who possesses 3 types of chakra, because such a person cannot use genjutsu, and with the added benefit of Sage Mode, their resistance to genjutsu is unprecedentedly strong. If it weren't for Sasuke's scripted murder mystery, and the double scripted murder mystery of his incurable disease, Itachi Uchiha would definitely be the second Madara Uchiha. No, it's even a being that surpasses Madara Uchiha. Now for such a being to bully the weakest Kage, isn't that a piece of cake? Looking at the monstrous boy before him, Liu Sha knew he had no other choice. He only came to inquire beforehand, to ask if he was willing to hand over Gaara, and that was the end of it. Whether you like it or not, the other party will act ruthlessly because they want to save the world. As the Kazekage, as a leader, he absolutely cannot be selfish, but as a father, he also wants to protect his son. Torn between the two options, Russa finally made his decision after 5 seconds. I agree, and I will help you persuade the other major powers. Also, if there's really no other way and we need to form a ninja alliance, then we'll do it. Thank you for your selfless act of sacrificing your own family. Although Liu Sha knew he couldn't defeat the monster before him, he still wanted to annoy him. No, compared to you, what I did is nothing. You, who sacrificed your own family and wiped out your entire clan for the greater good. Hearing the other party's disgusting words, Itachi Uchiha ignored them. After all, he had indeed done such a thing, and now he was going to kill the other party's son. This was indeed an outrageous thing to do, but he had no choice because it was the last resort to save the world. After receiving permission, Itachi Uchiha didn't linger there any longer. He had originally planned to abduct Gaara, but now he didn't need to. He just needed to tell them the location where the Akatsuki was extracting the tailed beasts, and they could bring their men there. As for their desire to perish together with themselves and destroy the world, it's impossible for someone to be like that, especially the highest leader of a country, to want to perish with the entire world instead of caring for the people and the nation. Could such a madman become the leader of a country? And even if he agreed, the country wouldn't. The disappearance of Itachi Uchiha sent chills down Russa's spine. He knew he had underestimated Konoha's fighting strength. Such monsters were truly terrifying. What if a few more of these monsters came? Is Konoha about to dominate the ninja world? However, now is not the time to think about these things. We need to resolve the immediate crisis first, and then figure out how to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Russa wasn't as foolish as he seemed, although he agreed to sacrifice his son Gaara and the tailed beast. But that doesn't mean he'll let Uchiha Itachi go. After his battle with the Black Fire Giant is over, they can launch a sneak attack on him. Of course, the best solution would be for him and the Black Giant to perish together, and then for the rest of them to restore peace. Oh, and there's also the vast territory of Konoha. That's the most important strategic resource. It must be said that people are greedy, but this is undeniable. After solving the survival crisis, people naturally want to consider food and clothing, and after that, they naturally want to consider a prosperous society. The ninja world is not a place with a large industrial age. If they want to get rich, they can only rely on a lot of fertile land. Even in the industrial age, abundant land resources are still necessary. Not to mention anything else, oil, coal, iron ore, and arable land are all issues that need to be considered. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived in Tansaku town, where everything had been destroyed, leaving only a patch of black flames. As for his beloved disciple Tsunade, he knew nothing about her. He couldn't comprehend how powerful Tsunade was. Song should have been able to escape if the fire giant hadn't deliberately pursued him. Could Tsunade not be in Tansaku Street? No, wait, the Anbu sent a message a week ago saying she was still there. Hiruzen Sarutobi was unaware that Tsunade and Shizune had already been taken away by Lafan. The Mizukage of the Land of Water and many others were also taken away, and the third Tsuchikage was even angrier, as his most beloved granddaughter had disappeared. The Reikage's own secret techniques and his beloved disciples are all gone. They left behind only a lazy apprentice, and they also issued a bounty to explore the area. But all these days have been of no use, because they have already disappeared from this world. After all, Lafan believed this world would be destroyed, so he took away anyone he deemed valuable. May they live a happy life in heaven. Of course, none of that mattered anymore because Itachi Uchiha was now rushing towards the Land of Water. However, the Land of Water is currently in a state without watermarks and can only be managed by a few advisors working together. Even if Itachi Uchiha goes, it might not be of any use. In the end, brute force might still be the only option. Of course, the three-tailed one is no longer in the Land of Water, but the six-tailed one is still there. There's no need to worry about that. At this moment, Nagato's side also started to move. He headed towards Akatsuki's headquarters. All he needed to do was wait for Itachi Uchiha to bring back the tailed beasts, then extract them, then fuse them with the Jido Mazo, and finally make Itachi Uchiha a Jinchuriki. Moreover, his current condition is not very good and needs to be corrected, although the Sage of Six Paths can awaken him, but we can't offer him any help since Lafan's suppression is no joke. However, Black Zetsu was still there. He arrived in front of Nagato. Now that a black fire giant existed, wouldn't it be strange if the whole world supplied him with tailed beasts? When Itachi becomes the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, I can use him to summon my mother. However, Black Zetsu was unaware that his mother had long since passed away. After all, how could Rakuin possibly let go of such a unique Kaguya Otsutsuki? Even the great tomb of Nazarick resounded with terrifying earthquake sounds again, for no other reason than that Kaguya Otsutsuki had been shedding tears ever since she was rescued by Lafan. She kept saying, "My son, why did you treat your mother like this? It's truly pitiful. Sealed for 1,000 years, imprisoned in a dark area, anyone would go mad. The fact that she hasn't gone insane shows how strong she is. But crying like this isn't a solution, and besides, Lafan can't bear to see weak, pitiful and helpless people crying. Therefore, Lafan will definitely help her. When it comes to helping the weak, pitiful and helpless, Lafan has it all figured out perfectly." Unable to find Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to use the communication toad to summon Jiraiya. Good. Then he gathered Jiraiya to search for Danzo and Orochimaru, and then to seek an alliance with other countries. A few minutes later, Jiraiya easily found Hiruzen Sarutobi. Seeing Hiruzen carrying the injured guy on his back, Jiraiya felt embarrassed because he didn't know any medical ninjutsu. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's explanation, Jiraiya finally understood the whole story and was completely dumbfounded. Why did this happen? My beloved Konoha, my home, the place I wanted to protect, is it all gone just like that? What's the point of me coming out to search for the Chosen One and for peace? Why is this happening? Seeing Jiraiya's distress, Hiruzen Sarutobi was also deeply saddened, but being the cunning and shrewd man he was, he knew he absolutely couldn't reveal that he had summoned the Akatsuki, otherwise he would surely become a sinner for all time. Uchiha Itachi is one of our own, and given his personality, he shouldn't expose me, so as long as I don't say anything, everything should be fine. Itachi Uchiha was naturally aware of the situation in the Land of Water. The country was currently leaderless, and negotiations were clearly out of the question. Furthermore, Itachi Uchiha knew information about the Three Tails and the Six Tails. Naturally, he was too lazy to ask for help, so he chose to take the Six Tails Jinchuriki away, and then used his Sharingan to control the Three Tails, using the Three Tails as his mount. Although Itachi Uchiha was very powerful, carrying someone on his back while running away still presented significant problems. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already arrived at the Sand Village with the belt. After the Kazekage gave the order, the Sand Village naturally allowed the Konoha ninja to pass. He then led Kakashi and Deiko to the Kazekage's office. Seeing the famous copy ninja Kakashi, Russa was naturally pleased, since the more powerful the better when facing such a monster. Moreover, this strategy could allow Konoha to take the lead. It must be said that Luo Sha was a very successful leader, always thinking about the village. It's a pity he was too weak. He couldn't even defeat Orochimaru. Although he had ambitions, it's a shame. It has to be said that this world is really strange. Konoha, which has the hope of ruling the world, has also produced selfish and self-serving leaders like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. For their own selfishness, they have killed and harmed people in various ways, and one after another, they have killed people in the village of Ruantang. The Sand Village, a useless village without any geniuses, has a Kazekage with such strong leadership skills. Unfortunately, the Sand Village is too weak, with few geniuses and no advanced technology. In addition, the Kazekage is the weakest of the Kage, so even the strongest leadership skills are useless. All of this may be influenced by the so-called global will. If the world were truly unified, it would actually be detrimental to the global will. However, none of this matters anymore, because the world's will can only save itself. Although the Sage of Six Paths was no longer there to protect them, Kaguya Otsutsuki was no longer an obstacle. Even Zuo Ci was plundered by 3 main god players right at the start of the game. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, he has now entrusted Guy to Jiraiya's care, and the two are on their way to find Danzo. As for Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already decided to give up, because not knowing her location made searching for her like looking for a needle in a haystack. Once Danzo is gathered, along with Kakashi and Guy, 2 near-cage-level powerhouses, they will be able to join forces. Sifei, then Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya, Danzo and myself, the 4 cage-level shinobi, can still obtain considerable power in the allied shinobi forces. Although their own Konoha was gone and they didn't have many subordinates, their superior strength was simply too high. If other countries were to actually fight, it might not be just the major powers themselves. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally knew of Danzo's formidable strength. Did this guy really think Hiruzen Sarutobi was unaware that Danzo was researching the first Hokage genes and collecting Sharing and Eyes? Don't really think Hiruzen Sarutobi is an idiot. Would an idiot treat Danzo like a dog? He knew all of this, but he chose to turn a blind eye. After all, even dogs need to eat meat. If you don't feed a dog meat, it naturally won't work hard, even though Hiruzen Sarutobi considered Danzo a dog in his heart. However, they still treated each other as brothers and best friends on the surface, which is why they have gotten along very well for decades. Danzo takes the blame for Sarutobi's actions, while Sarutobi helps Danzo obtain the benefits he desires and turns a blind eye to his misdeeds. It can only be said that people who are not on the same path cannot walk together. The fact that the two have maintained a friendly relationship for decades shows that they are the same kind of people. At this time, Danzo was enjoying a life of luxury in the daimyo's mansion. After all, Danzo possessed the overpowered Kotomatsu Kami. Controlling the daimyo is a piece of cake, and finding some enjoyment for oneself is also a piece of cake. However, Danzo's Kotomatsu Kami is not of a high level and can be seen through by the Byakugan and Sharingan. However, it's not a big problem since daimyo and the others don't have that eye. Enjoying the perfect life in heaven and earth here, Danzo didn't want to leave. Furthermore, Danzo had a bold idea to make the son of the daimyo's son his own son. As for how to do it, that's simple. Just use Kotomatsu Kami to cast illusions on the daimyo's son and then cast illusions on his daughter-in-law. Then those who know, know. After all, Danzo was also a man who pursued power, money and beautiful women. However, he wasn't as open and above board as Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was more shady and came secretly. Anyway, strong people aren't fools. They know they should enjoy the good life. After all, he had endured so much hardship to become a strong and superior person. Shouldn't he be blessed? There are no saintly figures in the ninja world. Even if there were, they would be dead, or they would be blessed with protagonist halo. For example, the pair of Naruto and Sasuke are oddballs. Apart from that, they simply don't exist. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki was nothing but a weakling. The moment Itachi found him, he ended the battle with a single glance. Even the Six-Tails dared not resist because those eyes were simply too terrifying. Haven't you seen how even the Nine Tails became a toy in front of these eyes? A mere Six-Tails is nothing. Itachi Uchiha, carrying the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, quickly arrived at the lake where the Three Tails was located. Uchiha Itachi, who is currently racing against time, has no time to play hide-and-seek with the Three Tails. They suddenly threw thousands of explosive tags downwards. A huge explosion rang out in an instant, followed by massive ripples across the entire lake. As the water splashed, a terrifying behemoth emerged, roaring incessantly. Looking at the Three Tails, Itachi Uchiha used another powerful genjutsu to instantly control it, and then jumped onto the Three Tails' head. The Three Tails instantly transformed into a mount, heading in the direction Itachi Uchiha had indicated. Meanwhile, the Black Flame Giant had already begun destroying the fifth city, leaving behind a black flame road stretching for hundreds of kilometers, the entire land ablaze by Amaterasu. It caused the ground behind it to sink a meter in a straight line, and the flames stopped spreading. The black flames that started in the direction of Konoha village have now spread to a width of tens of kilometers. If the expansion of these black flames is ignored, the entire world will be engulfed by them in less than a month. Then the whole world will forget about it. The Black Flame Giant was far too dangerous. Otherwise, why would the world will have intervened to help Itachi Uchiha and the others? Uchiha Itachi, who was riding the Three Tails at full speed, felt the ring on his hand glow. This is Pain's unique way of contacting people. He looked at the ring. Pain, Itachi Uchiha, how many tailed beasts have you collected? The Sand Village has already agreed to send the one-tailed beast to you. I have the three-tailed beast and the six-tailed beast. Now we're heading towards the land of Waterfall to capture the seven-tailed beast. We also have the two-tailed beast, the eight-tailed beast, and the four-tailed beast. The seven-tailed beast is more troublesome in the land of Earth. It's all right. The world's will has already given the signal, and all the world's powerful beings know. You don't need to collect the seven tails now, just head straight here. Time waits for no one, and the situation is more serious than we thought, Nagato said nervously at this moment. Because a third of the Land of Fire's territory is now burned by black flames, it will be very troublesome if we don't speed up the process of defeating the Black Fire Giants. As Itachi listened to Nagato's words, he also felt the guidance of the world's will, as if it were leading him towards the location of the Jido Mazo. Uchiha Itachi frowned. It seemed he hadn't acted quickly enough, and the severity of his loss of composure exceeded his expectations. He immediately ordered the Three Tails to run towards the area of the Jido Mazo without regard for the cost. Danzo, who was enjoying his newfound happiness, suddenly felt the call of the world's will. There were also Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya, among others, who were preparing to search for Danzo. Sensing the urging of the world's will, they knew the situation was more serious than they had imagined. Jiraiya was also tense at this moment, never expecting that fate truly existed in this world. Is this fate self-salvation? At this point, he was beginning to believe in the Great Toad immortal. At this moment, the Great Toad Sage was already dead, because the world's will did not have the ability to summon such a large number of people. Since such large-scale summons can now be carried out, sacrifices must have been made. This time, the Great Toad Sage was sacrificed, and all his life force was directly transmitted to the world's strongest people, causing them to gather at the demonic statue of the Outer Path. This time, Russa from the Land of Wind knew he couldn't rest, so he immediately set off with Gaara, 2 advisors, and a group of elite warriors. Even the world's will has issued a distress call. The seriousness of this matter is self-evident. Similarly, the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth also set off with the 4 tails and the 7 tails, as well as a powerful elite Jonin force. The Reikage of the Land of Lightning, along with the 8 tails and all the elites, rushed towards the area of the Jido Mazo. As immortals nurtured by the will of this world, the White Snake Immortal and the Slug Immortal are also heading in this direction. This time it is the call of the world's will, and as the representatives of the world's will in this world, they will naturally not refuse the call of the world's will. Many powerful summoned beasts are also heading this way. Because the world's will can only use such a cry for help once, and because there is only one sage like the Toad Sage who specializes in spiritual cultivation, now such a summoning comes at the cost of the Toad Master's life. Since another summoning was impossible, the worlds will directly summon all-powerful life forms to this area. Of course, this does not include the Black Flame Giant, because without summoning the 10 tails and obtaining the power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki, it is impossible to defeat such a Black Flame Giant. Faced with such a double bug of the strongest physical and mental abilities, numbers are meaningless. The only being who can defeat such a monster is Itachi Uchiha, because his eyes can control Amaterasu. Naruto's Black Fire Giant is a terrifying monster formed by Amaterasu. As everyone knows, Amaterasu can only be sealed, not destroyed. Sealing the Black Fire Giant is a pipe dream. Don't forget the Black Giant has the strongest mental ability to read. This is a monster of double standards. Only Uchiha Itachi, who also possesses double standards, the strongest physical fire and the strongest mental genjutsu, could fight against him after obtaining the terrifying power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The powerful figures throughout the ninja world were stirred up. No one would take this call from the world's will as a joke. No one would want their world to be destroyed, whether for their own sake or for their families. The corrupted Naruto was unaware of all this. All he knew was that a world without Lake Biwa was not the world he wanted. Please give me flowers. He hates this world. He wants to destroy everything, to wipe everything out. Several tens of minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the first group of powerful individuals arrived before the Jido Mazo. At this moment, Nagato noticed something amiss. The arrival of the land of Earth was not normal. There were also the Four-Tails Jinchuriki and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, as well as Grandpa Onoki. Nagato, thin as a rake, sat in a special life wheelchair. He tossed a ring to the Tsuchikage. Take this. To extract the power of the tailed beasts, you'll need 10 people. Nagato didn't offer any further explanation, continuing to keep his eyes closed, because he knew his life force was also running out. He had used the incredibly powerful Shinra Tensei and withstood a Tsukuyomi attack head-on, so he was racing against time. In an attempt to atone for his mistakes, he, who hated war, never imagined he would do the most terrible thing. He still lost his beloved Zyro Nan, and with the world on the verge of destruction, the only thing he could do was to give his all to save the world. Only in this way, only in this way. The Tsuchikage Onoki, who had just received the jade ring, looked at the pillars in front of the Jido Mazo, each with a corresponding number. The clever man quickly found a jade pillar and sat cross-legged. Was he about to gather 1,000 cage-level powerhouses? An hour passed quickly and the Reikage arrived. Nagato tossed him another ring. Then Jiraiya and Sarutobi arrived, as did Danzo, Russa, Chiyo and other advisors. They were quickly arranged to sit on the stone pillars. Because there weren't enough people, the advisors from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning were also arranged to sit on the stone pillars. There were exactly 10 people. As for the people of the Land of Water, they are too far away to come in a short time, and at this moment they hear a huge tremor outside. Itachi Uchiha arrived riding the Three Tails. Watching Itachi Uchiha leap off the Three Tails, Nagato opened his closed eyes and said calmly, "Let's begin." Uchiha Itachi saw that his spot was gone, but he knew he was destined to become a Jinchuriki, so he couldn't waste his energy extracting the tailed beasts. He jumped directly onto the Jido Mazo and closed his eyes to meditate. At this moment, the three of them consciously walked to the 10 pillars, and as Nagato exerted his strength to pull them, the others also began to transfer their chakra. Extracting a tailed beast isn't actually difficult. The challenge lies in identifying the leader. The others only need to transfer chakra to assist them. 10 cage-level powerhouses, this lineup was even more impressive than the Akatsuki. The Three Tails was easily devoured in just 1 minute. Seeing this, the Jinchuriki were all terrified they might die. At that moment Chiyo suddenly said, could we let one tail come last? Hearing Chiyo's words, Nagato agreed. It didn't matter who came first or last. Once the tailed beasts were extracted, the humans would all die anyway. Besides, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast is just a child, so it's not a big deal to let him come last. Then the 8 Tails Jinchuriki walked into the stone pillar with a grin. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd have a day to save the world on July 17th. You guys must save this world, it's up to you, big brother. Go in peace, little brother, I will definitely save this world, I swear to you. Knowing the seriousness of this lapse in composure, even Ari, who treats Bai like a younger brother, cannot show mercy. Because he is the Reikage, the head of the Land of Lightning, and responsible for the millions of people in the Land of Lightning. Haha, I feel relieved to hear you say that, big brother. The extraction process then resumed, and the 8 tails inside Itachi's body did not resist, as the tailed beasts had all been hypnotized by Itachi's eyes. Their willingness to sacrifice is why they can do it so easily. 8-tailed, then 7-tailed, 6-tailed, 5-tailed, 4-tailed, 2-tailed, go up, and finally Gaara walked into the stone pillar with a blank expression. Suddenly a flash of light appeared and Gaara died on the spot. In that instant Chiyo leaped down with a loving expression, then embraced Gaara. You're still young and the most talented genius in Sunagakure in recent years. How could you sacrifice yourself like this? Just like in the original story, Chiyo used a forbidden technique, sacrificing her own life to save Gaara's. Seeing Chiyo's actions, Russa was stunned. As a father, he was very moved, but as the village's cage, he was heartbroken that the village had lost a cage-level fighter. At this moment, the other members of Akatsuki, along with the members of the Land of Water, also arrived. They were all stunned as they stared at the gigantic demonic statue that had been summoned. At this moment, Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, then clasped his hands together. Jido Mazo, 10 Tails transformation. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from Nagato's body. In an instant, the appearance of the Jido Mazo changed drastically because it had absorbed the power of the 8-tailed beasts. Although it cannot become the complete 10 tails, a fake 10 tails is still possible. For example, the 10 tails in the original work is the 10 tails that did not absorb the 9 tails chakra. As the changes continued, a gigantic tailed beast appeared. It was an entirely white-tailed beast. Nagato looked at the gigantic tailed beast and coughed up 10 mouthfuls of blood again. It's up to you. Uchiha Itachi, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the Jido Mazo, is now standing on the head of the 10 tails. He calmly looks at Nagato and nods, then uses the sealing technique taught by the world will to form dozens of hand seals and press down with his hands together. In an instant, the terrifying 10 tails, 100 meters in size, transformed into a beam of white light and surged into Itachi Uchiha's body. Itachi Uchiha underwent a dramatic change. This sudden change excited everyone present. Itachi Uchiha's entire outfit turned white, and his Mangekaiwu Sharingan seemed to have evolved, instantly transforming into the 9-tomo eternal Mangekaiwu Sharingan. Several black truth-seeking balls were even floating on his back, and he was dressed in the robes of the Sage of Six Paths, with a jet-black cane appearing on his back. Just hovering lightly in the air, this divine power made Itachi Uchiha feel his power swell. Is this power? Is this the power to fight the Black Fire Giant? Itachi Uchiha was terrified by the invincible power he possessed. If Madara Uchiha were to achieve such power, wouldn't he be able to control the world? Fortunately, I now have control over this power, so it's time to solve Naruto's problem. In an instant, Itachi Uchiha was enveloped in endless fiery red. Then the fiery energy slowly transformed into a gigantic, terrifying general, which was 100 meters tall and as large as a Black Fire Giant. The general holds the Yata mirror in his left hand and the Totsuka sword in his right. He is the strongest guardian deity and the strongest devourer of death. Seeing the colossal, invincible Uchiha Itachi, standing 100 meters tall, all the powerful figures who had rushed over were astonished. This kind of power should be able to contend with that Black Fire Giant, right? Uchiha Itachi was about to charge in. Suddenly, the voice of the worlds will echoed in his mind again, as if saying that he still couldn't defeat Naruto in a one-on-one fight. With the world constantly reminding him, Itachi Uchiha looked down at Kakashi and Deiko. Kakashi, replaced the left Sharingan of the girl next to you, the eyes of the girl who slew Nagato, and the eyes of the land slug sage. Please heal those two for me. At this moment, Kai, who had been restored by the slug sage, said with dissatisfaction, "Are you planning to face that Black Fire Giant as a group of 3? Haha, how could I judge the Toad Sage compromise? I should be a part of this great battle." The Tsuchikage then said seriously, "Although we know it's like going to our deaths, what if we lose? Since the world's will has gathered all of us, then we have our own emperor." The Reikage, equally furious, declared, "How can I let my brother sacrifice himself in vain? How can I, as his older brother, retreat without a fight? I will participate in this battle, regardless of life or death." Kisame reluctantly moved his hands and feet. "Although I don't want to save this world, I don't want to die, count me in." Scorpion also stepped forward. "For eternal life, for the sake of the art of explosion, you old bastards from May 4th, stay away, Lois, I don't know you." Deidara was quite helpless as he was chased by Onokia's yellow earth the moment he appeared. As one powerful figure after another expressed their stance, others naturally began to unite as well. However, they are not the main force. All they can do is interfere with the Black Flame Giants, because the Black Flame Giants possess powerful Amaterasu flames and terrifying Tsukuyomi blades. The only way to deal with such a monster is to use ranged attacks and sneak attacks, because in close combat, the terrifying Tsukuyomi sword aura is simply impossible for them to dodge, mainly because the sword aura is too great. While everyone was thinking of a solution, Deiko's left eye was gouged out and given to Kakashi, and then replaced with Nagato's eyes, and it fully recovered thanks to the Slug Sage's powerful healing abilities. After Kakashi and Deiko received the eyes they needed, Slug restored them. At this moment, one of them possessed the Mangekaiwu Sharingan, a spatial ability, while the other possessed the extremely powerful Rinnegan. They felt an unprecedented power. Having regained most of her strength, Deiko slapped Kakashi hard across the face. "This is the price you pay for bullying me all these days." Kakashi looked at Deiko and smiled wryly. "I didn't want to either. I know, but I still feel disgusted. The person I love is Lin. This is a world without Lin, and it would be better if this world were destroyed, but I don't want to see you die. You be ****D. Kakashi was stunned for a moment when he saw Deiko's appearance, but he quickly recovered and said, "Don't worry, I won't die. None of us will die. We'll always be together from now on. I said I wouldn't lose you a second time at 25. Deiko gave Kakashi a haughty look, then looked at the 100-meter-tall Uchiha Itachi in the sky. HMPH, sweet talk. So Uchiha Itachi, what do we need to do next? Enter my Susanoo. When I launch my attack, you use Shinra Tensei to repel the attack, and I will use my Amaterasu Sharingan to absorb Amaterasu. Kakashi-senpai, without Amaterasu's protection, you rescue Naruto. However, this opportunity only comes once. We need to lure the enemy into battle first. Your abilities must not be revealed for now. Itachi Uchiha used Susanoo to bring the two to his side and explained his tactics to them. At this moment, Kakashi said somewhat hesitantly, "Should we kill Naruto? He must die because his heart is dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so recklessly destructive and bloodthirsty. If he summons the Black Fire Giant again, none of us will be able to stop him." Itachi Uchiha sighed and said. Looking at the woman, Kakashi scoffed, "HMPH, he's just the teacher's son. Even the teacher would kill him." Kakashi was speechless as he listened to Obito's words. Uchiha Itachi looked at the crowd below and said, "Then, everyone below, please go around to the back and launch a sneak attack. I'm going to fight that monster now." With Itachi Uchiha having made the arrangements, everything began to move, and the people below took their places above the white snake sage. In terms of speed, snake-type summoning beasts have a clear advantage. Although Itachi Uchiha and the others were flying, the white snake sage's crawling speed reached a terrifying 500 kilometers per hour. All of this is thanks to magical arts. Naruto, who had already destroyed the sixth city, felt a chill run down his spine. Then he looked up at the sky, and there was a gigantic, fiery red giant, like his own Black Fire Giant, but he was completely covered in armor, just as Naruto was about to raise the Tsukuyomi blade in his hand to slash away. The fiery giant, thousands of kilometers away, suddenly hurled several Magatama at us. This is Itachi Uchiha's strongest attack, the Yasaka Magatama, a jet-black divine weapon launched from the powerful Susanoo, capable of piercing its prey across thousands of miles. The terrifying attack exceeded the speed of sound by dozens of times, and Naruto suddenly raised the Tsukuyomi blade in his hand. In an instant, the Magatama and the sharp blade collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, its power surpassing that of the tailed beast ball's explosion. This forced Naruto to retreat hundreds of meters, his darkened eyes fixed on the monster in the distance. Why is everyone stopping me? By Wako, my dear wife. I will soon bring the whole world to see you, wait for me. With a roar, Naruto suddenly raised his hand and controlled the power of Amaterasu. In an instant, countless Amaterasu gathered behind him onto the Tsukuyomi blade in his hand, a terrifying blade that was already over 30 meters long. In that instant, it instantly became thousands of meters long, even tens of thousands of meters long. However, in that instant when surrounded by black flames, the Tsukuyomi blade could no longer discern the black Tsukuyomi attack. But this kind of fire attack is far more powerful than that kind of Tsukuyomi attack. Suddenly, the 10,000-meter-long flaming giant sword was swung, sweeping away everything within a 10,000-meter radius. Naruto controlled the Black Fire Giant and charged forward. Kakashi and Deiko inside Susanoo were utterly terrified by this inhuman sight, a terrifying 10,000-meter-long Amaterasu blade. Who could withstand such a strike? But Itachi Uchiha was not afraid. He suddenly drew the Totsuka blade and the powerful Yata mirror, and then flapped his huge, fiery red wings on his back. In an instant, the speed was like a torrent, reaching a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Just charge straight ahead and turn around. However, the Black Flame Giant controlled by Naruto did not take flight. Although the Black Flame Giant could fly, if it did, it could no longer burn the earth and destroy the world. Naruto wants to destroy this world, to destroy everything. The terrifying battle between the two beings sent shivers down the spines of the 550 powerful figures above the White Serpent Immortal. Was this a battle between humans? Is this a cage-level battle? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this a battle between gods. Although they couldn't see the Black Fire Giant, they could still see the terrifying 10,000-meter-long fiery blade. Deidara said weakly, "Can we really defeat a monster like this? A sneak attack doesn't seem to be very effective, does it?" The fourth Reikage suddenly said, "Stop saying discouraging things. Whether it's useful or not, let's fight." Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a serious expression, "Yes, we can't put all the burden on Itachi and the others. We older generation still have the strength, but Orochimaru didn't come. It seems he's probably dead." Jiraiya was also somewhat saddened. "Yeah, the hand didn't come either." The Tsuchikage Onoki said, "It seems like all the powerful women in the world have disappeared. My granddaughter has disappeared too, as has the Mizukage of the Land of Water and all the others." This prompted Russa to ask curiously, "I didn't know that if you hadn't told me you wouldn't have noticed. Didn't you notice that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki isn't Yujito Nih anymore?" And the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki isn't a girl either. What's going on? Danzo made a not-so-funny joke. Maybe the gods just like girls. Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at Danzo and retorted, "You still have the nerve to make such sarcastic remarks. Get ready for battle." Jiraiya, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's serious expression, also prepared to make a sacrifice and said, "Yes, old man, I've already prepared Sage Mode. In a moment I'll flank around, summon Gamabunter and use the Sage Art, Toad Flame Bullet to launch a sneak attack." Seeing Jiraiya's boldness, the Tsuchikage Onoki also said, "Deidara, come with me to the west to settle this." Deidara retorted, "Fine, this might be my moment to prove my art. Uchiha Itachi, you look down on me, don't you? I'll show you what real art is." The fourth Raikage said, "In that case, let's divide the work. We'll handle the front lines with Itachi and the others, and the southeast, west, and east sides with us." "All right, I'll go with Grandpa Tsuchikage. I'll go with Jiraiya." Soon, the world's strongest warriors split into groups, each heading towards their respective ambush positions. The corrupted Naruto ignored these ants, because in Naruto's eyes the only threat to him was the giant, also 100 meters tall, rushing towards him from afar. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the two enormous monsters were charging at each other. Their massive size did not diminish their speed. They both exceeded several times the speed of sound. The enormous monster covered nearly 10,000 meters in no time at all. At that moment, the black fire monster suddenly swung the Amaterasu blade in its hand, and endless Amaterasu flames rushed over instantly. Uchiha Itachi suddenly controlled the huge Susanoo to raise the Yata mirror and blocked the terrifying attack of the 10,000-meter-long blade. The endless flames were completely consumed the moment they touched the Yata no Kagami. Although a large amount of flames were engulfed, the fiery giant was also suddenly blasted several kilometers away. This was the terrifying power of the terrifying blade. Seeing that the Amaterasu flame blade was ineffective, Naruto was not in a hurry. He charged forward suddenly. Although the Amaterasu flames were absorbed, the Yata no Kagami 8-foot mirror could not absorb indefinitely. The container had a limit. He cannot absorb the Amaterasu flames indefinitely, while Naruto controls the black flame giant so that as long as it doesn't run over a certain area, there will be an endless supply of Amaterasu flames. Not to mention a 10,000-meter-long Amaterasu flame blade, he could create even a 100,000-meter-long Amaterasu flame blade at any time. Because Amaterasu's flames are such that they can burn anything, as long as there is an object for Amaterasu's flames to burn, then Amaterasu's flames will increase in number. The red giant simply cannot afford to engage in a protracted war with itself. Uchiha Itachi controlled the crimson giant to retreat continuously, and he smiled as he watched Naruto pounce on him. He was waiting for Naruto to come over to force him into close combat. Only when Naruto got close could Kakashi and Deiko be effective. Only I can kill him in close combat. Naruto didn't know that he wanted to destroy everything, and that the fiery red giant in front of him was the culprit preventing him from destroying everything. Once we eliminate him, everything will be fine, because the Amaterasu Tsukuyomi Black Flame Giant is simply too powerful. Its power is theoretically unbeatable. That's why Naruto dared to rush in so directly. As long as he devoured this fiery giant, Naruto could ascend to a terrifying level once again. Therefore, close combat is inevitable. Unlike Naruto, who has countless opportunities, Itachi and his group only have one chance. If they fail to control the Black Flame Giant's attack and manage to kill Naruto instantly, there will be no next chance. Just as the two monsters were about to collide, a huge white pterosaur suddenly swooped down from afar. He instantly self-destructed towards the black fire giant, and the terrifying aftershocks of the explosion nearly knocked the giant to the ground. Although the shockwave from the explosion was powerful, the black flame giant was composed of countless Amaterasu flames. It was an extremely invincible physical defense in itself. Such a huge white pterosaur exploding clay, hundreds of meters long, such a mushroom cloud, such a terrifying attack comparable to a tailed beast ball seemed like playing house with children. However, this slight instability caused a large amount of toad oil to appear on the ground, and Jiraiya instantly used Sage Art, Toad Flame Bullet. In addition, various ninjas used various auxiliary ninjutsu to create traps. As for how they managed to outrun Itachi, Uchiha, and the Black Flame Man, this goes without saying. It's because the spatial families of the Land of Lightning made sacrifices, teleporting on a large scale. However, the price is their lives, but there's no other way in this situation. The fallen Black Flame Giant gave Itachi Uchiha an opportunity. He swung the Totsuka blade and leaped away. In an instant, the terrifying Totsuka sword plunged into the Black Flame Giant's back, but the powerful Totsuka sword did not penetrate the black flame giant's body. Instead, it was blocked by countless Amaterasu flames. Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly bled as he frantically began to twist the Amaterasu flames. Countless Amaterasu flames vanished into thin air, and in an instant Naruto's body was revealed. However, the Totsuka blade was unable to attack Naruto at all. It wasn't that the Totsuka blade wasn't powerful enough, but rather because the Amaterasu Tsukuyomi giant possessed the strongest mental defense. It is clear that the Totsuka blade is a mental attack, that is, the death key that devours souls, but it was blocked by the Black Titan's mental defenses. In an instant, Kakashi wisely used Kamui at full power, and Itachi Uchiha disappeared from the Red Fire Giant in a flash. Then the Red Fire Giant disappeared, and at this moment Deiko tightly hugged Kakashi, whose eyes were filled with bloody tears. She looked down at Itachi Uchiha, who had already pierced Naruto's heart with his sword, and the sword light was constantly surging with powerful tailed beast ball light. Sensing something was wrong, Dai suddenly pulled Kakashi backward and used Shinra Tensei to resist. In an instant, endless explosions and flames erupted. In fact, Itachi Uchiha had already planned to take Naruto down with him. He didn't think that the 10 swords Zhao Jai's alone could kill Naruto. What about the power generated by the Ten Tails' self-destruction? This could easily kill the opponent. After all, it was the Ten Tails' self-destruction. As the mushroom cloud rose tens of thousands of meters high, an area spanning hundreds of kilometers was leveled by the endless shockwaves. All the powerful figures present were blasted away, and many of them died instantly. Naruto was already dead beyond any doubt, as was Itachi Uchiha, and all the tailed beasts had disappeared. Of course, the tailed beasts will be reborn in this world over time, and the black flames above the land of fire have all disappeared. In this contest, the will of the world has prevailed. If Lafan returns, he'll be shocked. Holy crap, how did they manage to turn things around like that? The world truly holds countless possibilities. However, this possibility can only happen once, because the world's strongest individuals are now almost entirely gone. In the world of a certain magical index, in Academy City, a girl wearing safety shorts and a miniskirt suddenly delivered a spinning kick that slammed into a vending machine. The powerful kick caused the vending machine to spit out a lot of drinks. The girl squatted down, picked up a bottle, and then ran away. But just as the girl was about to run away, a man so handsome he could make the world fall appeared. He looked at the girl before him and said with a smile, "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you." The arrogant, electric girl in the endless chat skirt. Upon hearing this name, Misaka Mikoto pouted and retorted, Who's the Tsundia electric shock girl?" Lafan looked at the adorable Misaka Mikoto and smiled, saying, "You." Turning around and seeing such a handsome figure, Misaka Mikoto was completely stunned. Who are you?" Lafan asked the cute girl in front of him curiously, "Owner of the endless chat group, why haven't you joined the chat or even checked in for so many days? You be *****D. What right do you have to implant a computer program in my brain? And you think I'm stupid? Do you really think such things exist? This is a science-driven society, wake up. You're so handsome, why would you do something illegal? I've been waiting for you for many days. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. First, turn yourself in. Second, help me get rid of the junk programs in my mind." Misaka Mikoto looked at the incredibly handsome Lafan and said, both angry and helpless, "After all, there are far too many of these so-called system pranks. In this scientific society, even creating gods is not a dream, so a mere system can certainly be created as well. But these systems are all self-indulgent gadgets, completely useless. It's a virus." As for why Misaka Mikoto didn't report it to the police, that's because she's one of the 7 fifth-tier superhumans in the entire City Academy. As one of the most powerful beings, he was too confident that he could solve this problem, and now this person has finally taken the bait. She originally planned to teach the other side a lesson with an electromagnetic cannon, but seeing how handsome he was, she felt too embarrassed to make a move. As for the chat group content and check-in system, Misaka Mikoto didn't even glance at it. Lafan smiled as he looked at Misaka Mikoto. So, it's because her understanding of science is so advanced that she no longer believes in ghosts and gods. Are societies with lower levels of scientific understanding more prone to believing in ghosts and spirits? That makes sense, though. If the level of science is high enough, creating a manufacturing system and chat groups is not a dream. For example, the endless chat group I currently possess is a product of civilization reaching its final season. When a civilization reaches a super-godlike level, a civilization that has reached its limit, it will appear in the form of nothingness. What is nothingness? It means that everything in the world will transform into a single consciousness, which is both individual and collective. It is omnipotent and capable of anything, but because it is so boring, it transforms itself into a chat group or a system. Because of its omnipotent knowledge and the essential path it takes, which is to find even more powerful beings through systems and group chats, and then achieve even more powerful evolution. The chat group is not harmless. Its ultimate goal is to subdue countless members, then merge with all the members and then evolve into nothingness, an omnipotent entity. Of course, this chat group system has now become part of LaFan, just a tool. It was no longer possible for it to devour again because LaFan would not allow such a thing to exist. Looking at the adorable Misaka Mikoto before him, LaFan smiled again and said, "Unacceptable. Something more powerful than my own understanding, is that what you call science?" Hearing LaFan's sudden rant, Misaka Mikoto, who was originally captivated by LaFan's unparalleled good looks, pouted. "Damn it, you think you can trick me with reverse psychology? I won't fall for it and activate your virus software, but judging from your reckless look, you've probably chosen the latter. Since that's how it is, then die." With that, Misaka Mikoto tossed a coin, and then merciless electricity surged from her cute little hand, instantly accelerating like an electromagnetic cannon. The coins came raining down like a bombardment from a tank, but LaFan didn't even bother to raise his hand. Just as he watched the seemingly invincible electromagnetic cannon bombard him, it vanished the instant it hit LaFan. "Such weak power coupled with your adorable appearance is indeed adorable." LaFan smiled as he looked at the arrogant look on the other woman's face and said this. Sensing LaFan's sarcasm, Misaka Mikoto was furious. "You be ****D, what did you do? Did you activate the virus in my brain? No, how could anyone do that? Ahem, handsome sir, please stop your criminal activities and come with me to the agency." Hearing the words, a super cute pink-haired little girl held a nail to LaFan's neck. LaFan didn't mind at all and gave the adorable Shirai Kuroko a bear hug, saying, "She's so cute." Shirai Kuroko, her face flushed, stared at LaFan's unparalleled good looks. This is a crime. Haha, this world is really lovely. But I still have experiments to do, so don't waste any time. Make good use of everything in your mind. All your wishes and dreams can come true. After you've had your fun, I'll take you home." As LaFan was speaking, Misaka Mikoto suddenly appeared in her arms. This ability to remain completely undetected surprised Misaka Mikoto, who looked at Kuroko beside her with disdain. Just as she was about to retaliate, LaFan disappeared. At this point, only Kuroko and Misaka Mikoto remained. Seeing Kuroko lost in thought, Misaka Mikoto suddenly choked her on the head. "All right, everyone's gone, wake up. Big sister, did that incredibly handsome boy just say he wanted to take me home? Why have I done such a terrible thing? Why am I, Shirai Kuroko, so beautiful and lovely? Even the world's most handsome man has fallen for me. But my heart belongs to you, my dear sister. What should I do? How can I bear to reject such a devoted and handsome man?" The more Misaka Mikoto listened, the angrier she became. She then delivered another chop to the neck. "All right, stop your pointless fantasies. The question now is, will such a powerful being pose absolutely no threat to Academy City?" Hearing Misaka Mikoto's words, Shirai Kuroko also came to her senses. She had just experienced firsthand the opponent's strength. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was like a god. In the Dragon Ball world, LaFan's figure slowly appeared. He stood by the roadside in the middle of nowhere, watching a car slowly approaching in the distance. Inside the car sat a beautiful young woman with blue hair. She wasn't looking at the road, but rather at the dragon radar in her hand. After all, there's practically no one around here in the middle of nowhere, so driving along the road shouldn't be a problem. The girl smiled and said, "Almost there, just 2 more kilometers to go." Suddenly, with a loud bang, the car came to a stop. LaFan smiled and looked at the somewhat bewildered girl in the car, saying, "Bulma, wow, so handsome. Are you the boyfriend God sent me?" Bulma was extremely excited when she saw the incredibly handsome LaFan. LaFan smiled. "Of course, then my lovely Bulma, your wish has come true. Won't you go find the Dragon Balls?" Bulma shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. "No way. By the way, what's your name, darling?" LaFan wanted to see how the world would change after the storyline was altered. If Bulma hadn't gone to find the Dragon Balls, Goku and the others wouldn't have met her, and Goku would still be living on Mount Paozu. We have no idea how big the outside world is, and then a few years later, King Piccolo will still be resurrected, and a few years after that, the Saiyans will still arrive. LaFan wanted to test how the world would change after the interruption, without him interfering. As for why LaFan had this idea, it was because he knew about the Naruto world. That so-called world will actually forcibly change its own storyline. This time it plans to stay in the Dragon Ball world. Of course, these long years will require someone to accompany you, and Bulma is just the right person. With me around, the so-called world will dare not sway in the slightest. This time, it is a genuine natural development. My name is Lefan, let's go eat, drink, and have some fun. Bulma blushed and smiled, saying, Lefan, what a nice name, so where are we going? Anywhere is fine. Lefan watched the world's actions with curiosity. This inhuman creator had destroyed countless dimensions. Therefore, the moment Lefan arrived in this world, he gained all the powers of this world. No, not the world itself. Instead, it possesses all powers of the entire dimension, even surpassing the power of the Omni-King. He had no interest in the trash that was Xeno. The only thing that interests him right now is Wukong's growth, though he wouldn't necessarily speed it up. He just stared blankly at Sun Wukong's performance. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who was dragging a fish home to grill and eat, had no idea that his life had undergone a dramatic change. Because Lefan's true form is here, the will of this world, the destiny of this world, does not dare to let him jump out. Lefan could even destroy the will and destiny of this world with a wave of his hand, but he wouldn't do that. Well, the world needs a world will and a world destiny. Without these two, all life relationships in the world would fall into chaos. Looking at everything in the Dragon Ball world, Lefan realized that invincibility wasn't always so joyful. Because he was too invincible, he knew everything about this world, even what everyone was thinking. Because his arrival has completely taken control of this world, but the people of this world cannot detect it. This feeling of being omniscient and omnipotent can be really boring sometimes. However, in the previous Naruto world, he was also omniscient and omnipotent, but the world changed his settings. The original plan was for Naruto to destroy the world, but it was changed by the combined efforts of the world's will and the world's strongest people. Perhaps this is what it means for ants to survive. In the face of annihilation, they can only try to save themselves. As for why Lefan is so ruthless, it's because his power comes from destroying countless worlds. While there may be those who feign mercy, he alone cannot, for creation destroys dimensions every moment, but that is the nature of the world. The law of the jungle prevails. All he could say was that the worlds and dimensions he came to were blessed, because with his protection, they wouldn't be wiped out with a mere wave of the hand. Of course, he didn't know that there really wasn't an existence like Genesis, who destroyed countless dimensions for the sake of its own power. Doing so will attract evil energy, a strange kind of energy. The more destruction there is, the more evil energy will naturally accumulate. Killing is acceptable, but it must be done reasonably. Since the sky exists, the earth must also exist. The celestial realm is the territory of the system's chat group organization, while the earth is the unknown that annihilates these strange beings. Of course, this doesn't mean that heaven is good and earth is bad. It's just that heaven and earth are different, and such destruction cannot enter heaven but can only enter earth. The earth is another realm, and the seven-colored chaos is a special kind of chaos because there is no chaotic ruler in this chaos. That's why Creator can endlessly destroy dimensions. Perhaps in the future, Creator could become the ruler of the seven-colored chaos. Of course, this is many years from now. Given the terrifying power of the Creator, which can destroy hundreds of dimensions a day now, it is estimated that it can destroy hundreds of thousands or millions of dimensions a day in the future. The difference between the Chaos Ruler and the Dimensional Ruler can be seen here. The difference between the two can be said to be countless times, but there are some idiots who are willing to rack up countless numbers on their data. Putting everything else aside, Lefan's weakest resistance attribute has now reached the 100-digit range, making it difficult to even read. In the chat group, the arrogant, electric-shocking girl, hey, who knows that B******** D named Lefan, Momoga, what did my brother do to you? Ryugu saying, what did my brother do to you? The king said, don't be afraid, tell your sister what's wrong. And the snake's husband, who are you daring to speak ill of my boss like that? Pretending to be Qin Shi Huang, he's at Sundia probably expressing his affection. You're finally saying something, we're all newbies. Dumb-haired glutton, the arrogant, electric-shocking girl exclaimed, are you Lefan's brothers and wife? That B******* D suddenly ran up to me, hugged me and ran away. How awful, he took advantage of me, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Momoga, you should have cried then. Ryugu saying, you should have cried back then. The king of men looking at the repeating machine, Ryugu saying, was speechless. All right, little sister, stop repeating. Ryugu saying, it's my sister-in-law. Momoga, sister-in-law, please tell Sholtia that I estimate it will be several more decades before I can go back. Human king, whatever, we're all immortal anyway. Hey Momoga, why are you crying? Ahoj Momoga, Leffen's weakness is that he can't stand seeing the weak, pitiful, and helpless crying. As soon as you start crying, Snake's husband, holy crap. There's this kind of tactic, I should have cried in front of the boss. Ryugu saying, it doesn't work on men and it doesn't work on ugly people either. Tsundia electric shock girl, isn't one of you normal? Ryugu saying, sister-in-law, how about we teach her a lesson? Momoga and I can't really intervene. Renwang, there's no need, there is still freedom of speech. In any case, she will eventually back down. Momoga, indeed, okay, I'm going offline now. Ryugu saying, I went diving too, son. Misaka Makoto, sitting at her desk in school, suddenly slammed her fist on the table angrily. Damn it, these guys, who likes that Lafan guy? She looked at the chat group again. Hey you Tsundia electric shock girl, did you sign in? Awkward-looking glutton, the arrogant girl who gets shocked. No, by the way, where are you? A victim like me, you must be having a tough time. The idiot with the ahoj, I'm in Valhalla. The next Holy Grail War is about to begin, and then I can return to the real world. Valhalla, could it be the Valhalla where the magic church of the Empress Kingdom holds its shrines? The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, what's your name? The idiot with the tuft of hair, my name is Artoria Pendragon. Upon seeing this phrase, Misaka Makoto was completely stunned. September 23rd, the Night King of the Empress Kingdom, Tsundia electric girl, I didn't expect you to be the king of knights. By the way, what is this Holy Grail War you mentioned? The two women chatted away for a long time. Sasuke ignored him and continued to gnaw on the fresh beef. After eating various animals, he said his favorite was still beef, while Orochimaru, Grey Wolf and Slow Sheep were still studying it. Sasuke also remarked that the technological level of this world was truly impressive. Despite being just an animal world, its technological level was so advanced. Of course, the reason his group name became like this is because he did indeed have a connection with Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was the only human in this world, so they naturally started to get along. Therefore, the group name changes according to each person's personal status. For example, Dong Wangqiang has now unified that world and become the only emperor, whom everyone in the world calls Qin Shi Huang. After all, he initially pretended to be Qin Shi Huang, and then the group name became fake Qin Shi Huang. Of course, he was still doing what Qin Shi Huang had done, unifying the world's currency, writing system, and language. From then on, the whole world used Huxia currency, Huxia characters, and the Huxia language. Because of the unity of power, he can obtain a large number of group points, and then, with the black technology of the sign-in system, he can directly make Earth civilization take off. It's estimated that he'll be able to travel through the sky in another year. At that time, he'll check in space, on the moon, and all over the universe. Of course, there was also the ambition to make Mars a second planet. All sorts of wild ideas kept popping into his mind. He wants to make Earth, the kingdom of the universe, the ruler of this universe. Of course, the original protagonist, Bald Qiang, also became his #1 lackey. Dong Wangqiang and Bald Qiang are both bald and both have the character Qiang in their names, so the two are quite destined to be together. In the Holy Grail world, a stunningly beautiful blonde girl in a vintage dress in Valhalla finds the sudden appearance of this chat group her greatest joy these past few days. I've learned a lot here, including the rewards for checking in and the importance of group points. Once I have enough group points, I can leave this place. She even learned a lot of interesting things through group chats these days. And now she has made a good friend, who is the electric shock girl Misaka Makoto, a very cute person. It's fun chatting with her. I wonder when I can meet her in person. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. It wasn't Lafan. Instead, it was the human king who looked at the beautiful Artoria Pendragon and asked, would you like to live with Misaka Makoto? Artoria Pendragon shook her head. No, the Holy Grail War is about to begin. Once the Holy Grail War is over, I can resurrect my country and restore my people. The king looked at the innocent and adorable girl. How about I grant your boring wish now? Artoria Pendragon stared blankly at the king of men. Are you God? Human king, your group owner, you can call me sister. Artoria Pendragon took a deep breath upon hearing this. What was going on? This was Valhalla after all. Suddenly space blurred and a strange voice appeared. Outcasts, get out of my world. Hearing the strange and unpredictable voice, Artoria Pendragon frowned. Oh no, it's Gaia, you'd better run. The sound disappeared the next second and the whole world was altered. At this moment in the Dragon Ball world, Lafan frowned. You warn my people too. The human king sensed her own attributes. She already had attributes in the 10s and instantly her attributes jumped to the 90s. She could clearly feel that this power was given to her by her husband. She had originally wanted to fight this so-called Gaia. After all, with her double-digit attribute, she's already a star destroyer. These weaker beings wouldn't be easily wiped out, would they? But I never expected my husband to be so domineering. The other party only wanted to drive me away, yet he directly wiped out all the administrators of this world. Artoria Pendragon stared blankly at the king of men, the eerie voice vanished, and all the restraints on her body disappeared. What is this? It was my husband who made the move. He's the one you call a fan. All the administrators of this world have been wiped out. This is a bit troublesome. Do you want to go play in other worlds or become the administrator of this world and become God? The king of men suddenly smiled and gave Artoria Pendragon two choices. Artoria Pendragon was completely stunned by the king's words. What kind of choice was this? To directly make herself a zero god? Is this something a human would say? No, is this the power of a human king? And what kind of being is Lafan, who just remotely wiped out all the administrators of this world? Why would such a powerful being exist? No, their affairs have nothing to do with me. I only want to resurrect my people and atone for the mistakes I made. Feeling her own invincible power, the human king smiled and said, "What is your choice? If I could, please let me be the manager of this world, the god of this world. I would definitely manage a perfect world." Artoria Pendragon then knelt down and pleaded. Looking at the confident Artoria Pendragon, the king of men directly bestowed all the power of this world upon her. In reality, such a perfect world does not exist. If it did, it would only be heaven. That is, the place where one is and the reason it exists. That's because the number of people is small, not as large as the population of a world, and the leader, Lafan, is invincible. That's why such a world can be maintained, but in this world today, birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable. With birth, aging, sickness, and death, and with all kinds of desires, the world can never be at peace. One bad person can lead countless other bad people, and people themselves are a mixture of good and bad. Every situation and every person has many choices in their mind. It's a matter of a single thought between good and bad. Once someone accomplishes something with malicious greed and tastes the benefits, it's very difficult for them to turn back. After all, these 25 things can only happen 0 times or countless times. Everyone has moments of wickedness. Imagine there's an unclaimed gold brick on the ground. If 100 people saw it, what kind of scene do you think would unfold? 100 people rating it. That would require 100 people with the exact same body type and only the same ability to do so. But people are inherently different. Some are tall, some are short, some are fat, some are thin, some are smart, and some are not. Do you think others will agree to the rating system? And you, a muscular man, are you willing to share with some kids? Therefore, a perfect world does not exist, and Artoria Pendragon's desire to create a perfect world is unrealistic. For safety's sake, the king of men had the Virgin Mary Artoria Pendragon sell herself, so he set up an invincible defensive circle for her that no one could touch or approach. The world may be gone, but it's not good for this saintly role to be ruined. After all, the king of men also quite liked the Holy Mother. Endless power and boundless strength flooded into Artoria Pendragon's mind. She seemed to know everything that was happening in the world every single moment. She also learned what kind of power this world needed to operate at every moment. She also learned how to use her powers to manage the world. All of this information kept flooding her mind. This is not the world she wanted. The idea that everyone can live happily and peacefully is actually a path to destruction. Human beings must fight, must have internal strife, and must carry out large-scale population cleansing. There must be hunger and poverty. There must be a gap between the rich and the poor. Everything is necessary. Only in this way can humanity and the world achieve self-sustaining cycles. If a leader's pursuit of happiness and peace leads to an overpopulation and an overexpansion of technological advancements, then weapons more terrifying than hydrogen bombs will emerge. When the time comes, if a lunatic or abnormal person comes into possession of this power, the world will be destroyed instantly. Then, as God or the manager, one will have to sacrifice a great deal of power or even oneself to rebuild this world. This is a vicious cycle with no solution. For the first time, Artoria Pendragon felt such terror. Why was this? Why is the world the way it is? No, there are definitely other paths to take. There are definitely more than just this one. If technology can destroy us, then technology can also make us. Perhaps we can use the power of technology to eliminate conflict among people. Artoria Pendragon was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to turn the situation around. She soon began her first action, eliminating all supernatural powers in the world. However, before that, the Lord took away all the beautiful things. Artoria Pendragon did not refuse to be taken to the legendary heaven, for it was a truly perfect heaven. Everything began proceeding according to Artoria Pendragon's plan. Even if she ultimately fails, at least she tried. At this moment, the heavenly kingdom suddenly had over 1,000 more people. Tsunade looked at the thousands of sisters who had appeared out of nowhere, picked up a stopper and said, "Oh, welcome, how about we make a bet?" At this moment, a beautiful, mature woman with pink hair, wearing a leather jacket and pants, a large backpack, fox ears and glasses, smiled and said, "Where is this place? If you tell me, I'm willing to make a bet with you. Well, you can call this place heaven. I was also ruthlessly captured here by that guy LaFan, but there's food and lodging here, so it really is heaven. By the way, what's your relationship with the nine-tailed fox?" Tsunade asked, looking at the woman with a fox tail and fox ears in front of her. The foxwoman smiled and said, "My name is Skea, the Soaring Light 280, so this world is quite interesting, isn't it?" A blonde, world-weary-looking young girl exclaimed, "Is this heaven? It looks better than Valhalla." Looking at the misanthropic Lolita, a pretty young girl stepped forward and said with a smile, "Van Gogh, you can't escape this time." Then the other 1,000 people chattered away. All the heroic spirits, vampires and powerful humans had been brought over. Of course, these are all women. After all, this is a paradise for women, and there are no men here. LaFan neither blamed nor paid any attention to the king's actions. The sudden influx of so many people into the kingdom of heaven naturally created a lively and bustling atmosphere. Many people became good friends in a friendly way. After all, there are many good people in the ninja world. For example, Hinata and Jean became good friends. This place is absolute paradise for any time traveler. If Sasuke and Dongwang Qiang knew about such a heavenly kingdom, they would probably be incredibly excited. After all, they were all time travelers, so they naturally knew a lot about many worlds. The Holy Grail world, as a representative of high production value, naturally attracted a lot of people with its gorgeous battles. Then more people found out. In the fairy world, Zia was very upset because a brat had just stolen her bicycle. But what frustrated her even more was that a strange chat group system page appeared in her mind. Moreover, her name is quite peculiar, a haughty water-type lowly. No, who's being arrogant? Who's the little girl? I'm already 10 years old, a powerful and beautiful water-type trainer. Nami in the One Piece world was also suddenly stunned, because a thing called a chat group had just appeared in her mind. She was very much in favor of the group name. After all, she was indeed a money grubber and a great beauty, and she had a firm grasp on the matter of looks. Welcome, proud and aloof water-type lowly, to this group. Welcome to this group, beautiful woman who's obsessed with money. The sudden addition of 2 new members to the group naturally excited everyone. Of course, Sasuke and Dongwang Qiang felt a lot of pressure because it seemed like everyone in the group was a girl. Thankfully, Sasuke changed the group name, otherwise these new members would have looked down on him. A haughty water-type lowly, "What is this group? Where are you from?" Arrogant electric shock girl, "Little sister, according to the group members, we seem to be from different worlds, so asking where we're from is not valid." A money-obsessed beauty, "Are there so many arrogant people in this group?" God's Ahoj, "Welcome, what's your world like?" The Tsundia water-type lowly, "God. Are you really God? That name is so weird, it must be fake. I'm 10 years old, how could I be a lowly? And I'm not Tsundia, but I am a water-type trainer, that's for sure." Tsundia electric girl, "Yeah, I'm not Tsundia either, even though my superpower is electric." Snake's husband, "Ahem, this group name reflects your personal circumstances, it's not fake. God's Ahoj means she's already become the god of her world. I'm so envious. Can you tell me how she did that?" Letter 3005, the fake Qin Shi Huang, same question, God's Ahoj. "It was the human king sister who gave me this power. With a wave of her hand, I became the god of this world. I don't know anything else." Momoga, holy crap, sister-in-law, you have this ability too. Dragon Palace Holy Academy, "Ahem, Momoga, watch your words." Momoga, "Ahem, this isn't just a momentary impulse, and besides, LaFan and I are brothers, so sister-in-law, she won't mind." The human king looked at Momoga and retorted, "It was my husband who gave me this power. Little brother-in-law, if you want power, you can ask your husband for it." Momoga in the Usura game world paused abruptly upon hearing this. "Are you kidding me? Because Li Zai betrayed me, do you think I would do it?" Little did he know that Momoga's actions had already been known to LaFan. LaFan also knew that he had been forced to use the reincarnation skill, and he also knew that he was very happy now because he was now a human being and could enjoy the emotions that humans should have. As for why LaFan didn't give Momoga power, it was mainly because he was afraid that Momoga would become a boring person like himself. Omniscience and omnipotence are sometimes not a kind of happiness, but a kind of suffering. Of course, those who haven't experienced it wouldn't know that the King of Man who returned to heaven had his omniscient and omnipotent powers revoked, because Leffen didn't want her to become so boring, and as for Artoria Pendragon, that was her own doing. If she wants those boring days, then let her be boring. However, this guy has a rather stubborn personality, and he actually chose to go against the entropy value. Everything in the world operates according to the principle of entropy unless you step outside of the world. In other words, in the primordial world, beings who transcend the 6 paths and 5 elements and are not confined to the 3 realms can escape the increase of entropy. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. And it is very simple to escape the 6 realms, 5 elements, and 3 realms. Just know how to achieve a self-sufficient and self-strengthening body. This isn't about being super strong. Everyone's understanding and approach are different. What Artoria Pendragon is trying to do now is to free all life in her world from entropy. That's just wishful thinking. If she could do that, Lafan would marry her as his second concubine without hesitation. Thankfully, Artoria Pendragon didn't know, otherwise he would definitely complain. Who wants to be your second wife? The other members in the group understood why Artoria Pendragon asked them about their world. After all, he's become God, so managing the world still requires some references. At this moment, Dong Wangqiang was the first to speak. My world has been completely unified by me. Humanity has ushered in true peace. Everyone has food to eat, everyone has a house to live in, and everyone has a job. Moreover, the level of technology is also growing rapidly. God's ahoy, does such a world really exist? What if technology reaches a terrifying level, and a madman possesses technological weapons and wants to die with everyone in the world? Dong Wangqiang was taken aback by Artoria Pendragon's sudden question. He hadn't expected the other person to ask such a childish and idiotic question. Crazy, all of this is uncertain about the future. I can't even get through today properly. Why would I want to add to my troubles by thinking about the unknown? However, the other party was someone whose power was personally granted by the King of Men, and he also knew the character Artoria Pendragon. He's a saint, and to be honest, he really likes the character. However, compared to becoming immortal and stronger, giving up for one person is clearly not in line with Dong Wangqiang's thinking. Therefore, he wouldn't have any designs on Artoria Pendragon, especially now that she's throwing out such a naive question. Although he didn't want to answer, he'll answer anyway. The fake Qin Shi Huang, what happens in the future is what happens in the future. Isn't it more important to live well in the present? Besides, everything is unknown. Couldn't some madman suddenly get a destruction system, become stronger through destruction, and destroy the world? These kinds of unknown things are beyond our scope of prevention. Wang Lihao, listening to Dong Wangqiang's words, Artoria Pendragon was stunned. What he said seemed to make a lot of sense. But as God, I am omniscient and omnipotent. I know everything about how the future timeline will unfold. It's not something unknown, but something that is bound to happen. Either humans will vigorously develop robots and AI, only to be replaced by robots and AI, or extremely exaggerated technology will be exploited by a group of lunatics. Either maintain the current state of the world, let people fight and kill each other, and let the world fall into a continuous cycle. There are far too many choices available. For God himself, the current environment of conflict in the world is the most advantageous. This is because it will not lead to the extinction of the race, nor will it lead to the excessive prosperity of the race. It remained at a certain point. But she, being a saint, could not accept that so many innocent people were persecuted, and so many kind people were bullied every day. Snake's husband, yeah, these are issues we shouldn't concern ourselves with. For example, in the Naruto world we were in before, there were all sorts of transmigrators. There are too many unknowns in this world. You can't think about these unknown things. Maybe the next second someone as powerful as Boss Lafan will accidentally sneeze and make your world disappear completely. Sasuke's sudden boastful words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Was he crazy? Did he just destroy the world with a sneeze? Momoga, what are you guys discussing? As an administrator, I think you guys are so high and mighty. Ryugu and Seiya, I feel like you guys are the administrators and we're the lowly group members. God's ahoj. I'm sorry, Lord Momoga, Lord Ryugu Seirenzai, it was my fault for discussing these inappropriate topics. Renwang, it's all right, you're seeking help because you're feeling lost, which is only natural. Besides, this group is a place for free communication where you can say whatever you want. Your brother-in-law and sister were just venting, they meant no harm. Momoga, ahem, don't be afraid, ahoj. We were just joking, after all I'm just a weakling who destroys planets. Ryugu saying, cough cough, I'm even worse off, I can't even destroy a planet, so pathetic. 70 Tsundia electric shock girl, will you die if you don't brag? And you Ahojni, how did you get infected with these guys Tunabu? You're going to destroy the world at the drop of a hat. The arrogant water-type lowly. Yeah, do you know how big a planet is? Let alone a planet, even a continent is huge. Snake Lady's husband, No, Misaka Makoto, didn't you believe we came from different worlds? Then destroying the world wouldn't be a big deal, would it? The fake Qin Shi Huang, forgive my bluntness, but I Qiang have 1,000 ways to destroy a planet. It's not a difficult task at all. The money-grubbing beauty said, that powerful brother Qiang, how about giving me a couple £100 of gold to calm my nerves? The fake Qin Shi Huang, ahem, comrade Nami, your strength is too weak. Money is just a curse for you. Focus on completing the group check-in and strengthening your own power. Snake's husband, that's right, look how many days I've checked in, I've directly exchanged for attribute points, my body is so much stronger than before. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, are you sure group points are usable? You're not kidding me, are you? Misaka Makoto, lying in her room, waved her cute little hands as she looked at the chat interface, group chat points and group chat shop that only she could see. It has attributes that enhance physical fitness, and it seems that you can redeem it for only 1,000 group chat points. She had incredibly good luck checking in today, getting 100 times the normal amount of group chat points. As for why there is a critical hit effect, that's the power of the endless chat group. Anything is possible as long as group members sign in, which is why so many chat groups call the endless chat group a region, because endless chat groups are really awesome. At this moment, Shurai Kuroko, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but rush over to the incredibly cute Misaka Makoto, only to be kicked aside by Misaka Makoto. Shurai Kuroko cried out, "How could you be so mean, big sister? You know I'm truly in love with you. Even when I met that godlike man, I wasn't moved. How could you reject your sister who loves you so much?" Misaka Makoto was already used to Shurai Kuroko's shameless words. "I should have told you that I installed something called Endless Chat Group on that B*****D. This thing keeps popping up messages in my head all the time. Just now, a member in the group said that he has 1,000 ways to destroy a star." Hearing Misaka Makoto's words, Shurai Kuroko paused for a moment. "Wait, One-sama, you don't actually believe these liars' lies about how humanity could possibly destroy a planet?" Misaka Makoto nodded in agreement, then looked seriously at Shurai Kuroko and said, "So I want to test whether they're real or not, but I'm afraid something might go wrong." Shurai Kuroko rushed over in fear, crying out, "No, I don't want to lose my sister." However, Misaka Makoto knew that Shurai Kuroko was trying to take advantage of her, so she pushed her face away with one hand. "You watch from the side. I want to try it out so that if anything happens to me, you can be teleported to the hospital immediately." Misaka Makoto looked at Shurai Kuroko seriously and said, since this wasn't the time for fooling around, she was genuinely curious whether this legendary group chat point was really that magical. If it's really that miraculous, perhaps what the group members are saying might be true. If all of this is true, then Misaka Makoto will have to change her attitude towards her group members. After all, she had previously thought that these group members were just a bunch of silly, boastful people, at most just ordinary people with some power like herself, but who also had to abide by social order. All of this is unknown and needs to be tested. If the test is successful, then one's life may undergo earth-shattering changes. Of course, there's one more thing you can be sure of, that B*****D named LaFan definitely won't let me off the hook. You could tell from the look in his eyes that made him feel like he already owned a citizen of his heavenly kingdom. How could this B*****D be so domineering, deciding someone's life on a whim? As Misaka Makoto adjusted her breathing, she suddenly converted a point of her physique into a new one. In an instant, her body underwent a dramatic change. Her physique, which had already reached the level of an Olympic champion, broke through the limitations of humanity in that instant. She instantly reached the level of a martial arts master, and she couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at her cute little hands. How can I increase my strength and speed without changing my appearance? She gently waved her small hand and then suddenly threw a punch, twice as fast as her previous punch. Then, with a push of her cute little legs, she easily jumped to a height of 2 meters. This sudden scene stunned Shurai Kuroko. "My god, One-sama, how did your physical abilities become so terrifying?" Misaka Makoto was completely stunned. She said uncertainly, "Could everything in the group chat be true?" Shurai Kuroko stared at Misaka Makoto in disbelief. "No way, One-sama. You're saying you obtained this ability through that group in your mind?" Misaka Makoto nodded at the utterly astonished Shurai Kuroko and said, "Yes, I have a serious question now. If the group's abilities are real, then everyone in the group is a powerful figure who can destroy the world with a wave of their hand. And this group was created by that B******D LaFan. How strong do you think he is?" Hearing Misaka Makoto's words, Shurai Kuroko was completely stunned. The next second, she suddenly pounced on Misaka Makoto and hugged her tightly. Wara, I never thought my sister and I would have such a miserable life, being chosen by the gods at such a young age. Seeing Shirai Kuroko trying to take advantage of the situation, Misaka Makoto couldn't be bothered with her anymore. She looked awkwardly at the group chat. A haughty water-type lowly, don't treat me like a 3-year-old, okay? That Kyang guy, what do you mean by 1,000 ways to destroy a planet? Tsundia electric shock girl, little sister, the people in this group seem to be real. The money-grubbing beauty, what's going on? God's ahoj, destroying a planet isn't actually that difficult. What's difficult is managing the world, ensuring absolute peace so everyone can enjoy a happy life. Brother Kyang, could you share your experience with me? The fake Qin Shi Huang. Ahem, Brother Kyang wouldn't dare take that responsibility, but if possible in the future, please put in a good word for me with Boss Le Fan. In the Holy Grail world, Artoria Pendragon suddenly blushed. Although she was a saint and naive, she wasn't stupid. She was also thinking seriously at this moment. There is no love without a reason in this world. Could it be that the Queen meant this? Did I trade my dreams for this? Artoria Pendragon took a deep breath, never expecting that she would become someone else's person so quickly. Of course, Artoria Pendragon was overthinking it. Unless she solved the entropy problem, she had no chance of becoming the second wife. At most, I'll become a citizen of heaven, nothing more. God's ahoj, I've never seen Le Fan before. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, haha, I've seen him. He's a domineering jerk, but to be fair, he's the most handsome guy in the world, but I just don't like him. A haughty, water-type lowly, the world's most handsome man, just how handsome is he? Snake's husband, you can't imagine how handsome he is, don't even think about it. The human mind can't even imagine that kind of looks. The money-grubbing beauty said, so you're saying he's very strong. He must be very rich, strong and the most handsome man in the world. He's practically the best husband choice. Momoga, hey sister-in-law, so many people are trying to steal your husband, aren't you going to say something? Human King, on the contrary, I am looking forward to it. If you can win over Le Fan's heart, I don't mind giving up my position to you. Hearing the group owner Wang's complaints, everyone stopped discussing. After all, it doesn't seem appropriate to discuss someone else's husband in front of them. And if Le Fan is really that powerful, he must know what's happening in the group chat, right? The fake Qin Shi Huang, I've sent you the management plan. You can receive the document by clicking to claim the red envelope. Ding, the fake Qin Shi Huang sent a special red envelope to God's ahoj Cowlick. Ding, the fake Qin Shi Huang has sent a special red envelope to the money-grubbing beauty. Artoria Pendragon looked at the red envelope page that appeared in her mind system, and without saying a word, she clicked to open it. This is a tablet computer containing countless data points, and Artoria Pendragon is intently looking at its contents. This management policy from another world piqued her curiosity, but after looking at the first few pages, she felt a chill run down her spine. Because this is a peaceful world achieved through the rule of absolute power, a world that appears peaceful but hides the roars of countless wronged souls. She knew she couldn't use this method because she was just a saint. How could she possibly make the same ruthless and decisive decisions as Qin Shi Huang, unlike Artoria Pendragon's frustration? Nami was all smiles because the red envelope Dong Wangqiang sent her contained 500 jin of gold, an M4A1 rifle, and 100 rounds of ammunition, and a cell phone. Nami was stunned as she looked at the contents of the phone. This M4A1 is not an ordinary M4A1, it's a rifle with a special alloy bullet, possessing superior armor-piercing capabilities and capable of instantly penetrating tank armor. Such terrifying bullets are difficult for anyone other than Yonka-level powerhouses to defend against, even with Haki. Asterisk, This can be considered Dong Wangqiang's special help to Nami. After all, Nami's popularity is obviously higher than that of Artoria Pendragon. After all, only otaku know about the Holy Grail War, while most people know about One Piece and Naruto. The two are simply not on the same level, which is why Dong Wangqiang treats Nami specially. Of course, neither Misaka Mikoto nor Dong Wangqiang knew each other. After all, he wasn't a hardcore otaku and didn't know many people, but Sasuke said, I know them all. The money-grubbing beauty said, thank you, Brother Qiang, these things have been a huge help to me. The fake Qin Shi Huang, no need to be polite, group members should help each other. A haughty water-type lowly, if possible, could I have a bicycle? A brat just stole mine. The arrogant electric shock girl exclaimed, how pitiful. What kind of person is he to steal a 10-year-old girl's bicycle? How despicable, don't let me find out or I'll electrocute him to pieces. Snake's husband, ahem, that kid is probably enjoying the bombardment of heavenly lightning. Mikoto, your electric shock probably won't work. By the way, Misty, if needed, our sheep village has invented a flying bicycle. You can ride this and soar freely in the air. The haughty, watertype lowly. Ah, how did you know my name is Xyroxia, and I can't accept such a valuable item? Ding. Snake's husband sent a special red envelope to the proud and aloof watertype lowly. Snake's husband. Although I'm not as strong as Brother Kiang, I'm still a world overlord. For someone who rules the world, money and technology are just external things. Besides, we should help each other. Momoga, well said, my stomach is rumbling, give me a few pounds of roasted beef leg. Ryugu saying, me too, Snake's husband. Yes, 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 second brother, third brother, wait a minute, I'll go prepare it right away. Oh, and one for each of you in the group. The arrogant, electric shocking girl, I was too scared to claim it before, but now I'm really curious, is this roast beef really that delicious? The fake Chin Shi Huang, dragon meat is nothing special. God's ahoj, this is the best food I've ever eaten. The arrogant, electric shocking girl, then haven't I missed out on so many opportunities to eat delicious food? Amid the curiosity of the group members, Sasuke generously sent over another batch of grilled meat. This series of actions directly or indirectly made him a gourmet favorite among the group members. Everyone was extremely excited to taste the delicious food for the first time in their respective worlds. For example, in the world of a certain magical index, Misaka Mikoto accepted Sasuke's red envelope and suddenly saw a 1-meter-long roasted beef leg appear. The aroma of roasted beef leg, emanating a delicious scent, made Misaka Mikoto swallow hard. Standing to the side, Shirai Kuroko watched as her older sister effortlessly lifted a 30-pound roasted beef leg with one hand. Her older sister's high jump and the sudden appearance of the roasted beef leg caught her off guard. Shirai Kuroko asked again with concern, big sister, what's wrong? Misaka Mikoto knew the group chat was real. Although she was surprised, life had to go on. It's okay, this is a roasted beef leg that a friend in the group sent me. Kuroko, do you want some? Hearing Misaka Mikoto's words, Shirai Kuroko suddenly blushed and boldly said, yes, I want to eat. If possible, please feed me one sama. Misaka Mikoto gave Shirai Kuroko a disdainful look. Stop acting like a scoundrel, or I'm afraid I'll lose control of my strength and kick you into the hospital. Ah, I don't mind, please kick me, big sister. Looking at Shirai Kuroko, Misaka Mikoto felt really helpless. Right now, she was holding a 30-pound roasted beef leg and could only tear the beef apart with her small hands. After all, this is a dormitory, so there are no utensils like knives and forks. We can only use the simplest methods. She tore off a piece of roast meat and put it in her mouth, chewing on the succulent, juicy meat. The aroma of the beef and the tenderness of the flesh instantly filled her mouth. Misaka Mikoto said she had never experienced anything like it before. It was simply a taste of something otherworldly. My goodness, how can it be so delicious? Seeing Misaka Mikoto engrossed in her food, Shirai Kuroko curiously came over and took a big bite, causing the juices to burst out. The incredibly delicious grilled meat exploded in Shirai Kuroko's mouth, and she was completely overwhelmed by the irresistible flavor. She was instantly captivated by the damn deliciousness. Now she finally understood why her older sister had that expression. This was simply the most delicious food in the world. Why does such food exist? It's just ordinary roasted beef shank, so how can it be made so delicious? Shirai Kuroko is someone with relatively low self-control, and she couldn't resist opening her cute little mouth to take a second bite of the grilled beef. Seeing Shirai Kuroko begin to take her second bite, Misaka Mikoto snapped out of her daze. Hey, don't bite like that, tear it open with your hands. No, unless you feed me, big sister, Shirai Kuri said, his mouth full of the aroma of meat. Misaka Mikoto was speechless and immediately sped up her eating. A 30-pound roasted beef leg, if the bones weigh 15 pounds, then there are also 15 pounds of meat. Watching these two adorable girls transform into powerful foodies at this moment, I reckon they could finish all 15 pounds of meat. Of course, Misaka Mikoto, Kasumi and Nami all have relatively little screen time. Artoria Pendragon was like a whole roasted cow, after all she was a foodie. The same was true for the two older brothers. Dong Wanqiang didn't have a whole head, but he did have the entire bull's body. He gave the bull's legs to Nami and the others. In the world of One Piece, Nami looked at the red envelope and knew it contained 2 roasted beef legs. She immediately took out a huge tray and released the roasted beef legs. In an instant, 2 roasted beef legs appeared. She had not yet joined Luffy's pirate crew. According to the original story, she would not meet Luffy and his crew for at least 2 months. However, now that she has encountered the endless chat group, her fate has been drastically changed. Just after Misaka Mikoto announced a leap in her power, and after various powerful figures declared that destroying planets was no difficult task, she was confident that she could become a strong person and then save the village and the world with her own strength. Slaughter all the pirates in the world, leave no one alive, that was her idea. Looking at the roasted beef leg, she carefully picked up a sliver and began to nibble on it. Every world has different rules. In the world of One Piece, as long as you eat a lot, you can become stronger. Therefore, if Nami finishes both of these roasted beef legs, her strength will also increase. As for eating too much affecting one's figure, that's not necessarily true. Most people in the One Piece world are that type. It's true that some people are very beautiful when they are young, but become ugly when they get old. That's the rule of this world. Whether it's an older woman, a mermaid grandmother, or any kind of old lady, they all automatically become ugly as they get older. However, Nami has the potential to completely eliminate all of this, because she has an endless chat room, and immortality is not a difficult thing for her. At this moment she was also engrossed in the roasted beef leg. It had to be said that it was absolutely delicious. Xyroxia, who was riding a hoverbike, didn't take out a red envelope, but she secretly asked, "A haughty water-type lowly, is that Mikoto Nichin tasty?" Tsundia Electric Shock 5, 6 Sister, this is so delicious, I feel like I could eat this whole roasted beef leg myself. Damn you Kuroko, don't steal it. Snake's husband, ahem, why do I feel like I'm committing a crime? Dong Wangqiang, don't worry, they won't become fat women after all, they have the system. Of course, if they really do become fat women, it's not your fault, it's because they lack exercise. A haughty water-type lowly, a fat woman. No way, I don't want to be a fat woman. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, it's okay, just exercise more, this roast beef is really delicious. The money-grubbing beauty exclaimed, this is really delicious, Ziame, if you don't want it, you can give it to us. God's Ahoj Cowlick, give it all to me. I don't care about appearances, so the task of being fat is mine. Seeing all the women in the group chat not caring about being overweight and even tempting me with their grilled beef legs. I, Xyroxia, am 10 years old this year. I'm not a little girl anymore and I'm not a child. You can't fool me. So what if I gain a little weight, as long as it tastes good? Xyroxia mustered up her courage and took out the red envelope. Fortunately, the hover bicycle was very advanced and could automatically levitate in the air. At this moment, she was holding a huge roasted beef leg in her two cute little hands. The weight of 30 pounds was too heavy for her. She had to hold onto the hover bike with her two little hands. She looked at the roasted beef leg, which was about the same weight as her, and Xyroxia was surprised. How could someone this big eat so late? Don't forget, Xyroxia is only 10 years old and weighs only about 50 pounds. How could she possibly eat such a huge roasted beef leg? But the irresistible aroma of the roasted beef leg made her swallow hard, and then she couldn't resist opening her cute little mouth and taking a bite. Fortunately, the grilled meat wasn't too hot, it was just lukewarm. When she took a bite, she experienced a completely new challenge for her taste buds. This delicious food almost made her ascend to heaven on the spot. My God, it's so delicious. There's something so delicious, but she really can't eat it all by herself. She thought for a moment, then started her bicycle and headed towards Hulan City, her home, where she could go back and share with her sisters. Of course, Xyroxia couldn't resist snacking all the way back. In the world of a certain magical index, Misaka Mikoto, having eaten and drunk her fill, did not rest immediately. Although it was already getting dark, she left her dormitory and went to the playground to train, because she doesn't want to become fat. Shirai Kuroko also came out to exercise with them. It was quite a strange thing that two cute girls were exercising so late at night. Fortunately, this is the world of a certain magical index, where anything is possible. The same applies to the world of One Piece. Nami got incredibly lucky after signing in, receiving a critical hit of 10,000 group chat points, which she immediately added to her constitution. In an instant, her physical condition increased more than tenfold. She felt an unprecedented surge of power within her body. After devouring 2 roasted beef legs, she began her training for the day. Watching the female protagonists begin to change, LaFan smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Change it, become the empress of your world, grow up well. If you can meet my expectations, perhaps you'll be qualified to be my concubines. Of course, this expectation is very difficult to fulfill. For example, the blonde Ahoj-haired saber changing the world's entropy value. Although she herself got rid of the entropy value, wanting the world to get rid of it is obviously a very ruthless operation. Perhaps she will have no choice but to give up in the end, or perhaps the only way she can change things is through the endless group chat system. It's a task that's impossible to complete in the short term anyway. In the world of Peach, Ryugu successfully cleared the game, since the level of this world was already very low. Of course, her victory wasn't achieved by killing everyone, but by eliminating all the ghosts in the world. Then they plundered all the extraordinary power in this world, restoring it to an ordinary world. Ryugu Seienzai was directly rewarded with 300,000 group points this time, but he did not choose to return to heaven. Instead, he chose to continue to challenge randomly. The main problem is that she can't face Lafan and the King of Men if she goes back. As an administrator, she has her own privileges. The next second she disappeared from this world, and then appeared in an even stranger one. That's right, this is the world of Demon Slayer. It seems that Ryugu Seinya has a special connection with demons, but in the world of Demon Slayer, these demons are all weaker than the last, and she estimates she could eliminate them with a wave of her hand. However, she wouldn't do that. She needs to investigate first, that's her style. After all, she was invincible in the Peach world, but she didn't rush to make a move. Instead, investigate first. Lafan never cared whether the character was from Japanese or Huxia animation, because everything was randomized by the system. He now actually hopes that Nami will become stronger, become a true Sea Empress, and then wipe out all the pirates in the world. And what an interesting story it is to wipe out all the corrupt navy. That's why Lafan took special care of Nami, giving her 10,000 group points. Yes, these 10,000 clusters of points weren't randomly generated, and she wasn't that lucky. If she were truly that lucky, she wouldn't have been taken over by Long, lost her mother, lost money, and ultimately been saved by the protagonist. Despite having the protagonist's aura, Nami's luck is really bad. What does it mean to be lucky? A lucky person is someone born with the destiny of the world, someone who has everything from birth. That's what a lucky person is. For example, Misaka Mikoto, her luck is definitely the best in the group. Because she was born with talents that surpass those of ordinary people, she is one of the 7 powerful level 5 beings in the entire Academy City. There are only a few people who are luckier than her. Accelerator wasn't very lucky either, otherwise he wouldn't have suffered later. But Misaka Mikoto was incredibly lucky, getting away unscathed and without any real danger. Although each encounter seemed risky, it turned out to be completely harmless. Therefore, Misaka Mikoto's check-in was real, and she did indeed receive 1,000 group points. As the luckiest person in the group, she can proudly say that crushing the group members is only a matter of time. Of course, this is under the premise that the group members are not working themselves to the bone to complete tasks and collect group points. In the orange grove of Kokkasi village, Nami felt her power increase by more than tenfold. Nami has trained like crazy over the years, but it seems like she's not really training anymore. Even with all that training, she's only a little bit stronger than an average person by 153 cm. It was simply impossible to defeat the powerful fishman. She had already given up on the idea of resisting with force, but the endless chat groups that suddenly appeared in her mind gave her hope and a glimpse of the future. Putting everything else aside, with her current strength, Nami could jump 3,000 meters high with a single leap. Their strength has reached the level of several thousand kilograms, and their physical defense and everything else has been improved. She might be able to defeat Aaron now. But instead of arrogantly challenging Long, she looked at the members of the group and asked, could you teach me how to fight? Hearing Nami's words, the group members all became interested. The fake Qin Shi Huang, oh Nami, you didn't meet Luffy. The money-grubbing beauty, Luffy, who's that? Snake's husband. Don't be afraid, Nami. It's everyone's responsibility to defeat Arlong, this alien race. I'll give you a missile. One shot will solve all your problems. Momoga, a fellow member of the group is in danger. I should help you. Ryugu Seiin, don't be so polite. It's just a small trinket as a token of my respect. God's Ahoj, an ex-noble phantasm that can protect your safety, little sister. The fake Qin Shi Huang, it's not some kind of treasure, just a machine that can protect your safety. Nami was stunned for a moment as she looked at the 5 red envelopes that had appeared in her mind. She stared blankly at the 5 red envelopes. That's right, the group members are all powerful beings capable of destroying stars. My little problem can be solved with just 10 words from them, but this kind of dependence is not what I want. However, I really have no other choice. I want to avenge my mother, I want to destroy the fishman, I want to protect the village, and I want to protect my sister. The money-obsessed beauty exclaimed, thank you so much, Momoga, it's nothing. What I'm giving you is a level 100 artifact. Wearing that ring will increase your resistance by 100, making you immune to a lot of unnecessary rule-based forces. Ryugu Seiya, I'm rather poor and don't have much of a good stuff. What I'm giving you is a peach sword that can cut through anything. Everyone present was stunned when they heard the two powerful administrators speak. Snake Lady's husband, second brother, what is resistance? Momoga, it's something that can make people immune to rules. I don't know if there are rules in Nami's world, but giving it to her is never a bad idea. The fake Qin Shi Huang, holy crap, does that mean Nami is invincible? Everyone knows that devil fruits are just rules, and now that Nami has the ability to ignore devil fruits, isn't she invincible? The money-grubbing beauty, ignore the devil fruit. Is it that legendary devil fruit? Snake's husband, yes, it's that legendary devil fruit. And Nami, I suggest you learn swordsmanship. A sword that can cut through anything is practically limitless. The Tsundia, electric shocking girl, I don't know what's going on, but judging from what you guys are saying, you seem pretty strong. A haughty water-type lowly, I'm so full, but this roasted beef leg is so delicious. God's ahoj. Ahem, if you can't finish it, I can do it for you. The group chat resumed its daily routine and Nami returned to reality. At this moment, she opened the red envelopes given by the big shots. The first one was a ring, which was super magical and could increase resistance by 100. God knows why Momoga could be so generous, considering he only has one such artifact. Perhaps they no longer need it, or perhaps they don't want to lose face for the administrator. Or is it because of the invincible power of the King of Men? His ability to instantly transform the dog pack members into gods put Momoga at ease. Wasn't that king protecting his brother-in-law like a hawk? Regardless of the circumstances, it can only be said that Nami is very popular, which is why Momoga was willing to give her such a valuable artifact. As for the peach sword mentioned by Ryugu-san, it has become incredibly powerful after slaying countless demons. Yes, after Ryugu-san released Momotaro, he discovered that Momotaro's sword could become sharper by slaying demons. Then he took it openly and honestly, and then openly and honestly slaughtered all the ghosts in the world. After slaying all the demons in the world, the sharpness and hardness of this peach sword have reached a level that inspires fear. Even if you put a mountain of diamonds in front of you now, this sword could easily slice through it with a gentle slide. Just imagine how terrifying the sharpness and hardness of a blade that can cut through diamonds like paper is. Compared to the items given by the two big shots, God's Ahoj's ex-defensive noble phantasm seems so boring. However, this defensive noble phantasm is none other than the one belonging to the saber, which is the ex-noble phantasm of the saber, possessing the strongest recovery effect. This is also very useful for Nami. Sasuke, however, went a bit too far, throwing out a homing thermobaric bomb. If that thing exploded, all life in Arlong's domain would be annihilated. As for Dong Wanqiang, he was given a robot he got from signing in. The robot wasn't very strong, but it was estimated to be able to fight against pirates with a bounty of around 300 million and vice admirals in the Navy. Even so, it feels all right. Nami had already opened all the red envelopes, and the ex-noble phantasm instantly merged into Nami's body. Nami held a ring on her hand, then she took out a katana which was sheathed. The sword was heavy, but Nami could lift it. She gently drew the blade, and in an instant, endless sharp light surged out. The light was so sharp that it was terrifying to look at. What an incredibly sharp sword this is. Regaining her composure, she looked at the 50-centimeter-long missile in front of her. The program had already been entered into it. Just as Nami was about to examine the missile, it seemed to detect something and suddenly flew out. Nami was completely stunned. At that moment, a female robot bowed and said, "Master, I am Robot LPO-844. Please don't worry, this missile has been programmed with special instructions and will automatically attack the fishmen to avenge you." As the robot finished speaking, the night sky was illuminated by endless flames. However, there was no powerful shockwave because it was a thermobaric bomb. There was no huge shockwave, only endless flames burning. The explosion can burn everything in an instant, annihilating everything. As Nami watched these scenes unfold, she couldn't believe that her years of hatred had been so easily resolved by a single tiny missile. Tears streamed down her face unconsciously. She clutched the sharp blade tightly in her hand and sat down on the ground, as if she were overjoyed, as if the weight that had been pressing on her heart for so many years had finally been lifted. The robot didn't understand her owner's expression, but she didn't stop her. She just stared blankly at the stranger. As the flames disappeared a few seconds later, all the villagers were alarmed. Some daring villagers went to Arlong's territory to take a look, only to find that there was nothing there, just a large pile of black ashes. Moreover, gusts of sea breeze kept blowing away the black ash. What happened? The flames only burned for a few seconds, and these invincible fishmen vanished. Is it a deity? Are we saved by gods? More and more villagers are arriving in Kokosia village. Inside the orange grove, a mature woman with blue hair and tanned skin knelt down in front of Nami, the orange-haired girl. Seeing Nami's tears of happiness, she couldn't help but hug her tightly. And Najiko, we'll never be ruled by the fishmen again, we are free. Hearing Nami's words, Najiko was even more delighted. Really? Then Nami, would you like to draw a world nautical chart? No, I want to become a pirate hunter. I want to wipe out all the pirates in the world. So, was that flame your power? And who is she? Although she is a robot, she has the appearance of a human woman. She is wearing a blue maid outfit and looks very beautiful. She also has a sharp blade at her waist. Nami couldn't remember the robot's name, so she gave her a name. She's my bodyguard, her name is Knife. The robot was delighted to hear Nami's name and bowed, saying, my name is Knife, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Northcote. Seeing the Knife, Northcote released Nami and patted her head. How did you become the person you hate the most too? Nami was taken aback by Najiko's words. She quickly recalled what she'd said and replied, that's not how it is. We're partners, not master and servant, right Knife? Daozi was stunned. As a robot, she believed that Nami was her master, but her master actually said that she was a partner, not a master. I'm so lucky to have such a master. After all, she's a robot with super high intelligence. Although she is a robot, she can think for herself just like a human. However, she has the advantages of robots. She doesn't get tired at 807 and doesn't need to eat because she has a built-in nuclear reactor that allows her to operate self-sufficiently for 500 years. Knife smiled and said, yes, Miss Nami. Nami, having regained her senses, asked curiously, still calling me Miss May, just call me Nami from now on. By the way, what kind of person is that fake Qin Shi Huang? Hearing this, he also picked up the sword at his waist and started drawing on the dirt on the ground. He drew at an incredible speed. Suddenly, a lifelike painting appeared, depicting a bald, muscular man because it was a one-to-one replica. So you can see a muscular man who is nearly 2 meters tall, with powerful muscles bursting forth from his entire body. Haha, I never expected Brother Qiang to be this kind of person. He was so thoughtful and caring towards me. I thought he was a gentleman. Nami looked at the portrait and said with a smile. Najiko looked at the portrait. What a magnificent man. He's truly a remarkable man, don't you agree, Nami? Nami was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Najiko, what are you thinking? Najiko looked at Nami with a smile and said, it's nothing. Now that the village's crisis is over, shouldn't you start dating? No way, you're the older sister, you should be the one to start dating. Besides, I'm already reserved, I can't date. Nami had heard gods Ahoj say that they were all preordained, so dating was out of the question. Hearing Nami's words, Moroshi Takashi asked curiously, oh, what kind of person is he? When are you bringing him home? I can't explain this to you. Oh right, Northcote, call all the villagers over. I have a lot of money, I'll distribute it to them later. Nami looked at Najiko and immediately thought of her savings. Although she loved money, she wasn't someone who was stingy with money. She just knew that you can't do without money, but they don't value money more than their family or the villagers. Then Nami started digging a hole and that solved the problem. While digging a hole, Nami thanked her friends in the group. Thank you so much. Sasuke, your thermobaric bomb was amazing. I heard from Najiko that the entire Arlong domain was reduced to ashes. Snake's husband, ahem Nami, don't be angry, I've ruined all your hard work over the years. The money-grubbing beauty, it's all right, the nautical chart can be redrawn. Thank you for your help. Also, Brother Qiang's knife is very good, he will be my most important partner from now on. Thank you, sister with the Ahoj Cowlick, I feel like I have inexhaustible stamina. That noble phantasm is amazing. And thank you for your help, second brother and third brother. Nami also followed the example of Dongwang Qiang and Sasuke, directly calling Momoga and Ryugu Seinzai their second and third brothers. Of course, the others in the group followed suit. After all, he was the admin, so they were eager to flatter him. Taking off on the spot is not a dream. Of course, there's also Sister Wang, but that's quite difficult. The Tsundia water-type lowly, Nami ni is Arlong's domain big. Are there people inside? Isn't this too cruel? The arrogant electric shock girl. Yes, if it's a weapon of mass destruction, killing a large number of innocent civilians would be a sin. God's Ahoj. I can't even imagine such a thing. Hatred is endless. The fake Qin Shi Huang. They're nothing but a bunch of pirate fishmen, wicked people who prey on the common people. You're all too saintly. Snake's husband. Yes, Nami's world is more cruel than you think. It's a world overrun by pirates. Countless families have been destroyed because of pirates, and countless people have lived hellish lives. Do you know how evil pirates are? The money-grubbing beauty said, thank you for your explanation, Brother Qiang and Brother Sasuke, but I have a clear conscience. From now on, I will become a powerful pirate hunter, and I will eliminate all pirates. I don't want to see anything like this happen to my hometown again. I never want to see people's homes destroyed and their families torn apart because of pirates again. Ryugu saying, if you need power, I can help you. I'm your righteous third brother, Momoga. Haha, everyone in the group is a good person, that's great. Looking at the group chat, Ryugu Seiya thought to himself, Mikasa, you big demon, how dare you call yourself a good person? Forget it, we're all brothers, how can I hold a grudge against him? The atmosphere in the group is very good. Group members should help each other like this. Of course, they didn't know that their enemies were never the natives of the original world. For example, Ryugu Seiya is in trouble now because people from the God games are using the Demon Slayer world as a battleground. This is a struggle between two main God-themed game organizations, and it also reflects the unique gang culture found in various main God-themed games. Various confrontations are also a daily part of the Gods game, and many of the myriad worlds will be chosen by the Gods game. All I can say is that Ryugu Seiya is an unlucky guy, but also a lucky one. Because of her own strength, self-defense shouldn't be a problem, but protecting the world is still a bit lacking. Therefore, we need the help of the group members. As for the king, he won't concern himself with such matters. If she's the one who does everything, then what's the point of having group members? The pioneers of the two major God-themed games, Yakuza and Yakuza, Ultimate God Game and Yakuza, Ultimate Demon God Game, have begun to lurk in the Demon Slayer world. Furthermore, each of their own main gods and rules unfolds within the Demon Slayer world. Two strong forces of rules are constantly surging. There are many types of battles between players in the God of War game. Some are bloody battles, where two sides enter and the last one standing wins. Another aspect is the struggle for territory, where each side chooses a faction and engages in combat based on that faction. There is also a third type of random event, which randomly distributes the seed of destiny in this world to determine who wins first. Of course, this is not a boring game, and their goal is not this world, but to plunder the resources of the other's main god game through this victory. This is a high-stakes gamble. Each god's game involves dispatching 10,000 executors. If it's the first type of battle, then it means the two main gods have a grudge against each other. If it's the second type, then it means the two main god games are from different genres. If it's the third type, then it means the two main god games belong to the same genre, so the damage won't be that great. This time, although the two main god games have many similarities, the Tao and the Demon are clearly from different schools of thought. Fortunately, the two main gods are not hostile to each other, so the second game relationship was chosen. In other words, each of the two players chooses a team to support, and then embarks on a mission to plunder. The mission is simple. Either the demons rule the world, or the Demon Slayer Corps eliminates all the demons. Of course, there is still a high degree of freedom. 10,000 executors can assist the ghosts in completing their tasks. You can also personally kill the demons or members of the Demon Slayer Corps to complete the mission ahead of time. Of course, there is a third possibility. The two major organizations kill a specific person to complete the mission, such as time travelers. The transmigrators are clearly different from the people in the Gods game, because every transmigrator comes with their own system, and the system's abilities are extremely powerful. However, the executors of the God game all agree with the God system. However, it is undeniable that the executors of the Gods game love killing transmigrators the most, because the rewards given by transmigrators are simply too great. The rules of the pioneers in the two major God games have now enveloped the entire world. On the snowy mountain of Darfu, the two open-minded people met. They are the ones who set the rules for this competitive game. A cute blonde girl revealed a cruel smile. I didn't expect there to be transmigrators in this world. Well then, let's change our target to transmigrators. Our supreme god is very eager for systems that support transmigrators. The muscular, black-haired man looked at the Yandia woman and said, "All right, let's establish the rules then." As a god token flew out from the chests of the two, the god tokens emerged in an instant. The two divine tokens merged in an instant, unleashing an endless power of rules, a power of rules that could corrupt and ensnare. This terrifying power of rules can even annihilate countless worlds in an instant. This is the rule of the supreme god. It is also the ultimate reward for fighting against the main god. However, this time the reward will be much greater, because there are time travelers in this world. As the two tokens merged, the figures of the two pioneers also disappeared. Because they are all powerful beings at the Star Destroyer level, they cannot participate in such low-level competitions, and they also have their own missions to complete. Now that their mission is complete, they should disappear. As they disappeared, the main god space opened a portal, and this time the rules of the main god game were very simple. Defeating the time traveler will grant you divine power in the game. You can defeat them as a team or individually. And one by one, the executors appeared at the two extreme points of the north and south of the entire island nation region. Each group consists of 10,000 people. There are no star destroyers among them, but there are quite a few at the star destroyer level. If it weren't for the rules and regulations between the main gods, they probably would have arranged for a large number of planet-destroying level rules to be involved. At this moment, both teams had the same message in their minds: kill the time traveler and win the game. Killing enemy faction executors will grant random rewards. Clicking on story missions will also grant random rewards. There are 3 tasks to complete, because not everyone among these 10,000 people is a strong player. There are also newbies, so we divided them into 3 tasks and let them do different tasks according to their own conditions. The strongest will choose to kill the transmigrators, while the average strength ones will choose to kill the opposing executors. The weaker beings, on the other hand, think of banding together to kill the characters in this world and gain more god points. Everyone has different ideas and everyone does different things. This time both sides sent 10 pseudo-destroyers. Asterisk. There are 20 star destroyers in total, and because they are the executors of the gods game, they possess all sorts of bizarre abilities. Ryugu Saiyan is probably too much for one person to handle, even though she has already leveled up to 365 in the Peach world. All attributes have reached the limit of 3 million, which is the level of a star destroyer. But she is a saintly figure, she could never destroy the world. Not to mention, after destroying this planet, those 20 pseudo-planet destroyers could easily find her and besiege her. So all she can do is preserve the planet and then seek help. Although the group members are not very powerful, Artoria Pendragon, Dong Wanqiang, Sasuke and Momoga can still help her. However, while Artoria Pendragon possesses the power, her true strength isn't overly great, but she does have a noble phantasm riddled with bugs, capable of summoning countless powerful heroic spirits to aid her in battle. 0. As for Dong Wanqiang, he also has the strength to destroy stars, but because he's so powerful, others don't know it. As for Momoga, she is the most powerful among them all, because she is the dual ruler of life and death, and her power is extremely terrifying. In addition, she has the world artifact given to her by Lafan, which can make her immune to a lot of damage and power effects. She is simply the nemesis of the executors of the main gods. Sasuke also gained many passive abilities during his many days in the Pleasant Goat world, which greatly expanded his mind. Combined with his already overpowered Silver Rin Sharingan, and with the powerful wisdom of Grey Wolf, Pleasant Goat and Orochimaru, he reached an even higher level in developing his own abilities. Although their attributes are not as good as Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, they are still at the level of Sasuke and Naruto in Boruto. Even with that overpowered ability, Sasuke's strength is still enough to easily defeat Hashirama Senju. Yes, the attributes of Sasuke and Naruto in Boruto are definitely not as high as those of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Their strength mainly stems from the powers bestowed upon them by the 6 paths, though it may have been deliberately weakened by the authorities, but that doesn't matter. Sasuke is absolutely powerful now. In fact, attributes are not the most important thing, the ability to follow rules is the most important. After all, the ninja world operates on rules. Why is the Tsubasa Jutsu so powerful? Is it because of its elemental properties? Of course not, but rather it relies on powerful rules and various forms of power that manipulate people. With the addition of 20,000 main god players, Ryugu Saiyan also felt it, and she frowned at this moment. At this time, the group chat system also issued a notification. Ding. Detected, a large number of invaders have appeared in the world where Ryugu Saiyan's eye is located. Invasion has begun. Group chat mission issued. Resist the invaders. Resist intruders. Help group members resist intruders and receive random group chat points as a reward distributed according to your contribution. Automatic detection. The Tsundia Electric Shock Girl, Tsundia Water-type Lowly and money-loving older sister are too low-level to join. Other members, would you like to join? In an instant, the task popped into the minds of all the group members. Momoga was afraid that if she joined, Lafan would find out, and then she would be in trouble. But when I thought of that unfortunate child, Ryugu Saiyan, who now shares the same fate as me, it would be a bit unreasonable not to help her. After thinking it over, she finally agreed. Dong Wanqiang agreed almost instantly. After all, he had a sign-in system. If he signed in with third brother, wouldn't he be set for life? Sasuke is in the same boat. As for Artoria Pendragon, she is looking at the world she has modified and forcibly brought to peace, and she guesses that there won't be any problems for the time being. Now I can secure more group points, and then I'll definitely have more methods. Moreover, as a champion of justice, how could she tolerate her comrades being harmed without offering her help? So she agreed instantly. In an instant, several people appeared in front of Ruguin Seiya, the nearly 2-meter-tall, bald, muscular man Dong Wanqiang, the incredibly handsome Sasuke, the stunningly beautiful ruler of life Momoga, who could make the world fall into depravity, and the godlike Artoria Pendragon. Meanwhile, a live stream was also started in the group. This is so that the arrogant electric shock girl, the arrogant water-type loli, and the money-loving beauty can see it. Misaka Mikoto was furious when she saw the system notification because she had always been a top-tier powerhouse in the world. Suddenly, she became the worst person in the group, not even qualified to participate. She was very angry, but she watched the live broadcast of the group chat. She seemed less angry now, and when she looked at her legendary second and third brothers, she was stunned. So beautiful, so cute. Is this even human? If Fan is the most handsome and best-looking man in the world, then Momoga is the most beautiful and prettiest woman in the world. And Ruguin Seiya is the purest and cutest girl. Why are they so beautiful? Compared to them, Misaka Mikoto feels so ordinary. No, she was even quite ugly, but thankfully Artoria Pendragon was by her side. Her looks were about the same as hers, which helped Misaka Mikoto regain her confidence. The same goes for Xia Roxia and Nami. They were also shocked beyond words when they saw that inhuman beauty. Of course, there were also Sasuke and Dong Wanqiang, who were looking at their beautiful second and third brothers. They were all speechless. How could such a beautiful existence exist? Sasuke awkwardly said, "Ahem, you're the second brother, you're the third brother." Momoga was furious at Sasuke's infatuated gaze. This was the beauty of the ruler of life. In terms of appearance, it even surpasses Blood Ruler, truly the most beautiful character in the World Tree game, unmatched by any other. Even the Blood Ruler pales in comparison. Of course, because she is so beautiful, the requirements for this character to change jobs are also very demanding. It's driving female gamers crazy. She couldn't really say anything after all. She was the epitome of beauty, and there was no one like her. All right, stop staring at me or I'll unleash my iron fist. At this point, Momoga had regained its humanity because the rulers of life were originally human. This might be due to official malice, the belief that humans are the most beautiful. The gods are even more beautiful than angels. Of course, Momoga misunderstood. This was not an act of malice from the official side, but rather a genuine response based on the World Tree's setting. Many gods and angels were attracted by the beauty of humans. Indeed, humans are the most beautiful. Looking at Momoga, who had regained his humanity, Rugu Saiyan said with a smile, "Momoga, hee, so you're just like me." With two such stunningly beautiful beings before him, even Dong Wanqiang felt embarrassed and scratched the back of his head, saying, should I teach you, Sister Tu and Sister Zhu?" Artoria Pendragon looked at Momoga, who was on par with the human king, and took a deep breath. Second sister, you're so beautiful, just like the human king." Momoga looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and said, "Shut up, don't call me second sister." Ryugu Saiyan added, clenching his little fists, "Yes, call me third brother. Don't let our good looks fool you, we're actually men." Hearing these two most beautiful people in the world insist that they are men, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even some people in the group started discussing it. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, "Hey 01, second sister, third sister, you're all so beautiful, why do you deny yourselves?" The Tsundia water-type loli, "Yeah, being a girl is pretty good. A beautiful woman who loves money more than anything. Actually, I can understand. Sometimes men have many natural advantages. If I could, I'd also like to be a man." Ryugu Saiyan, "Please call us brother, or we'll really get angry." The group members were also very understanding. They could see from the live stream that Ryuin Seiya and Momoga looked angry. Then they would call them second brother and third brother on the surface, but secretly call them second sister and third sister. Even Sasuke and Dong Wanqiang might secretly fantasize about them. After all, her looks are just too stunning. The discussion on appearance has been mostly finished. Ryuguin Seiya began looking at the messages from the group members. "You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Especially that bald, muscular hunk, Dong Wanqiang, whose attributes are all higher than mine. Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Also, did Momoga take any medication during this period? Did it triple in stats? Momoga's current strength is entirely due to his awakening of the legendary system. Yes, a while ago, a goddess system appeared in his mind. Of course, she wouldn't say something so embarrassing. But the goddess system is incredibly powerful, so powerful that her attributes can be improved without limit. Of course, Momoga didn't know that this so-called goddess system was actually given to her by Lafan. However, Lafan had secretly turned Momoga into his perfect companion without anyone noticing. However, to prevent Momoga from getting too bored, a system was arranged for her so that she would think that her abilities were being improved based on the system. Actually, none of that applies. She was simply gradually unlocking the power she was meant to possess. However, Momoga was too much. Even though she possessed power comparable to the gods of the Usura world, she still chose to live a life of quiet desperation and slowly completed the system tasks. Anyway, a whole bunch of tasks appeared. Lafan arranged this specifically for Momoga because he was worried that Momoga would be bored. Lafan knows what boredom feels like. For example, even now that he is omniscient and omnipotent, he is bored every moment and has no passion for life at all. He knew everything before it even happened, and all of this made him extremely bored. Sometimes he really wanted to get busy, to split the sky open again and burst into it to destroy everything. But he held back because he wasn't even a chaos ruler yet. He was still too weak. He'll go at least after the Creator breaks into the heavens, but the Creator continues her efforts, striving to conquer this seven-colored chaos and become its master. Now she's not just destroying dimensions anymore. Every time she destroys a dimension, she creates a new one. Gradually, this colorful and chaotic space will have countless dimensions that I create myself. At that time, we will directly grasp the seven-colored chaos through countless dimensional geodesy. That was her idea. It was that simple and direct, returning to the Demon Slayer world. At this moment, Ryugu Seiya stared intently at Momoga, whose stats had exceeded 100 million. Momoga, what's going on with your stats? Momoga smiled. Hee, that's my secret. At this moment, Dong Wanqiang asked curiously, attributes. Ryugu Seiya looked at Dong Wanqiang and nodded. This is my ability. I can see everyone's attributes. For example, Dong Wanqiang's attributes are around 3.5 million on average, while mine are 3.3 million. You surpass me in terms of attributes. Sasuke's are around 500,000, Artoria Pendragon's are around 800,000, and Momoga's are 100 million. Ryugu Seiya said the terrifying things in a calm voice. Everyone was stunned by what Ryugu Seiya said. Even the three pretty girls in the group became interested. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, Sasuke-kun, how strong are you? Snake's husband, me, I could probably destroy a city within 100 kilometers with a wave of my hand, not very strong. The arrogant water-type lowly, isn't this already godlike power? The fake Qin Shi Huang, ahem, it's alright, if I unleash my full power I could destroy a planet. Momoga, let's stop discussing meaningless numbers. Since it's pointless, let's talk about the content of the group chat task. Back to reality, everyone looked at Momoga. Ryugu Seiya, this time their target is clearly me. I think we can go to Mount Daifu, bring them here directly, and then drive them away. Sasuke activated his silver rin Sharingan, surveying his surroundings. His powerful aura of discipline allowed him to easily perceive a vast number of powerful figures appearing at both the north and south ends. There are too many of them, and we might not be the only target. Artoria Pendragon was stunned when she saw Sasuke's disciplined eyes. What kind of power were those eyes? It feels like those eyes hold the whole world. Artoria Pendragon thought for a moment and said, if it's an ex-noble phantasm, do you think they'd be interested in trying to steal it? Hearing Artoria Pendragon's words, Sasuke nodded vigorously. Of course, Saber Nichin. Cough cough, excuse me, Artoria Pendragon Nichin, if possible, please release your ex-noble phantasm. By the way, can you create an infinite number of ex-noble phantasms? If so, could you give me that chains of heaven? Call me sister with the Ahoj Cowlick if you want, but I'm your older sister now, so your meals will depend on you from now on. The chains of heaven, an anti-god weapon, a weapon specifically for killing gods. Sasuke, are you going to kill a god? Artoria Pendragon said with a smile. Looking at the beautiful Artoria Pendragon, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. She was simply amazing. The chains of heaven were a treasure specifically designed to kill gods, and with those perfect eyes, she was simply irresistible. Dong Wanqiang, I don't really understand what treasures are, but what kind of treasure could drive these invaders mad? Sasuke, a self-proclaimed otaku, exclaimed with longing in Numilish. It could absolutely drive everyone mad. Legend has it that this sword possesses the power to split the heavens and the earth. If it were in the hands of a strong person, destroying a planet would be no problem at all. Alto 570, Leah Pendragon, was also taken aback by Sasuke's words. Isn't that too dangerous? What if the other party has some strange means to steal the Qingli sword and uses its power to destroy the world? Hearing Artoria Pendragon's unequivocal statement, the three pretty faces in the group were surprised once again. Tsundia Electric Girl, hey, you with the Ahoj Cowlick girl was the ex-noble phantasm you gave Nami also. God's Ahoj, that's an ideal world far removed from the mundane, the world's strongest guardian, an absolute treasure that can shield against all physical damage, even fifth-tier magic. The money-obsessed beauty, thank you Sister Ahoj. The fake Qin Shi Huang, holy crap is she that strong, Sister Ahoj is there a future, God's Ahoj, you're welcome, we're all group members and should help each other. However, these ex-noble phantasms require a lot of power, and even I can't create a second one. Hearing Artoria Pendragon's words, everyone in the group was somewhat disappointed. However, Artoria Pendragon was referring to X-rank noble phantasms, not A+F rank ones. Sasuke seems to have discovered a new world, and since the chains of heaven should be A++, wouldn't they be invincible if everyone had one? After all, as members of the dog pack, they are all very powerful. The only thing they fear is the so-called gods, but with the lock of heaven, the gods are nothing. Since Momoga is also an anime character, and not a transmigrator like Sasuke or Dongwang Qiang, she naturally doesn't know the storyline of Artoria Pendragon and the others. She asked curiously, there are weapons like that? That's amazing. Ryugu Saiyan nodded in agreement. It seems the noble phantasms from the world of the Ahoj-haired girl are quite interesting. Artoria Pendragon, compared to my second and third brothers, I'm still much weaker. Seeing the flattering Artoria Pendragon, Sasuke also expressed his approval. After all, the two who could become administrators must be quite capable. Despite the difference in stats between Ryugu Saiyan and Higashi, if they were to actually fight, Higashi would definitely be no match for Ryugu Saiyan. And even if you could beat her, so what? She still has her second brother Momoga. Would you dare lay a finger on her? Even if you can beat her second brother Momoga and the group leader, King, with this sister-in-law around, are you sure you can win? You should know that when the king's wife raised her hand, she turned Artoria Pendragon into God. What kind of monster is this? Not to mention, there's also Boss LaFan, who's even more powerful than sister-in-law, making this a veritable hornet's nest. Who dares to look down on the second and third brothers? Dong Wangqiang, then let's begin. Tsundia Electric Shock Girl, I'm so envious, sister with the Ahoj is so powerful, second brother and third brother are so handsome. The Tsundia Water-type Lowly, hey Mikoto Nichan, you're not Tsundia at all, you're really honest. The Tsundia girl exclaimed, so I'm telling you I'm an honest and kind girl, not some Tsundia princess. The money-grubbing beauty exclaimed, I'm having a knife teach me swordsmanship. The blade my third brother gave me is so powerful, it can slice rocks in two with a mere slash. With this blade I'm sure I can defeat all the pirates. Tsundia Electric Shock Girl, Nami Nichan isn't watching the live stream anymore. A money-obsessed beauty, I can watch a live stream while wielding a sword. The arrogant water-type Lowly, I really envy you guys, you can train your own power. In my world everyone uses Pokémon, we don't have any power of our own at all. The arrogant, electric shocking girl, as long as there's a group of points available you can do it too. The three flower vases, a derogatory term for three people who are only interested in each other, were chatting in the group, but no one else paid any attention to them. At this moment the 5 people had already flown to Mount Darfu and were looking at this extinct volcano. Artoria Pendragon was also shocked. She remembered that her world also had this volcano, and the map of that world was basically the same as her own. But it seems like times are different. Are all worlds the same? She quickly shook her head, then suddenly waved her little hand, and in an instant the entire world changed color. This is the real riding sword, not the riding sword summoned by the heroic spirit king in his heroic spirit form. With the appearance of the Chingli sword, the entire world changed color, and endless crimson light soared into the sky. A red beam of light shot into the sky, and everything around Cheng Lijian seemed to be collapsing. Artoria Pendragon placed the sword of departure in midair, and it hovered there. Look at this world's #1 sword, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Momoga also became interested. Not bad, it even has the aura of annihilation magic. Ryugu Saiyan, annihilation magic. Momoga, yes, it's a special skill from the Usura world, but to me it's just magic. Sasuke, listening to Momoga's words, also said, second sister, could you teach me magic? I want to become a great magician too. Dong Wangqiang glanced at Sasuke. Aren't you a ninja? Why do you want to become a magician? Dong Wangqiang knew what Sasuke was thinking. He himself also wanted to get closer to his second and third sisters because they were so beautiful. However, the thought that the human king and LaFan were above him completely extinguished any wicked thoughts he harbored. Sasuke clearly doesn't realize the seriousness of the problem. As the ruler of life, Momoga can cleanse and feel the emotions of all living beings. Sensing Sasuke's affection for her, she immediately said unhappily, "Stop with your little schemes, I'm your second brother." Sasuke was taken aback by Momoko's words, then scratched the back of his head. "Sorry, second brother, I was wrong just now." Ryugu-san looked at Sasuke, then at Momoga. To be honest, even she herself couldn't help but fall into fantasy when she saw Momoga. Not to mention someone like Sasuke, but Momoga seems to have a special ability. Could she sense other people's thoughts? Momoga looked at Ryugu's Sacred Academy and said, "If you keep thinking like that, I'll get you." Listening to Momoga's words, Ryugu-san had confirmed it. It seemed that Momoga had indeed obtained such an ability, but it's still uncertain who will handle it. Momoga looked at Ryugu-san's eye, who wanted to fight her, and suddenly raised her hand and slapped her cute little head. "If you keep thinking about it, I'll give you 2 slaps." At this moment, Dong Wanqiang asked somewhat fearfully, "Second brother, do you have the ability to hear other people's thoughts?" Momoga was also embarrassed, because she did indeed have the ability to hear other people's births, which was one of the abilities awakened by the goddess system. Of course, this was also part of LaFan's wicked sense of humor. He already knew that Momoga had been eavesdropping on his thoughts. He was also very angry, but he couldn't do anything to his brother, so what could he do? Let's make her able to hear everyone's thoughts. Don't you like eavesdropping? Then go ahead and eavesdrop to your heart's content. Momoga, all right, I know you've all struggled, but you mustn't indulge in wishful thinking anymore. Dong Wanqiang nodded awkwardly. Yes, thank you, second brother, for sparing my life. Sasuke was also very angry, but he apologized as well. Looking at the two of them, Artoria Pendragon knew perfectly well what those 2 bastards were thinking. You guys, forget it. Now that Cheng Lijian has come out, the enemy will definitely see it, and they might already be on their way. As Artoria Pendragon spoke, he watched as the entire island sky was affected by the sword, turning it into a dark and gloomy expanse. The terrifying annihilation red light emanating from the departing sword illuminated the entire island nation. At this moment, whether it was Muzan, the representative of demons, or the other upper and lower moons, or Tanjiro of the Demon Slayer Corps, or the other pillars, they all noticed the exaggerated rise of the sword. The feeling that the whole world was about to be destroyed terrified them. The Demon Slayer Corps members had no choice but to move closer, because as the strongest humans in the world, they were the guardians of humanity and its pioneers. Even when faced with such a devastatingly reversed course, they could only push forward. Muzan, being rather afraid of death, wouldn't personally venture into such a terrifying, world-destroying area. Instead, he sent his subordinates to scout it out. Because the sky is now overcast and there is no sun, the ghosts can move around. Of course, they can't go for the upper moons since they're high-end combatants, but the lower moons and other demons aren't that valuable, so they can still acquire them. The local natives were all drawn to this terrifying sight, not to mention the executors from the world of the Supreme God. The 20 powerful pseudo-destroyer beings in this world were all astonished by such a terrifying scene. Among these 20 pseudo-destroyer powerhouses, there are naturally many villains that people recognize. After all, the game features not only Earthlings, but also characters from various other worlds. For example, Thanos is right here, but this Thanos is Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet. But after obtaining the God of Games, he was no longer the weakling he once was. Now his physical strength is enough to easily defeat Superman. Of course, it's the Superman from the movie world, the kind of Superman who, even with all his might, can't wipe out a city. As we all know, the Marvel Universe is divided into 3 levels: comic book level, animated level, and then live-action level. The live-action version was the most severely censored, with each character being weaker than the last. The animated version was also heavily censored, while only the manga version was uncensored. As a movie version of Thanos, he can now destroy a planet with his own physical strength. What a terrifying existence that is. He could easily defeat any character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. 947 is absolutely invincible in the movie universe. He also successfully conquered Earth in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Of course, because of the God's game, Earth was just a place for him to enjoy himself. Every time he survived a near-death mission in the God of War game, it made him realize that he had to become stronger than ever before. Otherwise, he might be the next one to be exploited in the next mission, especially now that such a weapon has appeared in this world. He is also a player of the God of War game, and naturally has access to the God of War world's intelligence system. Even if he doesn't understand, others do, not to mention that no one could possibly be unaware of such an exaggerated sword. It is the strongest sword in the Holy Grail world, and also an outrageous one, said to possess world-destroying power. The Chingli sword is something even high-level players crave, because the game has an equipment enhancement system. This sword is already capable of destroying the world in its initial state, and if it is enhanced a few times, it will basically be invincible. Although there is an enhancement system, the intensity of the enhancement is based on the weapon's own condition. This CFF Chingli sword is definitely one of the best weapons among the enhanced initial weapons. Even if you don't use this sword yourself, you can sell it to a powerful figure at the stellar level, and the price will definitely be exorbitant. The value of this sword alone has already surpassed the value of this mission. Everyone participates in this battle and slaughter to become stronger, but even if one person lives a perfect life, the reward can't possibly be much higher than the value of this sword. Furthermore, it's impossible for one person to receive a perfect reward, because what does perfect reward even mean? He alone will destroy the world and wipe out everything. Someone with that level of ability wouldn't be able to carry out this kind of mission, because there are clear rules in the game. Players capable of achieving this level of evaluation would not be here. At this moment, all the players in the God of War game who participated in this battle and slaughter went mad. This sword is so incredibly powerful that anyone would want to take it. 20 powerful pseudo-destroyers wouldn't wait. They would form teams of 10 and head out. Because they also knew that the opposing camp had 10 pseudo-destroyers, and they weren't arrogant enough to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. We must deal with the enemy first before they can seize the spoils. After all, different factions have different rules. Simply put, the rules only apply to players who are the main gods of the same faction. This also prevents players from becoming traitors, exploiting one main god while helping another main god to survive. Because this situation has been completely eliminated, players of the main god game will first team up to eliminate other players of the main god game if they want to seize something. Then each member of the family, according to the rules of the main god, made a pact and began to plunder from within. All of this is being observed by the supreme god, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. Even if you eventually become powerful enough to ride the Li sword, you don't need to worry about being ganged up on by all the other players in the same lineup. Therefore, the first thing to do is to eliminate the enemy forces and then seize the Chingli sword, thus starting the internal struggle. At worst, you won't lose your life, and you won't have to worry about being ambushed. Moreover, the riding sword shouldn't have appeared in this Demon Slayer world in the first place. The only reason it's here is that the target is right there. This is a win-win situation. The Transmigrator's system cheat is exactly what the main god players like the most. Once the Transmigrators are killed, the players of the main god game can inherit their cheat codes. Of course, this inheritance is just that, inheritance. The main power over these cheats still lies with the god. However, since they are unable to leave the main god, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they have completely inherited this cheat. But now this Transmigrator has the cheat code to possess the riding sword. Could it be a cheat code within the weapon system? If it really is this cheat, coupled with the existence of the god system, it allows people to directly resell weapons and obtain god points. By continuously increasing one's strength using god points, isn't that just taking off from the spot? The more players think about the game, the more excited they become. 20 streaks of light flashed across the sky, revealing 20 pseudo-destroyer powerhouses arriving together. At this moment, Ainz Ooal looked at the sky with a smile on his face. It's here, it really worked. Thank you, little Ahod. Artoria Pendragon, looking at the incredibly cute Ainz Ooal, humbly said, "Third brother, you're joking, but these 20 people are no ordinary fighters. Can we really handle them? Momoga, don't worry with me here, everything is fine, should I eliminate them now?" Dong Wangqiang smiled and said, "Hey, second brother, save a few for me. It feels like I haven't fought in a long time. Now's the perfect time to experience what it's like to fight." Sasuke, listening to Dong Wangqiang's words, retorted, "You're just too cowardly. You're clearly so strong, yet you hide in the deep mountains like an old turtle, refusing to show off. If I had your strength, what would Hashirama and Madara have to do with it? I could kick Madara and punch Hashirama in one go." Hearing Sasuke's words, Dong Wangqiang shook his head. "I didn't have this strength back then. My current strength is something I slowly acquired through cowardice. Everyone knows that being invincible is something to brag about, but when I was invincible, all the strong were dead, leaving only some ants. Is it fun to bully ants? It's better to continue to cowardly." Ryugu they've arrived. At this moment, 20 beams of light flew over at high speed. After all, the island nation is not very big, and these 20 people were all pseudo-star destroyers. Reaching a flight speed of max 7 or 8 per hour is definitely not a problem. Sasuke was stunned when he saw the 20 people. Holy crap, Thanos and Madara Uchiha too. Holy crap, what are you guys doing here? Both sides have different villains in their respective lineups, among whom Thanos and Madara Uchiha were immediately recognized by Sasuke. Dong Wanqiang, looking at the distant Killin, exclaimed, "Blood Killin! Holy crap, isn't this from the world of Feng Yun?" Hearing what the two said, Artoria Pendragon and the other two expressed their incomprehension. After all, they weren't time travelers, but whether the other party recognized them or not, knowing that these people were intruders made things much easier. Madara Uchiha in the game's main god lineup stared at Sasuke in disbelief. "Wait, didn't I just kick you to death? How are you still alive? And so young, Tilda?" Sasuke was stunned for a moment. "I was kicked to death by you. Are you from another parallel world?" Madara Uchiha was taken aback for a moment. "It seems the claim of possessing countless Naruto worlds is confirmed, but I didn't expect you could actually travel to this world. You're a transmigrator." Sasuke looked at Madara Uchiha. Heh, let's fight. Whether I'm a transmigrator or not doesn't matter anymore. All I want now is to kill you or kick you to death to avenge my counterpart from another parallel world. Dong Wanqiang also looked at Thanos with interest. "You're all bald, let's have a fight. Oh, and second brother, third brother and sister Ahoj, these are yours." Just as Dong Wanqiang and Sasuke recognized them, they naturally recognized Artoria Pendragon as well. As for Rugu Saiyajin and Momoga, they didn't recognize them, but looking at the two stunningly beautiful beings, it would be a lie to say they had no ulterior motives. Momoga shook her head at everyone. "Too weak, I don't really want to help." "Little sister with the Ahoj, do you want to help?" Artoria Pendragon looked at the crowd and said, "I can take on 3. Rugu Saiyan was speechless. She shook her head, her blue twin tails swaying, and then said, "All right then, I'll take on 15. Momoga smiled and said, "Sure, I'll cheer you on. Fight with confidence, your second brother is here." Hearing Momoga's arrogant words and seeing the words of that stunningly beautiful blue-haired girl with twin ponytails, everyone present was stunned. They originally planned to eliminate the opposing organization first, but now, looking at the number of transmigrators and their complete disregard for them, they changed their minds. How could they not be angry? At this moment, Madara Uchiha activated the complete six-path Sage mode, and terrifying truth-seeking balls blasted towards Sasuke. Sasuke, not to be outdone, suddenly activated his silver Rin Sharingan, and in an instant, Sasuke appeared as if he were the embodiment of God. Possessing countless powers, he suddenly surged forward, effortlessly annihilating each truth-seeking ball with a simple wave of his hand. He then disdainfully remarked, "That's all." Madara Uchiha looked at Sasuke Uchiha's eyes with extreme surprise and asked, "What's wrong with your eyes?" "Haha, this is the fusion of the Byakugan, Rinnegan and Sharingan. This is the ultimate eye. No rules or ninjutsu in the ninja world can affect me." Hearing Sasuke's arrogant words, Madara Uchiha frowned. Fortunately, he had also been to several worlds in the God game and gained many other abilities. At this moment, he smiled and his entire body turned pitch black. Since that's the case, then let me show you my Conqueror's Haki." In an instant, terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged from Madara Uchiha's body, and Sasuke was completely stunned by this powerful aura of dominance. A second later, Sasuke retorted, "That's it, what good is just having an aura?" But in the next instant, Madara Uchiha, disregarding all martial ethics, suddenly appeared behind Sasuke in a flash, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Feeling the terrifying double bombardment of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, Sasuke suddenly unleashed the power of Kamui. Madara Uchiha's powerful punch passed directly through Sasuke's body, creating a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave, like a Kamehameha, blasted directly into the distance. It was like a Kai explosion in the world of Dragon Raja, instantly leveling a mountain. This terrifying power was only the force of a single punch from the opponent. If you told the natives of this world about it, who would believe it? Meanwhile, the Demon Slayer Corps members on their way witnessed the heaven-defying annihilation red light, the black shockwave that had just been unleashed, and the massive explosion. There were also terrifying images of a mountain being completely flattened, massive earthquakes, powerful sandstorms, and rocks falling from the sky. They were all terrified. Tanjiro watched the inhuman battle. It was like gods fighting. Should he really go after them? If I went back then, I would definitely die. Thinking about this, Tanjiro felt a little scared. The lower Moon 5 was nearby, so he rushed over immediately. When he saw the horrific scene, he was completely terrified. In such a war between demons and gods, what right do I, a mere demon, have to participate? The massive earthquake terrified everyone. Of course, there were still some people who risked their lives to rush here. Those were the powerful players from the God of War game, although they were not the most outstanding. However, they still possessed the power to destroy cities, and even seeing such a scene, they felt no fear whatsoever. They continued their vigorous advance. The scene returns, and Madara Uchiha has already corrected his old habit of showing off. Having experienced several god games, he knew that villains died from talking too much. Now he only wanted to do one thing: kill that little b********* D Sasuke. Then, after obtaining his system, he immediately chose to run away. After successfully killing the Transmigrator, the executor of the god's game possesses a specific ability: to return to the god's space. This is the greatest benefit the main god has given to the players. After all, the 10 gods are also craving the system of every Transmigrator. Sasuke frowned as he watched Madara Uchiha use all sorts of teleportation and sneak attacks without any regard for martial ethics. What made the arrogant and domineering Madara Uchiha become such a despicable and shameless villain? They didn't say a word, just unleashed a barrage of attacks, constantly using sneak attacks. Luckily, I have the Divine Might skill, or I would have been killed. Of course, even with divine power, it's not entirely safe because the other main god players are no pushovers. Of course, there are players who are proficient in spatial magic, such as Voldemort, who is a powerful spatial mage. Although he is Voldemort, thanks to the powerful functions of the God of War game, he becomes stronger every time he survives a world. Despite his weak race, he has already experienced 30 games of the main god, making him extremely powerful. Voldemort, the spatial sorcerer, suddenly attacked. His short, 1.5-meter-tall body and ugly claws lashed out towards the space. Sasuke frowned, then suddenly teleported away. In the next instant, the space where he had just been standing collapsed. Voldemort, the spatial sorcerer, smiled. "Jai, you managed to dodge it, but you think that's all?" Seeing Sasuke appear, Madara Uchiha suddenly charged out again, teleporting back to appear in front of Sasuke once more. Sasuke felt the collapse of space reappear. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and instantly activate the Amaterasu resurrection technique. This is a powerful ninjutsu he developed. Instantly, the flames of Amaterasu surged forth and emerged from Sasuke's body in a rotating motion. Madara Uchiha's fist, imbued with Conqueror's haki, slammed into the Amaterasu flames, instantly engulfing them in the merciless fire and forcing him to retreat. The Amaterasu flames, spinning at an intensity of 177, burned at an incredibly fast speed, instantly engulfing Madara Uchiha's fist. Madara then abruptly severed his right hand. In the instant, his entire body emitted a green light. His right hand grew back, but he had consumed a large amount of chakra in that instant. This action can only be repeated 10 more times at most. Looking at Sasuke, who was as slender as a tortoise, 10 white tails emerged from behind him, and then a tailed beast ball suddenly appeared. In an instant, the tailed beast balls exploded forth, while Voldemort, the space mage, was lurking in the space. If Sasuke dared to enter the space, he would deliver a fatal blow to Sasuke. This forced Sasuke to confront Madara Uchiha head-on with the terrifying 10 tails tailed beast ball. In an instant, a terrifying tailed beast ball bombarded the area, and the next second the tailed beast ball disappeared into space. Momoga said calmly, "My little brother said it was one-on-one, so you two are cheating, and Voldemort, get back to your battlefield." With a simple wave of his hand, Momoga pulled Voldemort, the spatial mage, right in front of the Dragon Palace Holy Academy warrior. Sasuke expressed his gratitude to Momoga, then looked at Madara Uchiha and said, "Heh, now that no outsiders are helping you, you're nothing." Madara Uchiha frowned. He truly had no way to harm Sasuke, who possessed the power of ninjutsu, because the power of ninjutsu could not harm Sasuke. However, there is some good news. Sasuke is not immune to the damage from the tailed beast ball. So could he use space-time ninjutsu to send the tailed beast ball into a dimension? Then what if you use Conqueror's haki entangling attack from the front? No, his Amaterasu Kaiten is a close combat nemesis. Can he gather 2 10-tails at once? Chakra was inexhaustible for Madara Uchiha, but life force was finite. He couldn't regenerate his body indefinitely. So to be on the safe side, he will not engage in close combat with Sasuke again. He raised the 10 tails again and began bombarding the enemy with tailed beast balls. This time Momoga ignored it. Sasuke frowned as he looked at the powerful tailed beast ball. Indeed, even with his Rinnegan, Sasuke couldn't absorb such a massive amount of energy from the 10 tails tailed beast ball in an instant. It was a bit too much for him to handle. Moreover, since his opponent knew about his ability to teleport, he didn't dare to confidently use the tailed beast ball to bombard him. There must be a purpose behind this. I can't carelessly enter this space. In that case, I'll transfer the tailed beast ball and see what you can do about it. Sasuke, having thought it through, also kept rotating his silver-white Rin Sharingan. a terrifying power swirling within it. Both of them have their own paths to follow. This is what a battle between ninjas is all about. As the tailed beast ball exploded, Sasuke's teleportation space was ready. In an instant, the tailed beast ball struck, but the powerful tailed beast ball was directly sent flying in another direction. Seeing the tailed beast ball being redirected, Madara Uchiha suddenly smiled. Die. In that instant, Madara Uchiha teleported back to Sasuke's side, then raised his hand and took out a jet-black spear, which he thrust fiercely towards Sasuke. Sasuke felt the terror of the spear. It possessed a unique power that seemed capable of piercing through anything. Sasuke knew that his Amaterasu rotation might not be able to defend against this extreme physical attack. What can we do then? The only way to dodge is to instantly disappear into space. But the next second, Sasuke discovered that there was another tailed beast ball inside the hidden dimension of this world. In that instant, Sasuke's eyes darted around again, and he hurriedly transferred the tailed beast ball away. In an instant, the tailed beast ball appeared at the foot of Mount Daifu and exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, an area of 30 kilometers in radius was transformed from flat ground into a completely different landscape. At the same time, the tailed beast ball also hit its target, another 10 Fang Yuanju, and 10 buses were wiped out. The combined power of the two instantaneous explosions caused the needless sacrifice of many demons and members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro, who was already thinking of escaping, watched the terrifying explosion and was blown into the air by the merciless storm. He was completely dumbfounded in midair. What was that? Is this a battle of gods? Why do such terrifying beings exist in this world? If gods exist, why don't they protect humanity? Why do they allow ghosts to do as they please? It's definitely not a god. If it were, how could it wreak havoc so wantonly? Because of their destruction, how many families have been torn apart and how many people have lost their lives? Why can they be so cruel? Tanjiro was furious but also incredibly frustrated. Similarly, Muzan, who was in a city hundreds of kilometers away, was completely terrified when he saw the two enormous orbs of light appear in the sky. What kind of demonic power is this? Why does this power exist? But this power isn't the most terrifying part. Because even more terrifying battles are taking place in the outer reaches of space above this planet. As the two-tailed beast balls exploded on the ground, endless explosions also erupted in the sky. In space, Artoria Pendragon was facing these three enemies, wielding the Blade of Departure. In her hands, the terrifying Blade of Departure possessed the power to destroy planets with every strike. If used on Earth, each strike of 5-7 could probably destroy a continent. Therefore, their battle must absolutely not take place on Earth. That's why Momoga moved them away from the planet. After all, this mission is to protect the Demon Slayer world. Of course, Sasuke and Madara Uchiha below were fighting too far, and they were directly teleported to outer space. It's Dong Wanqiang and Thanos who keep making friends through fistfights. The two exchanged blows with brutal force and both were bald. Thanos definitely used his full strength, that's for sure. As for Dong Wanqiang, how could that old fox possibly use his full strength? He's only using 30% at most. No, he probably only used 15% of his power. After all, this is old Gu, even more cunning and treacherous than Ryugu Saiyan. Haha, that was exhilarating. If we weren't enemies, we might have become good friends. But there are no ifs in this world. Come on, let's keep comparing our muscles and our punches. Thanos was bruised and battered, but he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being hit hard with every punch. This was the kind of fighting a man should experience. Of course, Dong Wanqiang was also pretending to be bruised and battered, as he roughly knew Thanos' strength. Furthermore, he also agreed with Thanos' words. This guy is a man, yet he didn't cultivate any other fancy powers. It's all about muscles and explosive power. Each of Thanos' punches was as powerful as a tailed beast ball. It has to be said that Thanos was very strong, but also very weak. If he encountered an opponent like Sasuke who could manipulate space, he would be completely helpless. But it doesn't matter, I'll just keep slacking off, fight him, and watch the battle between Sister Ahoj and the adorable third brother. The ground collapsed as the two-tailed beast balls exploded, and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared because the Annihilation Sword also vanished. Tanjiro rolled dozens of meters on the ground, his body covered in injuries, and looked up at the sky. You can see the universe constantly exploding. Even though it's daytime, the entire sky is bursting with dazzling rays of light. And that crimson annihilation light, that was the culprit that had just plunged the entire area into darkness. Now we can see terrifying sword energy stretching for countless kilometers in the sky, constantly slashing and hacking. Every strike was filled with an unprecedented fear. If this terrifying attack were to actually hit the ground, Tanjiro was certain that the entire island nation would be wiped out from the world. What kind of battle is this between gods? Watching thousands of changing points of light per second, and looking at them from such a great distance, made him feel a little dizzy. If he were to observe such terrifying beings up close, could he truly see them and clearly discern their movements? Tanjiro couldn't believe it. Such a thing was simply unacceptable. Although Artoria Pendragon has considerable combat experience, she is no match for the opponent's combination of various bizarre skills. She was also caught off guard. Every time she unleashed the world-destroying sword energy that stretched for thousands of kilometers, her opponent could easily neutralize it, and it seems to be getting closer and closer to her. Has she become overconfident? Is she incapable of handling 3 people? Of course, the 3 people opposite Artoria Pendragon were also terrified. Is this my king? Is this the legendary king of knights? This terrifying combat awareness meant that every time someone was about to get close, the Qingli sword could automatically change direction. No matter how many tricks they had up their sleeves, such high energy expenditure made it impossible for them to get completely close to their opponent. As for directly confronting Cheng Lijian head-on, they were still aware of their own limitations. Someone's thousands of kilometers away, and you're just going to try and tank it. As for spatial skills, I'm sorry to say that none of these 3 possess them. However, they know a wide variety of skills, including various acceleration techniques, magical abilities, and the ability to transform into natural elements. However, when faced with monsters that fight instinctively, their various methods of moving and hiding were easily discovered, which made their scalps tingle. Because they cannot afford to be even the slightest bit careless, or they will all die. Artoria Pendragon's side is in a torturous war, the kind where all 3 are destined to lose in the end. Of course, what Artoria Pendragon has to do is keep swinging the sword without stopping. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Madara Uchiha engaged in a ninja battle, using various teleportation techniques and tailed beast balls in a flashy and elaborate display. As for Dong Wanqiang and Thanos, their fighting style was simple and straightforward, with every punch landing hard. The most exhausting battlefield was that of Ryugu Seienzai, where he faced 15 opponents simultaneously, subjected to all sorts of spatial attacks, teleportation attacks, magical attacks, and everything in between. Fortunately, she is the shield hero. If there's anything, the strongest thing about her body is her defense, coupled with her powerful resistance armor, which makes her immune to various poisons and abnormal statuses. So she was also holding a huge iron hammer and constantly hitting those who attacked her. One swing of the hammer, and I knew that if it hit, the opponent would surely die. Of the original 15, only 13 remained if Momoga hadn't sealed off their space. Now all 13 have fled. This is no longer a battle, it's a one-sided massacre, even though their attacks are somewhat effective. But this little girl is too tanky. Even if we all attack and bombard her, it would probably take us a whole day and night to kill her. Their scalps tingled. Why would such a terrifying being exist? Fortunately, the little girl wasn't fast, so they could use various unpredictable skills to dodge. Since they couldn't leave, they could only slowly wear her down. But if you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. This is a great expenditure of 480, but if you get hit by a hammer, you're basically done for. They are in a real predicament. Some are so desperate that they want to surrender, but the moment they surrender, the world explodes and dies. Because this is a game controlled by the supreme deity, there can be no rebels, so surrendering is not an option. They knew they had no chance of winning, because there was an even more terrifying Momoga in the mix. Even if they defeated the Dragon Head Saint Academy, it would be useless. Their only hope now is that the Supreme God will know that the game has been ruined and come to save them. Of course, their main god also needs to care, since there are countless powerful dimensional rulers in the main god game. You ants among ants, do you even deserve his help? The 3 pretty girls in the group chat were stunned when they saw the terrifying live stream footage. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl. Is this the kind of power a human should have? Are you all gods, brothers and sisters? The arrogant water-type lowly exclaimed, "It must be a god. This is not a power that humans should possess." The money-grubbing beauty exclaimed, "If I possessed that power, I could wipe out all the pirates in this world." Artoria Pendragon sensed the 3 opponents' movements as they dodged. At a distance of several thousand kilometers, she honestly couldn't see them unless she was paying close attention. If you're not careful and allow 3 of the opponents to engage in close combat, you'll be in big trouble. Although Artoria Pendragon was very powerful, these 3 people gave her an ominous feeling. Since none of the 3 possessed any spatial abilities, The fact that such individuals could become pseudo-star-destroying powerhouses suggests that they might be the most dangerous. Perhaps they are the legendary body cultivators, the kind who are invincible in close combat. Although my attributes are slightly higher than theirs, it's only slightly higher. Furthermore, the ideal world of fantasy was also given to Nami, who currently lacks physical immunity, watching Artoria Pendragon continuously swing his sword. Momoga said it was completely uninteresting. Looking again, Ryuguin Seiya's side is fine and Sasuke's side is also fine. As for Dongwang Qiang, that old coward, Momoga said she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Let's deal with the strong ones, let's deal with the weak ones. Momoga is above the universe. He uses magic with super strong range perception. She could sense the entire island nation's territory with ease in an instant. Because Momoga possesses the goddess system, her power is incredibly extraordinary. Players in the God of War game have special marks on their souls, which are very easy to find. Now that this exploration magic has been activated, nearly 20,000 red and blue dots of light have appeared before Momoga's eyes. She then raised her flawless little hand with amusement and looked down at the island nation region from space. It emitted an amusing sound. Behold my Momoga Special Edition Ruthless Gatling Gun. As he spoke, Momoga kept pointing downwards with both hands, and with each finger movement, an invisible beam of light would strike down at high speed. What terrifying speed of light! Those on the island nation's territory, watching the battle of the gods in the universe in a daze, were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Of course, the reason they didn't do anything else was because they knew it would be futile. The success or failure of this battle depends on whether the 20 powerful figures in the sky can defeat the transmigrators. If they fail, then we will all die. Looking at that terrifying blade stretching thousands of kilometers, everyone in the world is terrified. After all, Artoria Pendragon's riding sword was simply too exaggerated. As they looked up at the sky, invisible beams of light bombarded down, instantly causing people to explode and die or leaving behind a bloody mist in the world. And Momoga even has a voiceover in space, bang 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 sounds. Of course, these sounds were all added by Momoga himself. As for why sounds cannot be transmitted in the universe, for Momoga, who can destroy a star with a wave of his hand, is it really that difficult to speak in the universe? It's not difficult. Therefore, the extremely cute bang 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 sound, combined with the merciless beams of killing intent, creates such an adorable contrast. Momoga's ruthless killing was once again witnessed by Misaka Mikoto and the others. How could Misaka Mikoto, a good girl who was almost like a saint, bear such ruthless killing as Momoga? The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, second brother, aren't you going a bit too far? The arrogant water-type lowly said, yes, such a large-scale massacre is too cruel. It seems they didn't do anything wrong. Momoga, ahem, you guys are very saintly, I like that, but when they chose this world, the world must have stipulated that either they live or the world perishes. Are the people in this world wrong? This isn't a question of right or wrong, it's just that everyone lives for themselves. The money-grubbing beauty, no, second brother, I think they're wrong. For their own benefit, they rob others of their wealth, take their lives and destroy their happiness. Momoga, Nami, this is the natural law of the world, the law of the jungle. Often, good and bad only apply within one's own world. In a setting that transcends this world, there's no way to distinguish between good and bad, only the most primal interests. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, but we can't hurt others for profit. The arrogant water-type lowly said, yeah, even if we gain something from hurting others, we can't be happy about it because it's a bloody gain. A beautiful woman who's obsessed with money, I can't understand it either. Momoga sighed. She had experienced the Usura world, which was why she had come to terms with it. The gods who sought power didn't treat people as human beings at all. Of course, there's also the world we live in, and the actions of our subordinates. If there really is right and wrong, are we considered bad people? Therefore, she will not admit to anything about right or wrong. Apart from the 20 pseudo-destroyer powerhouses, all other players in the God of War game were killed by Momoga. At this moment, the natives of the Demon Slayer world were trembling with fear, because they had just seen a very powerful person fly overhead. Those powerful individuals were instantly struck by an invisible beam of light, turning into a bloody mist in an instant, utterly and irrevocably dead. There were also terrifying battle scenes in the sky, and a snow-capped mountain on flat ground. Everything was so terrifying. At this moment in the air, both Sasuke and Madara Uchiha had activated their Gundams. Two 100-meter-tall Gundams were colliding repeatedly. As for why the battle had turned out this way, that's because Sasuke wanted to learn more combat skills. Although Madara Uchiha was arrogant, he was still very strong in terms of combat skills. Of course, Sasuke wasn't being arrogant. If he really used the strongest ability of the powerful Silver Rin Sharingan, the King's Sharingan, which was to devour space, then Madara Uchiha would definitely be instantly killed. However, once used, he himself will also suffer severe damage. As for Madara Uchiha, after realizing that ninjutsu and everything else were ineffective against Sasuke, his last resort was Susanoo and the Tailed Beast Ball. Naturally, he activated Susanoo and the Tailed Beast Ball to fight Sasuke. Sasuke was not to be outdone, and then it was like 200-meter-tall Gundams were beating each other up. Dong Wanqiang seemed to have gotten tired of playing around, so he unleashed a punch that blew Thanos apart. The battle ended early, and I looked at my friend Lee in the group chat, the fake Qin Shi Huang. I agree with what my second brother said, you are still young and don't know much. Then the Saints once again clashed with the fake Qin Shi Huang. As for Momoga, he couldn't be bothered with these children who lived in a peaceful world and enjoyed peaceful lives. Half an hour later, Artoria Pendragon finally defeated his 3 opponents. It was truly a long battle, but thankfully Artoria Pendragon seized on one of their mistakes and killed him with a single sword strike. Sasuke also finished off the battle, ultimately having to use his powerful technique, Devour Space, to end it. Otherwise, he would have no chance of defeating his opponent. He also came to a deeper understanding of his own weakness. At this moment, everyone was watching Ryugu Saiyan's battle. Of the 15, only 5 remained. The Dragon Palace Saint Academy's defense, which was so powerful that it seemed invincible to everyone, made their scalps tingle. He kept using all his skills to dodge Ryugu Saiyan's attacks, but Ryugu Saiyan was being unreasonable. Completely unaware of fatigue, he continuously swung the large hammer in his hand at an extremely high intensity for half an hour. Anyone who gets close will be killed with a single blow. This is simply a ruthless and violent little girl. Dong Wanqiang was terrified watching from the side. Sasuke was also afraid. The fantasy he had of his third brother vanished completely. If third brother finds out that I've had fantasies about her, this hammer blow would probably kill me on the spot. Momoga watched the main god players who were still dodging, but she did not make another move. Of course, Momoga didn't know that they weren't the main players. Because the Human King has already used the group chat system to pinpoint the location of these 2 main god game organizations in the heavens. However, their organizations are all located in the heavens, and it is extremely difficult for them to cross dimensions and chaos to reach the heavens. But the king, full of compassion, conveyed the message of mercy to the creator. After all, they are both summoned creatures possessing Lefan's soul, and they can transmit information, even though there are countless dimensions and countless chaos between them. As mercy conveyed the message, it was also received in the chaotic world of creation. Heavens, but now is not the time to go. At the very least, I need to possess my own chaos and become the supreme chaos master. I'll go take another look. As the words of creation faded, with a wave of his hand, he established countless dimensions and created countless universes. Such terrifying power, yet he was still not a powerful chaos ruler. One can only imagine how terrifying the 7-colored chaos realm must be. In the blink of an eye, Mercy also received a message from creation, indicating that he would not take action for the time being, but would finish the things at hand. Lefan was speechless at the king of men's actions. Although the Endless Chat group was the strongest chat group, there was still a big gap between it and the organization. They actually went so far as to seek trouble with the god of war game. Fortunately, Genesis is currently unavailable. Otherwise, if he were to cause trouble for the God of Games organization, who knows if he would get thoroughly thrashed, because the game God of War contains countless players, countless systems, and even countless dimensional rulers and chaos rulers forming a terrifying organization. Trying to fight such a monster with the size of a chat group is like throwing an egg against a rock, a sure path to certain death. It's important to know that there are different levels within the heavens. For example, the system that a transmigrator comes with is 1 level weaker than a chat group, and a chat group is 1 level weaker than an organization. Of course, the weakness mentioned here does not refer to individual strength, but rather to quantity and macro-level relationships. For example, a system is the power of an individual, a chat group is the power of a team, and an organization is the power of the entire world. The gap between them is simply insurmountable, although once you reach the top, the difference in individual combat power CFFF won't be too great. However, the difference in the level of authority within the system will be significant, which is a complete crushing of the system's size. This massive scale has reached an irreversible point. Dongfan believes that at the very least, Endless Chat needs to evolve into Endless Organization before it can compete with other organizations. Although all the players in the God of War game were wiped out this time, the God of War organization will not investigate or seek revenge because of these events, because these players are just a small fraction of the countless people in the game. With ninjutsu of this quality, there are countless others like it in the God of War game. This is the overall scale of the God of War game. If the chat group loses an elite squad, it will likely suffer a major blow. For example, if the group members who participated in this mission fail, it will be a huge loss for the Endless Chat group. This time it was a success. The Endless Chat group directly devoured the immense power of the main God game, as 20,000 powers were devoured. Endless Chat groups take off from the spot. 4 new group members joined in an instant. Ding! A toxic girl who loves her brother-in-law has joined this group. Ding! The valiant and skilled young lady has joined this group. Ding! Plum Blossom Assassin has joined this group. Ding! The girl searching for her younger sister has joined this group. 4 people joined at once, and all 4 were people associated with Huxia culture. LaFan expressed her satisfaction but noted that their world was somewhat weak. Azai from Demigods and Semi-Devils, Sun Shangxiang from King of Poisons, Mei Shisen from Scissors 7, and Dongfang Bai from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Miss Du, who adores her brother-in-law. What is that? How did it suddenly pop into my head? Tsundia Electric Shock Girl. Why are so many people joining all of a sudden? Hello newbies. The valiant Miss Dai. Who are you people? Is this a new territory in the King's battlefield? Plum Blossom Killer. What is this live stream? Where are these people? In the void. The white-haired girl searching for her sister exclaimed, strange, how could something like this invade my consciousness? I should be invincible by now. What kind of sorcery is this? A haughty water-type lowly. Ahem, hello ladies. Looking at the group chat screen, Sasuke moved to Dong Wangqiang's side and said weakly, Brother Qiang, why do I have a feeling we're in danger? Dong Wangqiang took a deep breath. I also feel it's very dangerous. It's very possible that our second and third brothers are the path we'll take in the future. Hearing Sasuke and Dong Wangqiang's words, Momoga smiled and turned to them, saying, don't be afraid, second brother is a good person. Do you want me to help you? Sasuke paused for a moment. Ahem, no need for that. I don't want my child to be born without a father. Dong Wangqiang stared at Sasuke for a moment, then exclaimed, you, Qiang. Ryuguin Seiya also ran over. The mission is over, you have 1 minute left before you're heading back. Artoria Pendragon looked at the 4 of them and nodded, saying, okay, let's chat in the group. As everyone reluctantly departed, they returned to their own world. The group chat was also buzzing with activity. With the enthusiastic explanations of the Tsundia Water-type Loli and the Tsundia Electric Shock Girl, the 4 of them pretty much understood. The toxic girl who loves her brother-in-law, they can actually destroy the world. That's terrifying, are you gods? The valiant and skilled young lady. Haha, you guys can come to the King's Canyon and play ranked matches with me. Recently, heroes like Garlo, Marco Polo and Bailey Xiaoyu have become so popular. This young lady am the #1 marksman and I'll definitely show them how powerful I am. Plum Blossom Killer, King's Canyon, what's that? And archers, are you using a bow and arrow? The white-haired girl searching for her sister. What is all this nonsense? I recognize all the words, but why can't I understand them when they're put together? The hot-tempered brother-in-law's poisonous daughter. Me too. Plum Blossom Killer. That's probably because you don't have electronic devices there, so you don't understand. I didn't have electronic devices when I was in Chuanwu Kingdom either. After leaving Chuanwu Kingdom, I learned a lot and broadened my thinking. The Tsundia Electric Shock Girl. Do you guys possess some kind of strange power? The Tsundia Water-type Loli. Yeah, like Sister Aho's treasure, Brother Sasuke's ninjutsu barbecue, Brother Qiang's muscles and all sorts of strange gadgets, and third brother's invincible defense and ferocious iron hammer, second brother's invincibility and big sister Human King's super invincibility. Plum Blossom Killer, Little Zia, I don't understand any of what you're saying. Are they very strong? The money-grubbing beauty said, it's not about strength or weakness. They can destroy and rule the world at will. They're no different from gods. Miss Plum Blossom, how can I become that strong? I want to avenge my mother. I want to become the strongest woman. God's Ahoj. Hatred only breeds hatred. While I don't recommend revenge, if you insist on a reward, I can offer you some assistance. Fake Qin Shi Huang. Ahem, Sister Ahoj, you have so many treasures. Go on. Snake's husband. Everyone, you must be hungry after working so hard for so long. Come and have some barbecue. As Sasuke handed out red envelopes again, the newlyweds were stunned for a moment. Sending red envelopes. They had just learned how to operate the group chat system. Meanwhile, in the Liao Kingdom, Aju, looking at her brother-in-law drinking fine wine, thought for a moment and said mischievously, Brother-in-law, do you believe I can conjure up roasted meat out of thin air? Zyrofeng stared at the mischievous Azzy for a moment, then said, conjure roasted meat out of thin air. Azzy, don't lie to me. Arzai skipped and hopped, saying, "Hee hee, I'll show you." As she spoke, Azzy took out a red envelope, and the next moment a fragrant roasted beef leg appeared. Zyro Feng stared at the incredibly delicious roasted beef leg for a moment, but the next second he lost interest in it. Looking at the incredibly fragrant roasted beef leg in her hand, Azzy swallowed hard and said, "Brother-in-law, this roasted beef leg smells so good, do you want some?" Zyro Feng shook his head upon hearing this. "It has no taste, but you can eat it." Seeing her brother-in-law suddenly acting strangely, Azzy hurriedly asked in the group chat, This roasted beef leg smells so good but it's so strange. My brother-in-law used to love meat, but why is he not interested in such delicious roasted meat now?" God's ahud. "I'm sorry, but if you join this group again, we will no longer have any personal feelings because we will already be immortal beings." The toxic girl who loves her brother-in-law, "No, I don't want this. I love my brother-in-law. If this is the price of eternal life, I'd rather not have it." Snake's husband, Arzai, "You are destined to be apart from your brother-in-law. He only loves your sister. How about I help you resurrect your sister? Wouldn't it be better if your brother-in-law and your sister lived happily ever after, and you can pursue the path to immortality?" The toxic girl who loves her brother-in-law, "I don't want this, I don't want this." The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, "Is this love? I really want to experience this feeling." The aloof, water-type lowly, "Hey, you with the Ahoj cowlick hairstyle, is it really impossible for us to experience the feeling of love?" God's Ahoj, "That's right, because you are already candidates for the kingdom of heaven." "Of course, you can choose not to be candidates for the kingdom of heaven." Human king, "Are you sure you don't want this ability?" Azzy was stunned when she saw the king of men suddenly speak. She then nodded vigorously and said firmly in the group chat, "Yes, I don't want immortality, I just want to be with my brother-in-law." King of men, "Is that so? Then I wish you happiness." Ding. The poisonous girl who loves her brother-in-law has been removed from this group. The long-legged exorcist priest has joined this group. The long-distance exorcist Taoist priest asked, "What's going on? Has technology advanced that much now? It can even make people hallucinate." King of men, "Is there anyone else who wants to quit? You can say so now." The arrogant electric shock girl, "Ahem, big sister human king, we were just joking." The arrogant water-type lowly said, "Yeah, how am I supposed to live if I can't eat such delicious roasted beef leg anymore?" God's Ahoj, "Food is definitely way more important than love." In the world of my date with a zombie, Zyroling looked at the new system that had appeared in her mind. Out of curiosity, she spoke up in the group chat, but no one replied immediately. This made her a little angry, but looking at the names of the group members, she panicked. Because his name seems to be based on his real profession, long-legged exorcist. She does indeed have long legs, and her profession is indeed an exorcist. If it's true, then the names God and King of Men are truly terrifying. She looked at the group chat and expressed her complete incomprehension. The valiant and skilled young lady exclaimed, "It's so delicious. For this barbecue, I don't care about love or anything like that." The white-haired girl searching for her sister, "This is the best food I've ever eaten, bar none. If I could eat food like this all the time, love would be meaningless." Plum Blossom Assassin, "Barbecued meat is delicious and I can gain power here. As long as I can get revenge, I don't care if I live out my days alone." The long-legged exorcist, "Do you have money? If you have money, you don't need to be in a relationship." The fake Qin Shi Huang, "Holy crap, a long-legged exorcist. Who are you? Just tell me your name and I'll give you 100 catties of gold." The long-legged exorcist Taoist priest said, "I'm Zyroling, have nothing to be ashamed of if I'm upright and honest. Do you dare to give me money?" The fake Qin Shi Huang, "She really is my childhood goddess. How much money do you want? If you ever run out of money, just tell me, I can give you as much as you want." Ding. The fake Qin Shi Huang sent a designated red envelope to the long-legged exorcist. In the world of my date with a zombie, Zyroling frowned, but she was still skeptical and returned to her room. Then she clicked to open the red envelope, and in an instant 1,000 catties of gold appeared. Looking at the 1,000 catties of gold, she was completely dumbfounded. How much would that cost? She was a little dazed at that moment, but seeing this reality, she had no choice but to accept it. Could it be that she had done good deeds and accumulated merits in her daily life, thus acting on behalf of heaven? Did some deity take a liking to me and specially invite me to a deity group to give me benefits? Long-legged exorcist, "So this group chat is real. You guys are really as powerful as your names suggest. Are you really Qin Shi Huang?" The fake Qin Shi Huang, "Just like my name suggests, I am fake, but I am the overlord of another world and I have commanded the entire world." Snake Sister's husband, Zyroling, "Who's this, Brother Qiang?" The fake Qin Shi Huang, she's a goddess that you, a Gen Z, don't recognize. Snake's husband, really? Then goddess sister, would you like some barbecue? Long-legged exorcist, why are you calling her goddess so often? God's Aho, I guess you're a character from a movie or TV show just like us. Every book and every TV series in this world has its own independent world, and the endless chat group is the magic tool that brings us all together. Tsundia Electric Shock Girl, Ahojnichen's explanation is good, that's exactly it. The Tsundia water-type lowly, I don't quite understand, but I feel so happy to suddenly have 4 older sisters, and there's roast beef to eat too. Sasuke no, can you roast beef for me every day from now on? Snake's husband, don't worry, I'm the ruler of this world, so there's no problem with feeding me. God's Ahoj, can it really be enough to fill you up? Looking at God's Ahoj Cowlick, in the pleasant goat world, Sasuke remembered that she was already God in that world. Even if all the cows in this world were eaten, she probably wouldn't have enough to eat. Sasuke, somewhat frightened, said, "Ahem, sorry, we might not be able to provide enough for everyone." God's Ahoj, oh, but it's okay, it can just be a snack to satisfy my craving. The arrogant electric shocker exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Ahoj, you have such a big appetite." My best friend and I couldn't finish it all. Plum Blossom Assassin, although this meat is delicious, I want to gain strength. Is there any way for me to quickly gain strength? Tsundia Electric Shock Girl, just sign in to get group points which can be used to directly strengthen yourself. Plum Blossom Assassin, I see, what about that group chat quest? Ding, group task completed, all members returned, starting to calculate group point allocation. The following are the group point rewards. Momoga 8 million group points, Ryuguin Seiya 5 million group points, God's Ahoj 1 million group points, Pseudochin Shihuang 300,000 group points, and Snake Uncle's husband 300,000 group points. Seeing the group of people who had suddenly amassed 300,000 group points, the arrogant electric shock girl was completely dumbfounded, exclaiming, 300,000 group points. The money-grubbing beauty exclaimed, "This, you guys are really something else. 300,000 group points, that's enough to strengthen your physique 300 times. Snake's husband, this may be a lot for you, but for us 300,000 group points is really not much. Momoga, indeed 8 million group points isn't much, I can't buy anything I want. Ryugu Saiyan, same. The fake Qin Shi Huang, I can still buy some things I need. Snake sister's husband, brother Qiang, what do you want to buy? The fake Qin Shi Huang, ahem, this is a matter of personal privacy. The white-haired girl searching for her younger sister, can you help me find my younger sister? Snake uncle's husband, Dongfang Bai, I've seen him before, your sister Dongfang Lin is in the Hengtian sect, her name is Yilin. The valiant and skilled young lady, haha, what about me? In the future of the King's Canyon, will I become the #1 marksman? Snake's husband, I really don't know. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Dongfang Bai from the world of swordsmen set off for Hengtian sect without a second thought. All he wanted was to find his long-lost sister, then retire from the martial arts world and travel the world with her, making up for all the happiness they had missed over the years. Ma Xiaoling from the world of My Date with a Zombie was also terrified, because looking at the £1,000 of gold, she suddenly didn't know how to spend it. Because she usually only earns enough to cover her own expenses, and as someone who lives paycheck to paycheck, she is sometimes at a loss when she suddenly receives a large sum of money. What surprised her most recently wasn't even that, but the fact that she now had a chat group with the gods. Those big shots were as powerful as gods, and the fake Qin Shi Huang was a loyal fan of theirs, and he was also rich. This means that you can have as much money as you want in the future, and you can also become more powerful by acquiring group chat points. Moreover, they will only become incredibly powerful, but there is a drawback. They must remain single for life and cannot date. But that's not a flaw. She's a woman of the Ma family, so she's not allowed to date. There's no problem with that. In the world of Wu Liuqi, Mei Hua 13 took a deep breath. She had just checked in and was very lucky, receiving 0. 4 group chat points out of 1,000. She suddenly purchased a physique enhancement item, and in an instant she could feel her body undergoing tremendous changes. In that instant, she seemed to have leaped from a second-rate expert to a first-rate expert. You should know that there aren't many top-tier experts even in the Xuanwu Kingdom. I never expected that just 1,000 points could make me so powerful. What if you had 300,000 group points? Would you become invincible? At this moment in the world of Tian Long Ba Bu, all of Azai's memories of the endless chatting dress have disappeared, as has the roasted meat in her hand. Everything has returned to its original state, the original storyline. This is the consequence of being kicked out of the endless chat group. She'll probably have to go through the tragic story from the original novel again. This tragic story might be a kind of happiness for her, and Dong Wangqiang and Sasuke also felt sorry for her. After all, they had all read demigods and semidevils and knew how tragic Zi and Zyro Feng's future would be. In the world of my date with a zombie, Ma Zyroling sells 10 pounds of gold. As for the source of the problem, there's no need to worry, since the Hong Kong authorities are aware that Ma Zyroling is an exorcist. After all, this is a world with zombies and all sorts of demons and monsters, and Ma Zyroling is the successor of the southern and northern Ma clans in this world. She can be said to be the most skilled ghost hunter in the exorcism world. As long as she doesn't do anything immoral, the authorities usually turn a blind eye to Ma Zyroling's affairs. After selling the 10 jin of gold, Ma Zyroling began to squander it. After all, there was still 990 jin of gold in the house, and if she ran out of money, she could ask Dong Wangqiang for more. Ma Zyroling is that kind of woman. She would never lower her quality of life in pursuit of greater power. Even though she had access to the endless chatting scroll at that moment, she didn't bother to study it. At worst, I'll just sign in and then squander my happy life every day. This world is the world of my 25 dates with zombies part 2, and Ma Zyroling has an apprentice, and we're about to go on a trip to the Queen's Kingdom. This is the scene where we encounter Qin Shi Huang. Of course, the fake Qin Shi Huang did not tell him, and Sasuke did not know either. Unlike Ma Zyroling's world in the New Swordsman world, Dongfang Bai has found the Hengtian sect and his younger sister. However, his younger sister seemed unwilling to leave with him. Looking at his brainwashed sister, Dongfang Bai felt very uncomfortable. How could his own sister, who had never even entered the secular world, become a nun? Knowing it was useless to talk to her sister, Dongfang Bai went to find Yilin's master. The two then exchanged a few words inside the house, and Yilin's master learned of Dongfang Bai's purpose, but she remained unmoved. Although Yilin was not very talented, she was the most beautiful woman in the entire Hengtian sect. This is the facade of the Hengtian sect. You could say this is also a nunnery, yet it's also a sect. You could say this is a gate, yet it's also a nunnery. Naturally, those living in the martial arts world cannot avoid fighting and killing. It is unreasonable for nuns to engage in fighting and killing. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to release the person, Dongfang Bai also asked the people in the group. The young woman searching for her sister, Bai, said, "Brother Qiang, Brother Sasuke, I talked with that old nun for ages. We talked about all sorts of principles, but she still won't let Yilin leave. What should we do? The fake Qin Shi Huang, isn't that simple? Just give it to her directly, ask her how much she wants. These martial arts sects fight and kill each other all for profit, don't they?" The white-haired girl searching for her sister said, "It's not that serious. Many sects aren't actually after money. What's more important is the inheritance of their traditions. Snake's husband, let me tell you, money makes the world go round. How about I give you 1,000 catties of gold first, and you go and show it to that old nun? I guarantee that when she sees so much gold, she'll immediately change her mind." The fake Qin Shi Huang, yes, although Jin Yong's martial arts world is very good, it is basically for profit. As long as there is profit, nothing is a problem. Listening to the two modern people's absurd reasoning, Dongfang Bai was completely dumbfounded. But seeing that each of the two men gave her a red envelope containing 1,000 catties of gold, she remembered their kindness to her. She looked at the old nun again and asked, "What if I gave you 10,000 taels of gold?" Hearing Dongfang Bai suddenly change his tone, the old nun was also taken aback and said, "Amitabha, Yilin is still young and should indeed go down the mountain to experience the mortal world." Looking at the old nun's sudden change of expression, Dongfang Bai felt that his worldview was a bit shattered. But it's understandable that she doesn't understand. After all, she is Dongfang Bubai, the leader of the Sun-Moon cult. In the entire world, besides the emperor who is richer or more powerful than her, she would naturally not be swayed by money or power, but the Hengtian sect was different. They had to support so many disciples, and all of these disciples needed money. Moreover, as a Buddhist sect, they cannot engage in business, killing, robbery, or collect local protection fees. It can only rely on donations from some wealthy people. But there are too few Buddhists in this world, and even fewer wealthy Buddhists. Wealthy people would rather spend money to hire martial arts masters to protect them than give money to so-called Buddhist or Taoist sects. This also resulted in them having no income, which is why they ate so frugally. This is why, although the Shaolin Temple doesn't directly intervene in the martial arts world, most events are related to them. What's the point of all this? To make money, of course. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and Dongfang Bai had paid 100,000 taels of gold, while the old nun was also sensible. He directly stated that he would persuade Yilin to say something like that she was not suitable to be a nun. Half a day passed, and Yilin, dressed in red, walked slowly toward Dongfang Bai. Yilin had just spent a long time talking to her master, and she knew that she was not very talented compared to her senior and junior sisters. After hearing her master's words, Yilin realized that if she hadn't been an orphan, she would never have been able to join the Hengtian sect, because she lacks the innate wisdom, and now that her own family has come knocking on her door, her connection with Buddhism is severed. How can you force someone who lacks innate wisdom? If one insists on becoming a Buddhist disciple, then one needs to experience the mundane world, have children, and experience all aspects of life before making a final choice. So she couldn't persuade Seven anymore. Looking at her beautiful sister, Yilin was very happy and not sad because she was driven away by the old nun. Dongfang Bai was delighted to see his sister willing to follow him. Indeed, money makes the world go round. My two older brothers taught me many good things. Now my sister and I will go sightseeing. Ling Hu Chong in this world was unlucky, since he didn't meet Dongfang Bai, and many subsequent plot points were cut short. Moreover, Dongfang Bai, the designated boss of swordsmen, ran away with his sister carrying a bucket before the game even started. They're even abandoning the Sun Moon cult. Who can withstand that? In the world of Scissor 7, Mei Hua 13, feeling much stronger than before, looked seriously at the surroundings of Chicken Island. Can money really make the devil turn the millstone? After all, even a nun couldn't resist the temptation of money after hearing Dongfang Bai's words of gratitude in the group chat. Are there really people who don't need money? Have I gone down the wrong path? If I make a lot of money and then hire a hitman to kill my father, will he die? Yeah, if I had enough money, I'd hire the 7 shadow assassins to assassinate that scumbag father. Would he even survive? Mei Hua 13 suddenly discovered a new world. Plum Blossom Assassin. Hey Sasuke bro, could you give me some money? Ding. Snake Lady's husband sent a specific red envelope to the Plum Blossom Assassin. Ding. The fake Qin Shi Huang has sent a designated red envelope to the Plum Blossom Assassin. The long-legged exorcist Taoist priest. 13. Have you realized it too? The happiness of the rich. Dongfang Bai, who was searching for his sister, said, I think 13 probably uses money to get things done. Plum Blossom Assassin. Thank you, brothers. After reading about Sister Bai's situation, I understand now. I was mistaken before. I am an assassin myself, the kind who will do anything for money. If I put a bounty on that scumbag and send the world's strongest assassin to kill him, I think there's a very high chance of getting revenge. The money-grubbing beauty said, but didn't you say you were going to work hard, become stronger, and then take revenge? Plum Blossom Assassin, I know, but I can't stand that B***D living so long. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, fighting and killing isn't good, why don't we sit down and talk things out? The haughty, water-type lowly, yes, 13th sister, you shouldn't be an assassin anymore. It's too dangerous and you have to kill people. Plum Blossom Assassin, I don't want to do it either, but I want to repay my master's kindness in raising me. How about I give half the money to my master and use the other half to put a bounty on that scumbag? Snake's husband, how is that enough? Let's add some more. How about a reward of 10,000 catties of gold for that scum's head? God's Ahoj, the world of 13 is too chaotic. Assassins are in power. Why does such a world exist? The fake Qin Shi Huang. Ahem, Sister Ahoj, go play with Masaka and Kasumi. This is the normal world. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl. Hey. Brother Qiang, don't go too far. The haughty, water-type lowly. Yeah, Brother Qiang, your world is abnormal. Why do people hurt each other? The money-grubbing beauty. I'm planning to set sail. My physique is very strong now, and according to my cultivation progress, I'm too slow. I might as well slowly accumulate experience points. I think I can wipe out all the pirates in the East Blue first. Snake's husband, I support you. Slaughter all the pirates and become a powerful woman. The fake Qin Shi Huang. Sasuke, you're so mean. Snake's husband, ahem, I've been taught a lesson by reality, so I can't stand such naive things. The fake Qin Shi Huang. That's right, killing him is good, but doing so would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. The money-grubbing beauty. Ahem, I feel like there's something hidden in your words. And who is that person? Why is it a hornet's nest? Snake's husband, that's the man who's going to become the Pirate King, the man favored by Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, the future right-hand man of the Pirate King, the future ruler of the seas. The money-grubbing beauty exclaimed, damn it, I hate pirates the most. I'll kill them, even if they have one of the 4 emperors, or the Pirate King's right-hand man behind them. The fake Qin Shi Huang, not only that his father was the commander of the Revolutionary Army, his grandfather was a high-ranking officer in the Navy, and his brother is the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard. one of the 4 emperors of the sea. The money-grubbing beauty, I will not back down. Now that I have the group chat system, I have the means to become stronger. I hate pirates, so I will destroy them. I will absolutely not back down. Momoga, very good, go wipe out all the pirates. Ryugu saying, let that peach sword continue to kill. The more it kills, the sharper and more powerful it will become. God's Ahoj, don't be afraid, Nami. You have the power to be immune to rules given by your second brother, the strongest blade given by your third brother, and the utopia I gave you that grants immunity to physical damage. No one can hurt you now. Plum Blossom Assassin, if that's the case, then Nami is invincible. The fake Qin Shi Huang, he seems invincible in the pirate world, so there's nothing wrong with going out to sea and eliminating pirates. Snake's husband, then let's wipe out all the pirates. Don't worry, you're not fighting alone. We're behind you. If you encounter any danger, just let us know and we'll give you tons of red envelope resources. The Tsundia electric shocking girl, Sasukne, could I have a little more of that grilled meat? My mom's here today and I want to eat with her. The arrogant water-type lowly, me too. At home, my 3 older sisters always fight with me for food, so I never get enough to eat. Snake's husband, ahem, okay, but don't go too far. Although I've notified the world, there aren't as many cows as you think. Eating them on such a large scale will deplete them quickly. Back in the world of One Piece, Nami, carrying a knife, sets sail in a small boat bought with her sister's help. At this moment, Nami gripped the sharp blade tightly in her hand. This time, she was going to set sail and wipe out all the pirates in the East Blue, and she would not let any pirate force go unpunished. The knife itself is a robot, and as she throws out several nano-reconnaissance devices, it begins to gather information on all the pirates in the surrounding sea area. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the powerful nanotechnology located 3 pirate crews nearby. Nami took a deep breath. She had seen a lot of fighting and killing, but she had never experienced killing before. But when I think about how these pirates kill people, destroy families, and plunder property, she would never hesitate to challenge pirates. The knife is used to row the boat, and when it transforms into human form, the boat runs incredibly fast. They quickly arrived in front of the enemy that Nami had targeted, and this unfortunate pirate ship belonged to none other than Buggy the Clown. Seeing Nami and the beautiful knife in her maid outfit, how could Buggy not be tempted by these 2 beauties? So cool. But the next second the knife suddenly unleashed its power, slashing out with a simple and unadorned strike. But it is certain that the Pakistani ship was split in 2. Witnessing the sudden, terrifying attack, witnessing the power of the knife, Bucky cried out in fear, a swordsman, a powerful swordsman, run! While Buggy wasn't afraid of the powerful swordsman, his underlings were. But it was too late, because the ship had already been split in 2 and they had no chance of escaping. Nami watched the people falling into the water, and she took out the M4A1 from her back. This was the first red envelope that Brother Kyang had given her. She took a deep breath and aimed at the pirates. Then with a loud bang, flames erupted. A pirate's head explodes or turns into a bloody mist. Seeing the terrifying power of the M4A1, Nami thought to herself, anything made by Kyangji is bound to be top-notch. Seeing the pirate killed instantly, the other pirates panicked, but panicking was useless. Nami endured the discomfort and fired again, because she knew her dream, to wipe out all the pirates in the world, which would require endless slaughter. After all, there are at least 8 million to 10 million pirates in this world, and they are all heinous criminals. I must make up my mind. At this moment, Daozi was protecting Nami, watching as Buggy the Clown's ship slowly sank into the sea, with pirates either fleeing or swimming towards them. She didn't make a move because it was a test for Nami. 2 seconds later, Nami came to her senses, raised her M4A1 enhanced rifle again, and began firing wildly. One by one, the heads of the pirates exploded like watermelons, and the entire sea was slowly stained red with the pirates' blood. Nami continued her killing spree, and Buggy finally saw the deadly weapon in her hand. 783, if that terrifying thing shot me, I would be absolutely dead. At that moment, Bucky shoved his lower body into the cannon barrel and used his upper body to ignite the cannon. The massive Pakistani cannon exploded instantly. Bucky's lower body then flew out, and Bucky himself was also sent flying out. When it comes to saving his own life, Bucky has it all figured out. Faced with these 2 crazy women, Buggy was scared and decided to hide and temporarily give up being a pirate. And we should carefully examine the information about these 2 people. Captain Bucky's escape terrified the crew, who all hurriedly fled, but it had no effect whatsoever. Nami was like the Grim Reaper, taking down everyone with a single shot. No one could escape, everyone was destined to die. After 10 minutes of carnage, the entire clown pirates were wiped out, and Nami sat blankly on the deck. For her first murder, CFFB Nami did a pretty good job. Hearing the knife's words of comfort, Nami shook her head. No, I'm not ruthless enough. Let's go find the next pirate. This time I'll use a knife close combat. Daozi didn't complain after hearing Nami's words. It has to be said that Nami is really ruthless. It seems she's made up her mind. Meanwhile, in the world of Scissor 7, Plum Blossom 13 had already returned to the Chuanwu Kingdom, to her master's home on her flying mount. At this moment she placed 1,000 catties of gold in front of her master. King Feng looked at Mei Hua 13. Where did you get so much money? Mei Hua 13 said, It was given to me by my sworn brother master. I'm not taking on any missions for now, I need to cultivate. King Feng looked at the gold. He was a rather ruthless person, and besides, Plum Blossom 13's aptitude was still the same after so many years of cultivation. There wasn't much potential for him to improve in the future. Since that's the case, why not let them go? After thinking it over, King Feng said, This money is enough to buy your life. From now on, we're even. Seeing her heartless master, Mei Hua 13 was also stunned for a moment, but she quickly accepted the reality. Yes, master. Although she said that, she would still come to help Kian King Feng immediately if she encountered any problems in the future. Because King Feng saved Mei Hua Shisen, even though Mei Hua Shisen has been treated like a tool all these years, without King Feng, she would either be dead or a toy for someone else in a brothel. That alone was enough for Mei Hua 13 to accept King Feng. Watching Plum Blossom 13 leave, King Feng said nothing more but looked at the 1,000-pound gold trailer in front of her, knowing she could rest for a long time. Of course, King Feng didn't become an assassin for money. He naturally had his own purposes for doing so. In this world, if it's not about money, it's about power, and no amount of money will help you become the leader of the assassins. However, he has already made plans. As long as Wu Liuqi returns, it will be the day the assassin leader dies. Then I can become the leader of the assassins. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Plum Blossom 13 arrived at the assassin's headquarters again, towing a trailer and offered a reward. At this moment, the people at the assassin's headquarters looked at Plum Blossom 13. She was an elite assassin ranked among the top 100, so why was she putting a bounty on her own? However, the others did not refuse, but when they saw the reward of 130,000 catties of gold offered by Plum Blossom, the staff present were all frightened. But then something even more outrageous happened. The bounty target was none other than the world's #1 Plum Blossom swordsman. Who would dare take this job? However, the 10,000 catties of gold could be processed indefinitely with the 10 cuts. Mei Hua 13 plans to leave Chuanwu Kingdom and return to Chicken Island to continue her cultivation. Because Chicken Island was the most peaceful place she had ever seen, although she hadn't met it 5 or 6 times. The next time they meet, she will not be an assassin but just an ordinary girl, so naturally she will not have any interaction with Wu Liuqi. At this moment, the Assassin Alliance was shocked. A bounty of 10,000 catties of gold was offered for the Plum Blossom hero. You should know that this is 10,000 catties of gold. Everyone knows its value. The Shadow Assassin Alliance and the Infinite Assassin Alliance, each of the Assassin Alliances dispatched their most elite assassins. Not to mention the countless individual assassins who also accepted missions. There are over 10,000 assassins worldwide. Of course, anything over 1,000 is rubbish, but anything under 1,000 is top-notch. Seeing bounties like this now, 80% of assassins with bounties under 1,000 would accept the mission. The reason is simple. Completing this task is something you can brag about for the rest of your life. The highest bounty and the strongest bounty target combined make up the epitome of the strongest assassin. Once this mission is completed, becoming the strongest assassin will be a piece of cake. At this time, Wu Liuqi, who had just become an assassin, was ranked outside the top 10,000. Chicken de Bao looked at the assassin missions on the assassin platform inside his smartphone. Looking at the newly released mission, the target is the world's #1 Plum Blossom hero, with a bounty of 18 billion. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? However, this target is in Chuanwu Kingdom and has absolutely nothing to do with Wu Liuqi. Of course, because of this bounty, some of the assassins who came to Chicken Island to carry out missions ran away. The reason is simple, everyone's gone to check out this quest. Those who are capable should take on the mission, those who aren't should just watch this epic battle unfold. Not only assassins went to see it, but people from all the major sects gathered outside Plum Blossom Manor. The Plum Blossom Manor was completely surrounded, and the Plum Blossom hero was currently instructing his young son. He was unaware of the bounty placed on him, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Because he is the strongest, anyone who dares to challenge him is either dead or hasn't been born yet. Such a strong person naturally has no fear. The Plum Blossom hero is a man who can catch a sniper rifle shot with his bare hands. He's incredibly strong and knows how to shake. However, the shadow assassins are not to be trifled with. Of course, the strongest among the shadow assassins is Wu Liuqi. Now that Wu Liuqi is gone, they are still too young to take action against Plum Blossom hero. At this moment, King Feng was also summoned by the shadow leader, because the Shadow Assassin Alliance had to complete this mission. If they can capture him, they can become the greatest assassins in the world. Because Seven disappeared 3 years ago, the Shadow Assassins lost their top-tier power. Although King Feng is also very strong, she is still weaker than Wu Liuqi. After all, Kai Qi is a powerful being capable of challenging even the gods. If he was still alive, the Plum Blossom Assassin would have been dead long ago, but the thought of Wu Liuqi betraying the organization for a woman made him very angry. If Wu Liuqi hadn't betrayed them, how could the Shadow Assassin have fallen to such a state? As soon as the leader finished speaking, all the Shadow Assassins moved out and locked onto their target, Plum Blossom hero. Of course, since assassins are inherently evil, there are many righteous people in this world. At this moment, Lan Minghua also disliked the feeling of the assassins dominating the scene. Although he had been retired for many years, he was worried that if the Assassin Alliance succeeded in this matter, what in the Quanwu Kingdom would they dare not kill in the future? As Lan Minghua began his operation, experts from other major sects also flocked to Plum Blossom Manor to provide support. This wasn't because the Plum Blossom hero was particularly virtuous, but because he was thinking of the entire martial arts world of Quanwu Kingdom. Then more and more people from both sides gathered, and even officials from the Quanwu Kingdom began to take action. Ultimately, with official mediation, the bounty was cancelled. This infuriated the assassins, but they were also annoyed by the large number of righteous people who came to their aid. They had no choice. Only 1 day had passed, and Mei Hua 13 already knew the whole story. Plum Blossom Assassin, the bounty is useless. All the righteous people have gone to support that scumbag. It seems they're afraid the assassins will become too powerful. Snake Lady's husband, so just keep signing in, and when you're strong enough, wouldn't it be great to take down Plum Blossom hero with one punch? The fake Qin Shi Huang, want me to give you some help? Plum Blossom Assassin, is it all right? The fake Qin Shi Huang, not bad. I just checked in on the moon and they gave me a neutron bomb. It's not that powerful, it can just destroy a country in an instant. Plum Blossom Assassin, no need. I'm not so heartbroken as to want an entire nation and that scum to die with him. The fake Qin Shi Huang, that's right, anyone in the group who wants it can let me know. The money-grubbing beauty exclaimed, it's so tough. I've killed thousands of pirates these past 2 days, but Daozi says there are still so many more. Why are there so many pirates in the East Blue? The long-legged exorcist said, ha ha, you guys are really unlucky. Look at me, I'm about to go on a trip to the Queen's Kingdom. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, hee, I've been incredibly lucky these past 2 days. I just got another 1,000 group points from signing in so I can upgrade again. The arrogant water-type lowly, Mikoto Nichin is so lucky, I feel like Mikoto Nichin has the best luck in the group. The fake Qin Shi Huang, that must be it. Living in a happy and peaceful world, possessing innate superpowers, having a wealthy family and being powerful, a true winner in life. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl said that Qiangji, you're the real winner in life. And Sasuke-ji, you both come with your own systems, plus Wuchao-ji, that's like having 2 systems. Momoga, indeed, I envy both of their systems. Ryuguin Seiya, me too. Happy sister, Yilin and I arrived in the northern region today. Although the whole roasted lamb here is good, it's still not as good as Brother Qiang's. Plum Blossom Assassin, I wonder when I'll be able to travel and enjoy the scenery with my sisters again. Please give me flowers, the king, you can come to heaven with your sisters, Plum Blossom Assassin, but I haven't taken my revenge. Human king, I'll reward you with 1 million group points. After you've strengthened yourself, go and kill that ant, won't that be better? Plum Blossom Assassin, is heaven really fun? God's ahoj, he should be very happy after all, that's the real world. Plum Blossom Assassin, I see, then I'll trouble you, Lord King. As the Plum Blossom Assassin finished speaking, Mei Hua 13 noticed that her group chat system had gained an extra 1 million group points. At this moment, she excitedly looked at the 1 million points, all of which she used to strengthen her body. 0 in an instant, Plum Blossom 13's physique was enhanced 1,000 times. He went directly from being a first-rate martial artist to the innate realm, and then broke through the innate realm to become a grandmaster. He has even reached the pinnacle after becoming a grandmaster. She felt an inexhaustible power within herself, a power that was simply not something a human should possess. With a single, effortless leap, she instantly soared to a height of 500 meters, where she looked down at the tiny chicken island. Feeling her own invincible power once again, she suddenly flung her hand, and her whole body flew towards the Chuanwu kingdom like a cannonball. The air she struck produced a tremendous explosion, and she felt the pressure of the air throughout her body. But now she is powerful enough to ignore the air pressure of tens of tons. The speed was terrifying, reaching Mach 6 per hour. In just a few tens of minutes she arrived at Plum Blossom Manor. Then she landed, and in an instant she raised her hand and threw a punch. A massive shockwave erupted from her hand, turning the entire Plum Blossom Manor into ruins. At this moment, a white-haired man stood amidst the ruins, wielding swords in both hands, his entire body radiating powerful energy as he protected a boy and a woman behind him. Mei Hua 13 looked at the man before her with eyes filled with hatred. "Today I will kill you." Staring at the near-invincible person before him, the Plum Blossom hero was stunned. Wasn't she his daughter? 13, you dare call me by my name, you must die today. Mei Hua 13, enraged, swung her small hand. If that punch landed, Mei Hua the great hero might die. Mei Hua 13 felt an unprecedented surge of power as she looked at the elderly, white-haired Mei Hua hero ahead. With bloodshot eyes, Mei Hua 13 said, "Today, I've come to take your dog's life." Sensing the boundless hatred of Plum Blossom 13, Plum Blossom hero frowned. This was her youngest daughter. Why did she suddenly possess such power? The power of that punch just now was beyond my comprehension. Even using my sword-wielding aura, it's difficult to withstand her bombardment continuously. I absolutely cannot try to fight her head-on like this. He could think of his wife and son back home. The Plum Blossom swordsman frowned, then cancelled his sword-wielding aura. He brandished his sword. "I don't know where you got your power, but to think that strength alone can defeat me, 387, is nothing but wishful thinking. A swordsman is a swordsman because he has a sword in his hand and a sword in his heart. A swordsman can slay the world." As he spoke, Plum Blossom hero vanished in an instant at a speed beyond human comprehension, appearing before Plum Blossom 13 in a flash. With a swift movement of his sword, he struck down without hesitation. This was the decisiveness of a swordsman. Just like he abandoned Mei Hua 13 and his wife back then, just like he abandoned all his daughters back then. He was so decisive, without the slightest hesitation. In his eyes, his daughter was far less important than his sword. In his eyes, his son was merely someone to inherit his sword. His heart belonged only to the sword, nothing but the sword. He truly deserves the title of the #1 swordsman, but as a person, as a father, and as a husband, he failed miserably. But it doesn't matter anymore. Chuanwu Kingdom is a country that is obsessed with martial arts and exists for martial arts. Of course, if Mei Hua 13 is the #1 swordsman in the world, then Wu Liuqi is the #1 blade in the world. It is estimated that the subsequent plot will be a clash between the #1 swordsman and the #1 blade in the world. Why is Wu Liuqi considered the best swordsman in the world? Because the demon blade 1000 Blades is the most precious sword, and every swordsman would want to possess it. Whoever possesses it will be the greatest swordsman in the world. However, there was no further development in this matter, because Mei 13 was about to kill this scumbag. Feeling the powerful strides of the Plum Blossom hero, in that 0.9 seconds, he appeared in front of me from 30 meters away, the sharp blade in his hand like a deadly sword. But this is far too weak for Plum Blossom 13, which has been enhanced thousands of times. She abruptly raised her hand and before the opponent's sword even arrived, instantly broke free of the encirclement. The powerful fist instantly shattered the air, creating a massive shockwave. The sudden airburst bombardment caught Plum Blossom hero off guard, leaving him no time to dodge and forcing him to take the brunt of the massive shockwave head-on. He was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away. As Mei Hua 13 watched the Plum Blossom hero being blasted away, she walked towards him step by step, her face expressionless. Mei Shisen wanted him to experience the fear of death. As for the Plum Blossom hero's new wife and children, without the protection of Plum Blossom hero, this terrifying shockwave blasted them dozens of meters away. As for whether they died or not, Plum Blossom 13 wouldn't care. Step by step, like the pace of an ordinary person, it took a full 2 minutes for Plum Blossom 13 to arrive in front of Plum Blossom hero. At this moment, blood was flowing from his pores and all his bones were shattered. Seeing the pitiful Plum Blossom hero, Plum Blossom 13 felt no sympathy, for she was an assassin. Over the years, he has assassinated many people, and those who rank high on the assassin rankings are those who have completed countless missions to achieve this status. The top-ranked Mei Hua 13 had killed at least 800, if not 1,000 people. Such an executioner may have compassion, but he will not have pity, let alone this scumbag enemy before him. Seeing the extremely strong will to survive of the Plum Blossom hero, Plum Blossom 13 did not walk over. Instead, she waved her small hand and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Another massive airburst, another huge shockwave. Meanwhile, the assassins and martial artists who had not yet left Plum Blossom Manor listened to the frequent explosions emanating from the manor. They were all afraid, and no one dared to go and risk their lives. After fulfilling her dream, Mei Hua 13 couldn't help but shed tears. "Mom, I've finally avenged you. I killed that scumbag. He's dead." As the words fell, an incomparably beautiful figure appeared before Plum Blossom 13. This person was truly the King of Men. At this moment, the King of Men, seeing Mei Hua 13's joyful tears, said, "Now that your wish has been fulfilled, it's time for you to go to heaven." Hearing the king's words, Plum Blossom 13 nodded. "And where are my sisters?" As the king raised his hand, 12 women appeared. The eldest of them, the mature woman, was stunned by the sight of Plum Blossom 13 and the surrounding environment. Looking at her sisters, Mei Hua 13 said apologetically, "I'm sorry that I killed this scumbag to fulfill my dream, so I took the liberty of making this sacrifice for you sisters." Hearing Mei Hua 13's words, everyone was stunned, but the next second, looking at the dead Mei Hua, they were all filled with happiness. There seems to be no blame for Mei Hua 13. After all, they are the same, having grown up without fatherly love, only motherly love, and their mother died because of Mei Hua the hero. So they're all like the Plum Blossom hero, Human King Zero. 2 looked at the 13 people, raised her hand, and teleported them back to heaven. Looking at the world before her, she had no other thoughts and simply departed. The moment the King of Men left, a strange point of light entered this world. Then the light and shadow suddenly flashed into the body of a child not far from the body of the Plum Blossom hero. In an instant, the child crawled out of the rubble. He looked at his battered body, felt the pain, and looked at the beautiful woman beside him. Countless memories flooded his mind. The transmigrator Lin Sheng had bloodshot eyes. "Die, don't worry, Mom and Dad, I will avenge you. Plum Blossom 3, I want you dead." Moreover, this transmigrator named Lin Sheng also possesses a powerful system called the Strongest Sword Saint system. Because she joined heaven and left the world of Scissor 7, Mei Shisen also lost the group chat system. Of course, she and her 12 sisters came to heaven and learned what heaven was. Eat as much as you want here, like you'd get Sasuke's barbecue. This place is absolute paradise for everyone. Ding! The stunningly beautiful little dragon girl has joined this group. The fake Qin Shi Huang, little dragon girl, Snake's husband, holy crap, little dragon girl is here. Arrogant electric shock girl, a stunningly beautiful little dragon girl, just how beautiful. The fake Qin Shi Huang, that was my childhood goddess. Gods Ahu. Xiaoqiang, how come you have so many childhood goddesses? Long-legged exorcist, you womanizing B********. D. As the information kept popping up in her mind, the young little dragon girl looked at it with great curiosity. Seeing the little dragon girl behaving strangely, Granny Sun asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Little dragon girl looked at Granny Sun. "Granny Sun, a very strange image suddenly appeared in my mind, with some strange text information constantly jumping in it." Seeing the strange expression on little dragon girl's face and hearing her strange words, Granny Sun was at a loss for what to do. After a while, Granny Sun said worriedly, "I'm not quite sure about this. Should I go down the mountain to find a doctor for you?" Little dragon girl shook her head, because she found that the extra things in her mind were quite interesting, much more interesting than the boring martial arts training. The stunningly beautiful little dragon girl, "What is this? How did it suddenly appear in my mind?" As Xiaolongnu asked her questions, Sasuke and Dongwang Qiang got really into it. If Ma Xiaoling is a female legend for those born in the 80s and 90s, then Xiaolongnu is definitely a goddess for those born in the 70s and 10s. After all, Jin Yong's works are so classic that they are adapted into films and television series every few years, and every adaptation has a large audience. Even though people knew the plot, many still watched it. They certainly knew about Little Dragon Girl. Ding! The fake Qin Shi Huang sent a designated red envelope to the stunning little dragon girl. Ding! Snake's husband sent a designated red envelope to the stunning little dragon girl. The fake Qin Shi Huang, little dragon girl, retrieved the red envelope. Inside is a robot maid. "I've already entered the command, slaughter all the dogs in the town." Snake's husband, "Holy crap, Qiang is awesome. Goddess, I also gave you the latest Super Sheep Village robot and conveyed the order to annihilate the Quanjin sect and the Valley of Heartbreak." Seeing the 2 red pages pop up in her mind, Xiaolongnu froze again. Should she accept it? And why were these 2 so determined to destroy the Quanjin sect? Although his master taught him to oppose the Quanjin sect, he never considered exterminating them. Little Dragon Girl dared not accept the red envelope for the time being. Instead, they asked in return, "Why do you hate the Quanjin sect so much?" The fake Qin Shi Huang, "That's an insurmountable obstacle for us Huxia. The Quanjin Taoists must die." Snake's husband, "Don't ask. Even if I kill you 100 times, it won't be enough. Those damned dogs of the whole town." The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, "Brother Qiang, why did Sasuke say that?" Momoga, "What grudge or hatred is this?" Ryugu saying, "I don't know." The Tsundia water-type lowly said, Even if the other person is a bad guy, don't just kill them over a disagreement, okay? Wouldn't it be better to give them a chance to reform?" The money-grubbing beauty said, "Bad people have a chance to reform, but what about the victims? What about the murderers? Do they have a chance to be resurrected?" Nami's words immediately silenced the entire group. Misty from the Pokémon world was speechless. She didn't know how to answer Nami's question because none of her family members had ever suffered. She didn't know what it felt like. This is what they mean by "don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their suffering yourself." The stunningly beautiful little dragon girl, "I can't understand things like hatred either. I only know that I spend my days cultivating in the ancient tomb with Granny Sun and living a peaceful life." The fake Qin Shi Huang, "In the future, your Granny Sun will be beaten to death by all the dogs in the town." Snake's husband, "In the future, you will be defiled by all the dogs in town." The two unexpected messages stunned everyone in the group. What were they? Everyone in the group knows that Dong Wanqiang and Sasuke are time travelers who can anticipate many things. For example, they know about Nami's situation, gods Ahoj, Cowlick, Misaka Makoto, Kasumi, and Dongfang Bai. And they were both very accurate. If what these two people said was true, then all the dogs in the town deserved to die. Even the Holy Mother Xyroxia remained silent this time. The stunningly beautiful little dragon girl, "How did you know?" The fake Qin Shi Huang, "You don't need to know this. There are many plot details we can't reveal. This is a warning from the King of Men." Snake's husband, "That's right, all you need to know is that what we say is true. Take the bribe and wipe out this whole town of dogs." Looking at Granny Sun, who was concerned and worried about her, little dragon girl wondered if she would be killed by all the dogs in the town in the future. The little dragon girl mentioned that the ancient tomb sect and the 310 true sects are enemies, and that the other side will attack the ancient tomb sect in the future. Then Granny Sun was killed, and she was also manipulated. Little dragon girl turned pale at the thought. These dogs of the whole town were indeed bad people, just as her master had said, but she is still too young to have that power. After all, Xyroxia is only 17 years old, her master has just passed away, and her senior sister is coming back to seize the position of sect leader. She herself was not capable of dealing with all the dogs in the town, so she could only trust her fellow group members. "I just received 2 red envelopes." In an instant, a stunningly beautiful maid appeared and a lazy template appeared. This robot was made by Slow Sheep Village Chief in memory of Lazy Sheep who was eaten. Of course, it also contains the arms of Orochimaru and Grey Wolf. This robot can be said to be the most advanced robot in the world. However, no matter how advanced it is, it's still not as strong as the robot that Dong Wanqiang gives away for signing in. This robot is a level higher than Nami's sword. With the strength of a general, it's clear how much Qiangji loves Xyroxia. Unfortunately, he knew he was destined not to be with Xyroxia, but protecting her was his bounden duty. He absolutely could not tolerate the little dragon girl beside him living a tragic life like in the original story. The two robots, each possessing terrifying power, immediately acknowledged Xyroxia as their master the moment they saw her. The two bowed and said, "Master." Looking at the stunningly beautiful robot maids who were just as beautiful as herself, little dragon girl asked in surprise, "What are you?" The maid robot said, "Master, I am Pol 871 robot. Lazy robot, I am lazy robot." Little dragon girl, "I see, but your name is hard to remember. From now on you'll be called Little Fairy and you'll be called Little Laserbones." "Yes, master. I'd like to trouble you to protect me as I need to carry out a mission." "No, Little Fairy, you should be protecting the master and I should be carrying out the mission." The lazy robot's intelligence was clearly not very high, and the fairy didn't want to compete with a low-class robot for work, so she agreed. The lazy robot, on the other hand, was simple and direct. It suddenly shot flames from its legs and then charged out with its entire ram's head, breaking through the house. Grandma Sun was completely terrified, staring at the stone wall dozens of meters above her head as it was lazily about to be directly hit. Is this the power of humanity? Wait, could this lazy little thing be a legendary monster? Could this fairy-like girl before me really be an immortal? Why would a demon and a fairy call little dragon girl their master? All of this was incomprehensible to Granny's son, and of course she couldn't understand it either a moment before. At this moment, after Zyro Lanyang flew out of the ancient tomb sect, he looked at Zhongnan Mountain in the distance. It muttered to itself, "Discovery, land of sin." Initiating extermination mode, switching to annihilation mode. Annihilation missiles ready, annihilation relentless activation. As she finished speaking, Zyro Lanyang raised her hand and the energy beam in her hand kept changing. Blue, red, then pink. The moment the pink one appeared, it exploded out with a bang. The terrifying light wave attack directly bombarded the entire Zhongnan Mountain, covering everything in its path. In an instant, a merciless illusion appeared, and Orochimaru's powerful technique used light wave energy to transmit chakra energy. And all of this illusion was naturally aided by Sasuke. The powerful illusion could allow the target caught in it to experience the merciless torment of the 18th level of hell, then die in agony. This is the cruelest method of killing, the extermination bomb. Why was this attack method developed? That's because Sasuke found out about the evil in the world, like the world of Nami with so many pirates and villains. He wanted to make them experience the most painful death. Letting them die is too lenient on them. It has to be said that when the three giants of the ninja world, Sheep Village and Wolf Tribe come together, their technology advances by leaps and bounds. Many impossible things can be easily achieved. As the light wave was activated, the Quanjin sect area became quiet. That's no longer important. Little Laserbones completed his first task and then began flying towards the Valley of Heartbreak. Its goal was simple, to eliminate the Quanjin sect and the Valley of Heartbreak. Of course, this was just typed by Sasuke. At this moment, little dragon girl looked at the fairy in front of her and asked, what kind of person is Brother Qiang? Most of the people in the group call Dong Wangqiang Brother Qiang and Sasuke Brother Sasuke, so Zyrolongnu is called that based on that. The fairy nodded and said, Brother Qiang is a great signatory. If he disappears, I will disappear with him. Little dragon girl expressed her curiosity, the one who signed the contract. I don't know the specifics, master, you can ask Brother Qiang. The fairy girl said she didn't understand, so the dragon girl looked at the group chat and asked, Brother Qiang, what's a signed person? Little dragon girl is a naive and innocent girl, just like a fairy who is untouched by worldly affairs and knows nothing about human life. Faced with such a question from a fairy, Dong Wangqiang naturally answered without hesitation, this is my sign-in system. By signing in every day I can obtain all sorts of strange things. I call myself the sign-in user. God's ahoj, how are all the dogs in town? The stunning little dragon girl, I don't know, I sent little Laserbones. By the way, the fairy is so beautiful, is she really a robot? The fake Qin Shi Huang, yes, but she's similar to number 18, a bio-robot of an extremely high level. A beautiful woman who loves money more than anything. Brother Qiang, why are the knives in my house machine-made? The arrogant water-type lowly said, that's because Sister Nami isn't Brother Qiang's goddess. Long-legged exorcist, I encountered zombies in the Queen's Kingdom, but it's not a big deal. I'm also Brother Qiang's goddess, yet I have to do all this myself in such a pitiful way. Qiang Ji was speechless after hearing Ma Zyroling's words. However, in the original novel, Ma Zyroling was indeed sharp-tongued and said whatever came to mind. Dong Wangqiang doesn't dislike people like Ma Zyroling. God's ahoj, how about I give you a treasure to suppress ghosts and monsters? It looks like the demon-slaying sword of your Huxia hero Zhong Kui, Li Qian Zhao. Long-legged exorcist, sister with the ahoj, please give me one. My peachwood sword needs to be recast after only a few uses, and even though Uncle Q always gives me a discount, it's still too much. Ding! God's ahoj sent a designated red envelope to the long-legged exorcist. In a small town in the Queen's Kingdom, Ma Zyroling immediately took out her exorcism sword, though it might not be effective against a monster like Jiang Chen, but it's more than enough to deal with second-generation zombies. Feeling the immense power of the peachwood sword in her hand, Ma Zyroling was extremely excited. With this sword, what demons and monsters in this world can stand against me? Of course, Ma Zyroling's demands aren't high. If she were bolder and asked Sister Demao for a heavenly lock, that would be even more awesome, and she could directly dominate ghosts and gods. It wouldn't be a dream. Feeling the merciless sword, Ma Zyroling looked at the gloomy sky. There was no one around in the town, so she walked down the street with her demon-slaying sword in hand. Meanwhile, in an old castle in the town, a second-generation zombie was trembling with fear. Yes, he was trembling with fear because he felt an absolute sense of suppression, as if a weapon specifically designed to target him had suddenly been created. This feeling made him want to run away. Of course, he didn't run away, but his lover, his wife, ran away. When this terrifying blade appears, all demons and monsters will flee on their own, because this is Zhong Qi's demon-slaying sword, which has slain far too many demons and monsters. Once this sword is drawn, all demons and monsters will be scared away. Fortunately, this is a treasure, which can be stored in the body at any time. As long as Mars Zyrolling doesn't show it off, there's basically nothing to worry about. Riley didn't have time to chat with Wang Zhenjian right now. He sensed his wife was about to run away with the bucket. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly chased after her, fearing that the old woman would be instantly killed by the terrifying demon outside. Such a terrifying weapon would kill not only his wife but even himself. The original Quang Tianyu was already dead. The current Quang Tianyu was played by Quang Guohua, and he also sensed it. I felt the immense pressure from 417. This weapon seemed specifically designed to target beings like myself. Quang Tianyu couldn't understand it, because zombies weren't in the 5 elements and 6 paths of reincarnation, so how could there be something specifically controlling them? Of course, he didn't know that this only existed in the most ancient times, while in Zhong Qi's time, zombies had already been rampant. Therefore, Zhong Qi is also a professional when it comes to killing zombies. The demon-slaying sword in his hand can slay any demon, monster, or zombie. After all, this is a noble phantasm that truly exists for exorcising demons. In the Holy Grail world, every noble phantasm has its own corresponding power of rules. However, this power of rules may have no effect in a powerful world. However, the world of my date with a zombie is not more advanced than the Holy Grail world. In fact, it's slightly weaker than the Monster Grail world. In this way, it's easy to apply positive pressure, but thankfully, the noble phantasms in the Holy Grail world are all pretty rigid. In the Holy Grail world design, Jiang Chen is a god, the god of zombies, so the exorcising sword has no effect on him. But the chains of heaven are different. They're specifically designed to trap and kill gods. If that guy is a god, he's doomed. Mars Zyrolling felt the boundless magical power. She knew that as soon as such a precious sword appeared, all the demons and monsters in the vicinity would automatically pick up their buckets and run away. Meanwhile, the peacock mage, who was exorcising demons in the town, also sensed this boundless magical power. He couldn't understand why it possessed such divine and boundless charm. He quickly found Mars Zyrolling by following the magic power, and it was obvious that he had already argued with Mars Zyrolling. So he was extremely surprised, but too embarrassed to talk to Mars Zyrolling, so he could only pretend nothing was wrong and turn away. Mars Zyrolling didn't have much affection for this bald monk either, so she ignored him and went to the church to find her best friend Wang Zhenjian. Of course, Mars Zyrolling didn't waste any time on the way. Thank you, Sister Ahoj, the demon's sword is simply invincible. God's Ahoj, you're welcome, Snake's husband. Sister Ahoj, where's my heavenly lock? God's Ahoj, here you go, ding. God's Ahoj sent a designated red envelope to her husband, who is known for his rapid-fire shooting. The arrogant, electric-shocking girl, hey Sasuke, why are you so obsessed with the chains of heaven? Snake's husband, this is a contraption specifically designed to trick gods. My current strength is enough to easily defeat any being below godhood. The only problem is if a god appears in this contraption and I can't defeat him. What can I do then? But with the chains of heaven, it's different. It's specifically designed to trick and kill gods. The arrogant water-type lowly gods are Brother Qiang and the others gods. Momoga, is he afraid of the destruction of the rules? The so-called gods are those who have control over the rules of the world, but after watching Sasuke's battle, I see that he relies too much on the rules. He's afraid that other people's rule-based power is higher than his. Ryugu saying, the power of rules is not the ultimate power, attributes are the true path. Little brother Sasuke, train your physique more. Snake lady's husband, he's cultivating some more. The fake Qin Shi Huang, indeed, power is king and I have plenty of the power of rules. This sign-in system gives them all away, but I'm too lazy to use them. CFFA Snake's husband, why do I smell a hint of farrel? It's so sour. Momoga, don't be so sour, don't you have a system? Wouldn't it be better to get on good terms with your brother Qiang and take advantage of him? Ryugu saying, holy crap, Momoga is pretty good. Snake's husband, ahem, brother Qiang, come and have some more fun next time. Long-legged exorcist, 4 brothers, this isn't good for the wind. Happy sister, bye, yes, this isn't good. And brother Qiang, you should have a family too. Look at brother Sasuke, he already has a child in just 9 months. The fake Qin Shi Huang, ahem, I pursue immortality and invincibility, this is not for me. Looking at the group chat, Zyrolong felt it was a very interesting place. It was the first time she had ever experienced chatting like this. Normally, there aren't many strange things happening between me and Granny Sun. We just eat, sleep, cultivate, and that's it. It has to be said that Zairoalongnu is really pitiful. From childhood to adulthood, she only had Granny Sun, her master, and a vicious senior sister. She had hardly ever seen anyone else, but that's precisely why she's like a fairy. And so, as Lafan looked at Zairoalongnu's world, he smiled and said, "How could I forget Zairoalongnu? Almost a month has passed, and everything in the Dragon Ball world has changed. Without Bulma's help, Goku was found by Pilaf on the 8th day. And he was tricked by Pilaf and became his good friend. All of this is because Sun Wukong is invulnerable to swords and spears. Seeing such a terrifying Sun Wukong, they can't beat him. Fortunately, he discovered that Sun Wukong was as innocent as a baby. Wasn't Pilaf's deception skills top-notch? In the blink of an eye, they'd fooled him, and then began the search for the Dragon Balls, a search that began with Goku joining in. Killing and robbing won't work either, since Sun Wukong is a very kind child. Therefore, the Pilaf trio had no choice but to become kind people, Oolong in the world, Ox King in the world, and Master Roshi in the world. The tragedy continues, but this time the girl who sacrificed herself was not Bulma, but Mai, one of Pilaf's subordinates. It has to be said that Zyro Wu is quite beautiful, otherwise Master Roshi, with his picky eating habits, might not have accepted her. And Pilaf is slowly being led toward positive discoveries and developments, all without any interference from the fate of the world. If it's the interference of the world's destiny, then Pilaf can only become a villain. But because Lafan is in this world, the fate of the world is essentially suspended. Are you kidding me? Who would dare to lay a finger on the Lord of Destruction? If you don't obey and do something reckless, the fate of the world won't allow it. However, Mai was the unluckiest because Pilaf discovered Goku's power. He wanted Goku to be his long-term subordinate, so he directly put Pilaf and Goku together. Zyro Wu is a villain, but she's not a bad person. She still has a conscience. After spending this month together, I've gradually come to like Wukong. After all, Zyro Wu isn't a rich girl like Bulma. She's a tragic child who has experienced all sorts of hardships. If it weren't for Pilaf, she probably would have starved to death on the streets at such a young age. Zyro Wu, tomorrow is the day to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Pilaf said that if your wish comes true, you'll stay with me forever. Is that true? Wukong looked at the many delicious foods that Zyro Wu had prepared for him, and he ate them without any hesitation. For Wukong, a child who grew up deep in the mountains, roasted meat was the ultimate goal. Since meeting Pilaf and the others a month ago, Zyro has been cooking delicious food for him every day. Moreover, Pilaf said that he could marry Zyro. Although Goku didn't know what marriage was, Pilaf said that marriage meant being together for life, and then Mai would cook delicious food so he could eat it every day. Upon hearing this request, Goku immediately agreed. After fulfilling his wish for the Dragon Balls today, Pilaf and Ash had things to do, so he told Goku to let him and Mai live their lives, and then he would help them find the Dragon Balls a year later. Zyro Wu listened to Wukong's words with a happy expression, because for someone who had experienced the dangers of the world, Wukong, with his saintly nature, was the most healing. Zyro Wu has also fallen completely in love with Wukong during this time, and even Pilaf has lost his #1 position in her heart. Zyro Wu smiled at Wukong and said, "Well, that's none of our business anymore. Now that we're full, let's go to Master Roshi's place." Wukong, didn't you want to train? Goku kept eating the delicious food that Mai made, and at the same time he could go to Master Roshi's place to get stronger. This is the best life, and Wukong nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking their fill, Zyro Wu led Goku to Pilaf and Ash. Your Majesty, Goku and I are going to Master Roshi's place to say goodbye to you here." Pilaf paused for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at the Dragon Ball artwork behind him and smiled. "All right then, I'll summon the Dragon Balls tonight." Pilaf felt very reassured because he had Goku as his henchman. Ashu also opened the skylight in the castle, preparing for Pilaf to summon the Dragon Balls. This seemingly simple act of opening a window caused a problem. Wukong saw the full moon in the sky, and his entire being underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, he transformed into a gigantic gorilla, destroying the entire castle. Meanwhile, Mai, Pilaf, and Ash narrowly escaped disaster, while Goku continued to destroy the castle. The 3 people in the ruins were stunned by the horrific scene. What kind of monster is Wukong exactly? They couldn't understand it at all, and Zyro Wu was extremely worried. "Your Majesty, what's going on?" Pilaf shook his head. "I don't know either. Let's not talk about that anymore. Where are my Dragon Balls?" Arzu, holding 7 dragons in his arms, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, they're here." Arzu did a great job. Summon the dragons. My wish to rule the world will definitely come true. Seeing the merciless Pilaf, Zyro Wu was stunned for a moment. She wanted to save Goku, and the best way now was through the Dragon Balls, but could she possibly take them from them? Moreover, it's not easy for Zyro Wu to harm them. Fan watched all these changes. Was this the world that had lost its master of destiny? That's a really interesting story. Although he knew all the subsequent developments and knew that Mai couldn't steal the Dragon Ball's wish, they also knew that Pilaf's wish could not be fulfilled by the dragon, because even the dragon's wishes had limits. Pilaf's desire to rule the world is utterly impossible, because while the Dragon Balls can revive others and grant immortality, they cannot change people's hearts or souls. Dragon Ball can't even eliminate slightly stronger beings. Of course, Dragon Ball also has its overpowered abilities. Asterisk. For example, achieving immortality, learning divine skills, and altering one's racial physique are all within reach. After Pilaf's desire to rule and dominate the world failed, his wish for immortality was finally fulfilled. Then he took Arzu and Zyro Wu and ran away, but Zyro Wu didn't want to leave. In the end, he stayed behind, and then Master Roshi arrived and stopped Goku from going berserk. That's roughly the plot. Of course, things changed a lot later on, because Pilaf enjoyed the fun of Dragon Ball, and he'll have to enjoy it again next year. However, Pilaf will soon run into the Red Ribbon Army, and Goku will not help them even after Mai refuses. Pilaf naturally failed, was captured by the Red Ribbon Army, and became a research target. They are being studied by scientists every day, a situation that is both unbearable and undead. As for Arzu, he died a miserable death, and then Wukong took Zyro Wu back to Baozi Mountain to cultivate. Then he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament again and won. Fan didn't bother with it. He was looking curiously at Bulma beside him. To be honest, Fan wanted a child, but he was too invincible to have one. In that case, he used his powerful abilities to allow Bulma's genes to develop on their own. 10 months later, Bulma's baby will be born, and he will become a father. According to future memories, this child, who perfectly inherited Bulma's traits, also possesses extremely high intelligence and even discovers that he is not related to her by blood. Then he started to rebel and refused to call himself Dad, and even made himself his role model. Although this problem is a real headache, Fan also wants to experience it. It's a plot point only found in novels.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.